ahead of us, but I'm also really curious to see, maybe we can take a look at the predictions, because I know with Europe, we were kind of pretty different in terms of which team we thought was going to be making it all the way to the end of the Grand Finals, but I have a feeling we are the same across the board with North America. Oh no! There we go. Yeah, we need that meme that's like everyone like that. So I can't really call anyone out here to defend their prediction because we are all on the same page. But I, of course, hope that some of these teams will prove us wrong and find glory today. But let's take a look at the first matchup that we've got coming up here. It is elimination round as well. We're in the lower bracket. It is Put You On Early versus UNITAS. Subtees, I feel like UNITAS, they're one of those teams that Aiden, he always puts together this really great roster. You think they're going to just be able to crush everyone, and then they kind of float in the middle. You know, not bad, but certainly not as well, I'm sure, as they were hoping to perform. Is this their season?
I mean, I think making a healer substitution for a healer that can play Preservation Evoker right now in this season is definitely going to be some positives for them. Chaz being predominantly the Resto Druid that they competed with. So them having one of the best Preservation Evokers is going to be really important. I think having a Brua unbalanced Druid, Aiden being a rogue for all of these years at this point, this is giving them the best shot that they've got, really. Curious to see how they implement Thugonomics, because, you know, Demonology Warlock Boomkin could actually be pretty decent in certain situations. Finding ways to utilize him, I think, is going to be important, maybe later on, depending on if any changes happen as well. But actually, they are going to utilize him. He's going to be starting on the Demon Hunter. I thought Thugonomics was going to be on the bench. Sometimes the Warlock players on the team, they end up on the bench, but he has played Demon Hunter in the past as well in competitive play. This will be very interesting to see how he performs. They're going to be going up against an Assassination Rogue Shadow Priest Resto Druid on the side of Put You On Early.
All right, here we go. I mean, this is interesting already. Some new picks. We got the Assassination Rogue. And then, of course, for Unitas, a lot more standard in this meta. It's going to be interesting to see how Thugonomics can perform. Like Subtees mentioned, this is something that he has played in tournaments in the past. So let's see what he can get done. Envion in the middle of the map right now on the Shadow Priest, loading up dots and Mind Spikes, just trying to get that pressure rolling. And if anything, the Shadow Priest Assassination Rogue is going to be able to put multiple pressure points out. So I do expect them to make swaps here on the Garbage if they can survive. He's getting really low, having to trade out the Cloak of Shadows and Evasion early here, Zico.
Yeah, basically trading out all of his defensives here, but he still has that Trinket, still has a Vanish, so Fuse has a couple of lifelines left to work with here, but we'll see some pressure coming out here onto Envion as he pushes in for a full Fear there, manages to get it onto Garbage. Meanwhile, Smoke Bomb here onto a Brew. A lot of pressure coming out here. Everybody's just taking huge amounts of damage here. The Aster Rogue is really getting the pressure rolling. Garbage also taking massive amounts of damage here. Really has to work on that healing, trying to keep everybody on his team alive. Big Dream Breath connects, Spirit Bloom connects, and he should be able to stabilize his team through that pressure. Nice Cyclone there as well on to Fuse, and it should give them a little bit of breathing room here as they look to make another attempt here on the side of Put You On Early. Still a lot of damage coming out here onto basically everyone on Unitas.
Ooh, silence into a full blind, and that once again is going to be the Emerald Communion traded out. But the pressure from Put You On Early is great. At the same time, Envion taking some heat, might have to go into this version. Thugonomics is all over him right now, but he gets caught into a cheap shot. Fuse doing a great job peeling, and the Assassination Rogue right now, I think, is one of the most underrated specs. Like, the amount of pressure you can put out on an Assassination Rogue is really high, and then you have that empowered kind of Mortal Strike effect with Shiv. I'm really curious to see what Put You On Early can do with this one.
Yeah, I think Assassination Rogue definitely coming back a lot in the meta. And we're going to probably see more people picking it up, especially against a lot of these healers. Aster Rogue is really tough to deal with, but no time to discuss that. We got a double Fear coming out here from Envion. Garrett coming out here onto a Brewer. They're trying to get some pressure here on to the Moonkin, but Heart of the Wild and Barkskin is going to block that. They get a Cyclone onto Fuse, and now once again it's going to be Unitas here in the driver's seat looking for the next setup. They get a full Sleepwalk here onto Renard, forcing out his Trinket, so not bad swaps here, back and forth, getting good pressure. Thugonomics sitting through a Cyclone. A Brua, once again, could be in some trouble, but Garbage is going to be able to rescue a Brua back to the dumpster.
Yeah, he's going to be keeping him safe. Envion in the middle of the map right now, casting out the VTs, and you can see on the damage meters, he is really putting out a lot of pressure on that Shadow Priest. Garbage so far has been able to heal through it, and the one thing that's nice for Unitas is they theoretically should have a mana lead if it gets to that. Garbage is way ahead right now, but he's caught into a stun lock. Huge pressure. He might just outright die. Needs to be very careful. Going to be trading out the Obsidian Scales. He's got no cauterizing flame as well. And that's one thing that is great about the Evoker. Every minute you have a cauterizing flame and you can remove all bleed effects, which is really difficult for the Assassination Rogue to deal with. So a bit of a soft counter there with the UNITAS, and probably one of the reasons why they've been able to heal through this Assassination Rogue damage so far.
Yeah, absolutely. But as dampening continues to ramp up right now, that pressure is definitely going to continue to rise here on both sides. Full sleep onto Renar, into a Cyclone. They got big pressure here onto Envion, forcing out his dispersion. I think it's a fair trade in that position. And now they go for a Fear here onto Garbage. Nice beam there onto Envion to make sure that he's slowing down the damage. But Fuse getting Massive Spell there out of the crowd control. Goes for a blind onto Garbage. I think it broke there, actually. Didn't use his Trinket. Into a Gouge, into a Psychic Horror, into a Gara. Just so much micro CCs here being thrown towards Garbage here. But he's handling it beautifully. And so far, it looks like UNITAS are going to be able to stay alive here despite all that damage coming out. And Envion right now could be in trouble. He's got no dispersion. They can get some crowd control there onto Renar. It looks like they're going to initiate the chain here with the Demon Hunter stun. Doesn't look like they have any follow-up, really. No sleepwalk there. Garbage is looking for it. He finds it around the corner. And Renar forced to trade out his Trinket. Look at Fuse here, though, dropping dangerously low. And that's going to be the Void Shift coming out here for Envion. There's the Silence as well. And that's going to be the Tranquility Bubble coming out here from Renar. Basically, everything that they have available on Put You On Early has been forced here. And UNITAS are looking to push the pace here for a victory.
Yeah, definitely got a lot of pressure, but at the same time, Thugonomics taking some damage. He's got the blur if he needs it, so the damage reduction is available. Garbage just feeling very confident, spamming out some Living Flames, but gonna have to play catch up here, going for a little bit of a dispel. Does manage to find it. A full kidney shot lands once again, and dampening is getting higher and higher. These healers are burning through their resources, burning through their mana. It's gonna get more difficult as this game goes on. Fuse making a swap here onto a Brua, putting up cheap bleeds with cheap shots and Garrote silences, just trying to get a little bit of control of the match and slow down the offense of UNITAS. Envion forced into dispersion as well. Renar, I think, sat down for a drink, so they traded out the dispersion for the drink, but Renar gets caught into a full sleep, and Envion, it might just cost him the game. Goes for a Fear, does manage to find it, and I think Renar should keep him alive with that Iron Bark, but a little bit of a risky play, but I like that they took the gamble, and now Renar actually has mana.
Yeah, they had to trade it for some mana, but Garbage also pushing in there, getting the Sleepwalk, very, very crucial in these moments. So they're going to have a cooldown lead right now, and if they can try to push the pace, they could potentially try to close it out here on the side of UNITAS, but at the same time, that Asa Rogue is going to become really difficult to deal with the longer the game goes on as well. Envion looking for the Massive Spell on the Cyclone, gets kicked there. And looks like Garbage is staying offensive here, doing a lot of damage here, just adding in all that extra Evoker DPS here. So far, 5 million in the match, and the Disintegrates are coming in. There's a Chaos Nova onto Renar. Envion could be in trouble. He's got a long way to go for that dispersion. Can he stay alive? He goes for the Flash Heal, gets Cyclone with the Oppressing Roar. That is a long Cyclone right there, giving them plenty of time to reset the DRs here onto Renar potentially, and look for that maybe game-winning CC chain. Garbage pushes in, looks for the Sleepwalk, but doesn't find it. Instead, he gets bashed. They're making a big swap here on Thugonomics. Smoke Bomb comes in. There's another walk in time, though. Thugonomics, I think, should be able to stay alive here, but a lot of heals to throw out here. Brua finds a nice kick there onto Renar as well, as Envion is taking a lot of damage. 2 seconds left on that dispersion, though. He's bought enough time here to get it back with that big heals as well from Renar. And Renar's mana, that drink, is really paying dividends right now, as he still has a little bit left to go with. And now they force out the Emerald Communion of Garbage here. Could come down to the wire. Envion super low here, has to trade out the distortion. Darkness comes out for Thugonomics as well here. Anybody's gonna fall. Thugonomics is in the darkness with that kidney. Fuse could be in trouble now as well, and this is just coming down to the wire here. Everybody's getting cleaved down, Ben. I don't know, could be a triple kill happening.
I think he's gonna go down. He gets caught into the stun. Beautifully done there. Put You On Early, barely holds on. It could be a cross kill. Fuse getting low. He's got the Cloak of Shadows. Don't mess around. He's gonna trade it out, but this is not over yet. Renar has no mana whatsoever. Thugonomics gonna be going for the Dream 2 versus 3. Can Renar keep them alive? He's got the Incarnation Tree of Life. Everyone gets topped off, and Thugonomics goes down. Incredibly close game number 1, but I think this is a bit of a surprise. I don't think many people expected Put You On Early to kind of go toe-to-toe in this one, and they get a first game victory, which looked really good.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is definitely one of those teams as well. I'm trying to see here on the standings. Put you on early, seed 15. So these guys are just trying to get as many points as they possibly can just to even make it into the gauntlet. So these guys, and I kind of like that. They have nothing to fear, you know, just backs against the wall, just do what you can. And we saw here a really close moment there with that void shift. And here is that smoke bomb onto Thugonomics that almost took him out. Beautiful silence root combo there onto Garbage, but he trinkets it and then gets the rescue off. And then here are the final moments of the game. Thug, pre-darkness here, so he's going to be able to survive that kidney shot. And now he's on stun DR, Envy on is low, so he decides I'm going to push in, but a beautiful fear comes in. They get a sleepwalk onto Renar. They get, at the same time, crowd control here onto Garbage. They get a Garrot silence from the Shadow Priest, just spamming micro CCs on those healers while the damage is rolling.
Yeah, I mean, Assassination Rogues are one of the most annoying specs in the game to fight. I just... every Shadow Dance, you know, every Vanish, every Re-Stealth, you're just getting triple Garroted, silenced. And the amount of damage that they could do is pretty surprising. Like, I mentioned it during the game, the Cauterizing Flame is super effective against Assassination Rogue, and you can quite literally mitigate every time they want to use Deathmark and end their burst. So if you don't have that, it could be really, really tough. But Assassination Rogue, I think, is a bit underrated. It's great to see put you on early, kind of implement it here against Unitas. And yeah, I mean, I am surprised about this one. What do we think about Unitas on the Boomkin Demon Hunter Evoker? Like, do you think they could clean it up? Like, do you think this is a bad matchup for them? Because I get the feeling that they should maybe win this.
I honestly feel like the matchup, it looked good for Unitas the whole way through. I think that one drink was a problem for them for sure.
Yeah.
And I think the other thing is that I didn't like how their like offensive CC setups were going. There was always a sleepwalk. Like a lot of the time, Garbage just pushed in and just like ran with the hover, you know, around the pillar, chasing the druid and casting sleepwalks, basically out of thin air. And a lot of the time it forced them, you know, big cooldowns. But I feel like that's a very unreliable way to kind of do your go. I think that a lot of the time, they'd probably just be better off maybe swapping to the druid more often and just trying to tax his mana that way and just having that sleepwalk maybe on the Shadow Priest or something instead. Try to mix it up a little bit and force the druid to burn more mana that way. Yeah, I think offensively I want to see them clean it up a little bit on the side of Unitas, but it wasn't a bad game.
No, definitely. I mean, it's about as close as it could get. It was almost a reverse kill there. Like, the Economics, I think, had both the Shadow Priest and the Rogue at like 10% health, so... Really, really close call. Looks like put you on early is going to be locking in the same thing. And for Unitas, are they going to mix it up? We've heard Abrua just doesn't play Mage anymore. He's abandoned Mage. Like, would Mage be a good option here? I don't necessarily think so, but maybe.
What about DH Outlaw? We saw that have some success in Europe. They could get Aiden in. And,
but I think that would actually be really good. Demon Hunter Outlaw
I think they should run that.
The Evoker, but... We haven't seen people use these cleaves. Like, a lot of these teams are capable of running these agility cleaves, which are super effective. But Unitas isn't opting to go with that option. They're going to keep Aiden on the bench and keep Thugonomics on the Demon Hunter, which is a big statement. Like, I don't know. I feel like Aiden is kind of, when I think of Unitas, Aiden is kind of like the all-star player for me on that Rogue. So having him on the bench and bringing in Thugonomics on the Demon Hunter, obviously they do believe in this comp quite a bit. So we'll see.
Yeah.
They can bring it back here on Ashmanes.
I honestly don't mind that they're running it back one more time just to test it. Just, you know, maybe that first game things didn't go the way they wanted it to. Maybe, you know, just didn't execute. Maybe they got unlucky. Whatever. They know better than us. So I don't mind running it back because it was that close. But I think if this doesn't work, I kind of want to see Aiden come in because I feel like Unitas, they live and die with Aiden. He is Unitas, you know. So would at least like to see him for a game. But of course, we cannot be counting out anybody yet. It's still early in the series here. Put you on early, taking game number 1. Unitas looking to equalize the score here. And I wonder if this is just put you on early's comp that we're going to just see like no matter what happens in this match, or if they also have some tricks up their sleeve that they might be looking to swap to. Potentially if they lose here.
All right, gates are about to open. Going into game number 2 between Put You On Early and UNITAS, an elimination series. Keep in mind, loser of this will be out of the tournament. A lot on the line for these teams. There's not many cups left, to actually collect those points, try to make it in the top 8. And I think for Put You On Early, they're going to need a stellar performance if they want to make it there. And beyond right now, just loading everyone up with damage over time effects. Already in early tranquility, so Raynor just going to be opting to use that crowd control immunity. Doesn't want to fall behind. An interesting choice. I think Garbage is trying to get aggressive with the sleep blocks. Raynor immuned it. Now looking for Cyclones. Can he find it? Looks like he will get some control on Thugonomics. Garbage still just going for the sleep, but Raynor's doing a great job. It's a bit of a cat and mouse game going on between the Druid and the Evoker right now.
Yeah, Dragon and Bear. It's like the World of Warcraft version of Cat and Mouse. But they are swapping to Raynor here, and they do manage to get a decent amount of cooldowns here. Heart of the Wild being forced, as well as the Bark's going to get a nice Cyclone there as well. And I think a lot of the pressure that they can get is from doing these Druid swaps, because Raynor, he's not always going to have an answer for that. If they catch him out of form, when the rest of the team is also being pressured, that could be a really good moment for them to try to get some more cooldowns. But at the same time, Abrua taking a lot of damage here. Will be fine though. Trades out his own Heart of the Wild as well as that Bark skin. Thugonomics looking for Fuse right now, trying to diffuse the situation here in the back line and force him back here towards his team. They got a nice low Cyclone there. If they can chain this with like a Bash Sleep or a Bash Clone or something, that could potentially be a way. Oh, they Solar Beam Raynor there, really nice. But the Recyclone there onto Fuse. They might still be able to force something here. Fuse has to trade up the Vanish. So not a bad setup there. Nice Cyclones coming out from Abrua.
Yeah, nicely done. Full kidney shot on Abrua. Keep in mind, Garbage has no trinket whatsoever. They could swap to him, but they might just take down Abrua right now. Beautiful setup coming in from Put You On Early. Can they take him down? Mind Spike Insanity's coming in. Garbage gets caught into the silence. There's a bit of a gap in the crowd control there and allowed him to get some heals off, but I feel like there was an opening on Garbage. He had no trinket, no Emerald Communion. I think that was a great opportunity for them to actually swap on him, but I think they just could not get there due to the positioning. Garrote Silence is coming in once again. Garrote into a cheap shot. Smoke Bomb comes down onto Abrua. He is so incredibly low. Needs to be careful. Darkness comes in from Thugonomics, and Garbage keeps him alive. But the pressure and setups from Put You On Early are looking good, but they're also under heavy fire. Cloak of Shadows from Fuse will keep him alive, but he is forced back to the pillar. Now into a full Cyclone. Good counter pressure here by UNITAS.
I gotta say, you took the words right out of my mouth. Really impressed so far with the pressure from Put You On Early, but we gotta hold that thought for a second here as Raynor does get caught up in CC saying, Fuse, what are you gonna do here? He's dropping quite low, does have the cheat dev, goes for a defensive blind there, just trying to maybe turn the pressure back onto his favor, and he does manage to get picked up from Raynor before that Cyclone hits him, and now he's gonna feel a lot more confident to go after Abrua here potentially, but like you said, Garbage had no trinket, now he's gonna have that. He still has his Rewind, he still has Obsidian Scales, and he's got that Emerald Communion as well, rotating back up. They get a full fear onto Garbage, and as I say that, he has to immediately use that trinket. So now they have him in the situation that you were talking about earlier, Van. No Emerald Communion for 40 seconds, no trinket onto Garbage. They could easily kidney shot him and try to take him down. There's also no darkness available onto Thugonomics, so they really have a nice opportunity if they can catch Garbage, when he's not ready.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like you said, no trinket, nothing you could really do. But Envion gets interrupted. He needs to load him up with damage over time effects if he can. Fuse in a Cyclone. Great control here from Abrua, but a double fear from Envion. You can see, look at Garbage. He knows exactly what's going on. Pre-Obsidian Scales on that setup. Yeah. He knows they want to go after him. They're just going to go for crowd control instead. It's a cheap shot. What do they have to follow it up? Doesn't look like anything. Unfortunately, not a great setup there by Put You On Early, and I think a lot of that is just due to Garbage playing phenomenally, going for his Shroud, but gets silenced on it. They need to try to stop that if they can, but Fuse is just under so much pressure. Raynor going for a Nature Swiftness to keep him alive. Really, really pressured in this match. Raynor has some catch-up to do right now as Envion and Fuse are still incredibly low. They need to try to find some damage. Stuns coming in. Cheap shot on Thugonomics. Garrote on Abrua. They are getting full control of the match, but Abrua in bear form is going to be mitigating a lot of this incoming damage. Now going for a Root Solar Beam, and Fuse is just under fire.
Yeah, and right now there's a gouge here onto garbage as well. So Fuse trying to get some counter pressure rolling, and I think successfully so. Envy on draw, dropping to about 50% as they cyclone Fuse up here, trying to pressure Envy on. Still 10 seconds left on that dispersion cooldown for him, so he's going to be completely fine once he gets it. A pressing roar cyclone coming out there onto Envy on there as well, as they do get an imprisonment onto Renard, looking to take down Fuse here on the side of UNITAS, trying to pressure him, but they don't have a stun for him just yet, it looks like, but still a lot of damage coming in. They got a full cyclone there onto Renard. There's the stun. Chaos Nova, big damage. Look at garbage blasting away, almost putting him in the bin there, but does manage to survive. That cheat death actually didn't proc for Fuse. I'm really surprised to see that. A massive heal coming out for Renard as he sits down for a drink. How much mana is he gonna get? Brua is there sniffing him out there. Nice rescue coming out from garbage as well, knowing exactly where Renard was sitting down. And now they're swapping to Renard here again. I really like these druid swaps. When they swap to this druid, it's gonna force him to really tax his mana, having to heal himself and multiple other members while you can only roll Life Bloom on 2 targets. Renard gets caught up in a sleep and actually does break early. And now he's caught up in a cyclone. That could just be it. Fuse on 1% HP, cheat death procs. And Fuse gets void shifted there. Unbelievable. That cheat death is such a gamble, man. Like, if he got a bad cheat death proc there, I would have just been the game.
Yeah, he managed to survive, but that means put you on early basically has nothing left, and Render's almost completely out of mana. Envy on low, though, has a dispersion. They're going for a Garrote here onto garbage. And it looks like he'll see Obsidian Scales. Envy on almost going down to 5% health and does manage to get off the dispersion. At the same time, though, Brua is just getting soloed here by Fuse going on a mission. Oh my goodness, Brua might fall.
No
they
way.
might be able to turn it around. They do. I can't believe it. Such a close game again. Put you on early, barely holding on. I mean, it's just close call after close call. They got the void shift a little bit later. Barely surviving with the cheap death. And then they managed to turn it around and actually get a win when they were completely tapped on mana. That's got to be frustrating if you're Unitas. I feel like there are so many close calls.
Fuse was actually on like sub 1 HP, man. He was just dead, but managed to recover, and then they had that pressure. And I'm curious to see the death log as well, what actually kills the Brua, because one of the things about Asaro right now is, of course, we talked about the shiv. There it is. Look at Fuse. He's 1%. Like, what? I don't get it. He was like 1% for a while too. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Yeah, and then here in the end, they get a lot of pressure onto Envyon, force out his dispersion, and then while he's in that dispersion, Fuse just takes matters into his own hands. Then they get this Psychic Horror into the full Cyclone, and during this moment, Brua is just getting clobbered here by Fuse. They got the Shiv, they got the, I think Kingsbane actually is what takes him down there in the end. Yeah, another win here for Put You On Early. They had to work for it though, but that's got to be a little bit tilting. If you're Unitas, like a second before that, you thought you won the game, you know?
Yeah, really close. You can see the sudden demise coming in there at the end, but it's a slow. Against Assassination, a lot of time it's like a slow, kind of painful death. But yeah, a little bit surprising that even happened. I mean, it felt like Unitas was in the driver's seat for the last, like, at least couple minutes of that game. But ultimately Put You On early. They hold on, they continue their setups, and they do manage to find the win. So going to Tiger's Peak, Put You On early. I think it's very likely they lock in the exact same composition. It's not broke, don't fix it. I think that's right? Yeah, don't fix it if it's not broken. Yeah, that makes sense. So they're gonna play the same thing, and Unitas is gonna have some options here. They could bring in a cleave. Like they really could bring in a cleave. It's typically normally good against the Assassination Rogue Shadow Priest. Especially with the Evoker. I feel like the Evoker just adds that extra offense and damage, but maybe it becomes a lot more risky. Like, you know, some of these setups that Put You On early is doing are really strong, and I feel like if there wasn't a balance druid there to actually get the Cyclones out and slow it down, garbage might just fall behind. So maybe that's what they're afraid of.
Yeah, tough decisions. Unitas, backs against the wall. What do you do? I mean, that game was so close, right? Honestly, both of the games that they played were super close. But at the same time, you've lost twice now. Like, you only have one more lifeline. That's it. Like, and this is also, you know, a team, like, in the standings, I don't remember at the top of my head exactly how much Unitas had, but I think they were 6th. I think they had like 72 points or something like that. Put You On early is, you know, way far back. They're like, you know, they're not even in the list yet. They're like rank 15 in points. So not only are you losing the opportunity here to grab more points, but also you're losing it to a team that could be your direct competition for those gauntlet slots. So they're gonna bring in Aiden here instead of Thugonomics and keep Abrua on the Moonkin. I like this. I honestly, on paper, this is just a fantastic comp from Unitas. I wonder why they didn't lock it in right away and why they prioritized the Demon Hunter over the Outlaw.
That's a great question. I mean, when I thought about how this game would play out, I thought Unitas would just lock this in right away, bring in the Outlaw Rogue. It just seems like you have so much more control of the match. Obviously, Demon Hunters are really strong right now. We saw them utilized quite a bit yesterday in Europe. Demon Hunters were very successful, but I just think the Outlaw Rogue in general, with this composition, it just enables the Evoker to get so much more aggressive. You know, the amount of stuns you have. Like, basically, the one weakness of the Outlaw Rogue is you don't do as much damage. Like, your raw throughput isn't as high, but I feel like you enable your team so much more with the stuns and crowd control, and you set up your Moonkin to get a ton of Cyclones, which allows your Evoker to get up more damage, and it feels like it's just more pressure overall. So we'll see if Unitas can put it together here with Aiden, because these games have been so incredibly close. Like, if the games played out just a little different, we could be 2-0 for Unitas right now. That's how close these are.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And I mean, it's regardless of what happens here, it's always fun to see Aiden, tagged in. So I'm looking forward to see how this game plays out. But let's see if they have the necessary practice to make this comp work, because it is hard to make that Outlaw Boomkin work. A lot of teams run it, and not a lot of teams have that same success that we see with, for example, Team Liquid. Requires a lot of synergy to be able to pull this off, but we'll see here. Unitas backs against the wall. Can they win this game and stay alive, or is this going to be put you on early, taking us a 3-0? Fuse looking for potentially a sap here, not able to find it. No, he does find it. Envion also getting sapped. Renar far back in stealth, does not want to be found by the rogue. And both of these rogues right now is a bit of a mind game. Whatever rogue opens first will get cheap shot by the other rogue, as you can see right there, and we'll have a slower opener essentially. So you can see Fuse here, he cheap shots Aiden, and then he gets almost a full kidney here on to Abrua before he gets put in that kidney. But look at all that damage coming in, already forcing out Renar's trinket here, and that wasn't even Aiden's blind. So really solid opener here for Unitas.
Yeah, really good. I mean, I already like it. Envion getting low. He's going to be using his power infusion to try to get some damage rolling, but forced to just spam out some heals. Here it comes, Void Eruption here onto Abrua. Let's see if they can get the damage rolling. A full Cyclone lands. Envion's just going to trinket out aggressive and try to get something going here. They want to try to build up some momentum, but now there's no trinket on Envion, no trinket on Raynar. Full kidney shot here on Raynar. Envion grips him over. Aiden gets the cheap shot, and you can see that that Outlaw Rogue control coming in, and the amount of Cyclones we're seeing Abrua get out in this match is quite high, but a double fear from Envion, setting up his rogue just a little bit. Aiden and Garbage getting crowd controlled right now as Abrua is under fire.
Yeah, Abrua taking a little bit of damage here, but also dishing out some Star Surgers. Right now, he's going to be caught up in that Garrote Silence. Fuse actually has to swap target because Abrua got Cyclone there by Renar. Get some dots here onto Garbage. And the Garbage pushing in for the Sleepwalk, and he's going to find it onto Renar. Garbage has been so good at finding these Sleepwalks. Big setup here onto Fuse. Cheap shot into Fuse. Cheap shot. Fuse might just get absolutely obliterated here, but he is going to be able to stay alive. Fuse has had great cheat deaths so far, and all of a sudden, what was that? They just erased Envy. What?
Yeah, and look at Aiden's damage too. Top damage. That game from start to finish was controlled from Unitas. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And look at Garbage's damage as well. Everything that I said came true. Unitas just had way more control of the match. It seemed way more difficult to put you on early to actually get anything rolling on the match. It enabled the Evoker way more. And that looked really good for Unitas. I mean, based off that game, I could easily see a reverse sweep unless put you on early has something different.
Yeah, that was brutal to watch. I mean, I blinked and I almost missed it here. Envion got absolutely clapped. I think it was like a full moon that procced on him and sent him. But we'll see. I think first it's so this is really nice. Look at what Garbage is doing here. He just pushes in, just goes for the Sleepwalk, zones Renar, forces him to basically tank that, gets the kick onto Envion. They get the beam onto Envion. Huge setup here. Bash onto Renar as well. Fuse survives with the Sheet Death proc, gets the cloak, and then they just swap to Envion. And what happens here to Envion, because he has Dispersion, Does he get interrupted? Or, yeah, I think he might get interrupted. Okay, no, he gets cheap shot here. And in the cheap shot, boom. He gets completely obliterated. He just didn't react, in time. He had definitely cooldowns to trade there. So a bit of a mistake there, but completely agree with what you were saying, Van. Having Aiden in made this matchup look a lot better for UNITAS. Just the control they had, the setups, the goals, just everything looked a lot better offensively for them.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing, I mean, I'm just going to flat out say it. I feel like I've played a good amount with Aiden, and I've listened to their comms and stuff like that. He's a playmaker. Like, Aiden is someone you definitely want to have in the game. He's really good at just calling everything out, making setups happen, and you saw it in this game for sure. So I definitely want to see UNITAS continue this composition because that looked really, really solid for them. But put you on early, of course, they do have some other options. I'm not exactly sure what those are, but we'll have to wait and see what they decide to do, because I'm not sure that the Assassination Rogue Shadow Priest is going to have the kind of throughput that they need to get through all the control that UNITAS has. And I think this is one of the reasons, like what we just saw from UNITAS is one of the reasons why Liquid has had so much success. Is this composition is really strong. Like, if you have an Outlaw Rogue and a Moonkin, especially with an Evoker that is synergized up and getting the control and burst windows out, you can do so much.
Look at that, Star Surge, 163k, Full Moon, 150k. Blasted. And look at the damage that the Garbage is able to add in as well. Like, you already said it, but it's so nice. Like, you know me, I like to play Arcane Mage, and the most fun I have in the game is when I play with an Outlaw Rogue, because, like, the whole team is just stunned, like on DR, everyone is stunned. You just get so many windows to where you can cast and like do damage and get pressure out. And that's why they work really well with Moonkins as well as Evokers. Just able to get, Clapper is tagged in.
I don't like,
okay, this is the counter.
It's not. I'm going to be honest. If Put You On Early wins this, I will be completely blown away. I feel like UNITAS, it's just like I don't know what their game plan is with this one. Like, in general, there's so many things going on here. I think Evokers are particularly good into Resto Druids. That's number one, because you have the Fire Breath, which purges heal over time effects. There's going to be almost no backup for Raynor to get out of crowd control. He's going to get stunned into Cyclones consistently. He's going to get slept. Of course, Clapper occasionally is going to be able to get him out with the Blessing of Sanctuary, but I don't know. I think that Put You On Early is going to be fully controlled in this game. I kind of wonder who they're going to go after. I mean, their only real target is going to be a Brua, but taking down a Balance Druid when he has an Outlaw Rogue setting him up with cheap shots is just, it's not an easy thing to do. So we'll see, though. Going to a big map. They're bringing in the Ret Rogue Resto Druid. I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have my questions as well, because I can definitely see the Outlaw Rogue kind of slowing the big assaults down, the cleave pressure, slowing down the blender, and then a Brua getting Cyclones, and then late game, I could definitely see them finding big hits and able to win the game that way on the side of Unitas. But I do think that Abrua could struggle a little bit. Like, this is a game where he's definitely going to be tested on that Moonkin in terms of survival, but also Garbage. I think this is definitely like a Garbage pickup. I could definitely see them trying to, like, maybe in the start, CC Garbage, go after Abrua, try to get his trinket out of the way, and then do some swaps with Hammer of Justice onto Garbage. So we'll see. Put You On early. They have a game essentially to kind of play around with, because they are up 2-1. So I don't think that it's a bad idea to experiment a little bit here. Will the experiment net them the window? That is what we will find out here very shortly. Clapper already going in to dish out some damage, looking for his target. And Aiden has already found his target, which is going to be Clapper. Fuse getting Garrote there onto Abrua, and it looks like they are trying to take out the Garbage here. But it looks like Garbage is going to be able to actually get aggressive here. Nice Solar Beam onto Renar into a full sleep. Here's Fuse already forced to trade out his Trinket and his Cloak of Shadows. A massive CC chain there with the Oppressive Roar onto Renar. And as a result, Unitas again with a fantastic opener.
Look at, I just want to watch Garbage point of view, like just spamming out Living Flames and Disintegrates. Look at Abrua in the back line. Everyone's cycloned up. We got a Gouge on Raynor, full control, but the raw damage an Assassination Rogue and a Rep Paladin has is quite high if they can get it off. It's just so difficult for them to actually find a target. Great kiting here by Garbage and Abrua. Clapper and Fuse trying to get there, but once again, Clapper's in a Cyclone. Let's see what they're able to do. Full kidney shot on Raynor. It looks like they're going to be going after the Druid just a little bit. No, it's going to be a kidney shot into a sleep. It gets shut down there by Fuse. Great job. A full blind, though, now lands. Abrua is under fire. Garbage has a little bit of work cut out for him, but Fuse has traded out his Trinket. He's traded out the Cloak of Shadows and is going to be vulnerable moving forward.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Clapper could be forced to trade out something here. He's going to trade out his Trinket, Shield of Vengeance. Is that going to be enough here to stay alive? He gets Cyclone on low HP, and UNITAS right now are looking absolutely bulletproof here. Still has basically all of their Trinkets left. They have all of their defense left, and they're working through the checklist. But with the Red Paladin, anytime the game can just turn on its head. All they need is one good setup, and Clapper is connecting onto Garbage, but nice deep breath there coming out from Garbage, making sure to slow down Clapper. But now finally they do connect there. There's a kidney shot, but it looks like Fuse wants to just go and bleed everything, whereas Clapper maybe wanted to get aggressive there. Either way, Abrua shuts it down with the Cyclone onto Clapper. They're forced to go back onto Abrua here, try to get some pressure. Renar stuck in a kidney shot into a sleepwalk. Could be big trouble here for Fuse potentially. No, they're going to go after Clapper. Can they find any more crowd control there? It doesn't look like it. Garbage is going to be able to keep everyone on his side alive, and Renar will do the same.
Yeah, everyone is kind of stable at this point. Abrua is under fire. He's going to leap away. Fuse all over him, though. Keeping up the bleeds. A full gouge on Raynor, as it looks like Aiden is trying to set up his team. Where's the crowd control? Full stun lock here on Fuse. He gets caught into the cheap shot. Cheap shot on Clapper. Everyone is CC'd at the moment. Sleepwalk on Raynor. This is a 3 versus 1, and this could be the Divine Shield from Clapper. Looks like he will greet it with the Shield of Vengeance and Divine Protection. They might be able to push through. He needs to be careful. There's no more damage reduction. That offensive Cyclone comes in from Abrua, not allowing Raynor to actually top him off, but it doesn't look like they have any follow-up on Raynor, and he should be able to get the heals off with a big setup here onto Abrua.
Nice kidney shot here onto Renar into the sleepwalk, and here comes the damage. Where are they going to allocate it? Looks like Fuse is going to be the target. Now they swap into Clapper. Clapper also getting sent here. They do get a Cyclone, but it finally will subside there. But they do get the Divine Shield, which is the main objective for UNITAS. And now UNITAS just need to run, try to stay alive here. They don't want to be using too much, as Garbage sits through the blind there and manages to reconnect here with some heals onto Abrua. Really nice for Garbage here that he's able to hold on to his Trinket, because later on in the game especially, it can be really scary if he doesn't have that. Still has Emerald Communion too, so Garbage is definitely feeling safe right now, pushing in and getting aggressive, gets the Sleepwalk, gets the Nullifying Shroud, and once again, it's going to be Aiden getting aggressive here, but he gets gouged behind a pillar, looking for a stun onto either Fuse or Clapper. It's going to be Fuse here with the bash, big damage coming in here onto Fuse. He might just die. Oh my goodness, huge lay on hands connects there for Clapper as they get another lifeline, but it's not even going to be enough. They just swap to Clapper and clap him up as well with the beam overlap there. And I really like when teams do that, because you shut down that Divine Protection, which is like basically a bark skin, when you beam on top of the kidney like that. So UNITAS, you were right. They did not lose this game, looking absolutely bulletproof.
Yeah, that looks really good. Do you think they're going back to Shadow Priest Assassination, or are they going to stick with the Ret? Because it seemed better with the Shadow Priest. I mean, the Ret provided them some defense. Like you saw a nice little lay on hands, but it just, I don't know where their openings are. Like, the thing is, it is so easy in this match for Aiden to just set up his team for crowd control, right? Like, what are you going to do? You have no range to interrupt, and Aiden's just going to roll over and kidney shot your healer. And then there's two options. Garbage can just sleepwalk him, or Abrua can cyclone him. Either way, you're falling farther and farther behind in terms of, your pressure. You're under fire. You're getting crowd controlled on, and I just don't see a world where put you on early really wins this, unless UNITAS makes massive mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. And this is what's so nice about that Outlaw Rogue, really just setting up all the ranged wizards on his side. So put you on early. Definitely back to the drawing board. The red pick, not really doing too much here. They honestly, this was their worst game so far in the series. They really didn't force out like too much. The whole game basically Garbage was sitting on his cooldowns and always had answers. And you repeat the setups enough times, you are gonna work through those cooldowns and grab yourself a win.
I mean,
And that's something I like about Unitas as well, is that they're swapping between 2 targets. I think that's a big trap that a lot of teams do, where they're only going for 1 target and it becomes like super scripted. Your like game plan.
Yeah, I just when you're playing a preservation evoker, at least for me, like I played a decent amount of it, and one of my favorite things in the universe is fighting against a Resto Druid cleave, because you have so many tools to be disruptive to the Resto Druid. You have a ranged interrupt, you can spam sleepwalk him, and also both the melee DPS, like when they're playing with a cleave, they're susceptible to the fire breath purge. Like it's really easy to get out, the big fire breath that's removing 4+ buffs from each target, so they just fall behind on healing so easily each and every one of those CC chains that does come in. So I think Unitas, this is the composition to run, put you on early. I don't know what they're going to do. Like, what else can they run here? Because I don't think the Ret Rogue is going to be a good answer.
Yeah, I think we're going back to the ASAP SP. But actually, I don't know if we are, because one thing that I was gonna
like
say
this more.
Yes, absolutely. But one thing that I didn't like was that they had like this really large map in Empyrean Domain, and they played a cleave. It's like
that was a weird one. Yeah,
you're not doing yourself any favors picking a large map when hook point is available, and then you're testing your like ret cleave theory. Just pick Dalaran or something. Ruins.
Well, at least they saved hook point for where it counts the most. Going up 2-0 in the series is giving them a little bit of wiggle room to experiment. So this is still close. I think this composition to me makes a lot more sense. The Demon Hunter in theory should be a little bit less vulnerable than the Assassination Rogue. And I did mention, I feel like Assassination, one of the problems with it is that Preservation Evokers are kind of like a soft counter to you. When you can just cauterizing flame every single one of the death marks, it's really, really difficult to deal with. So yeah, I think this composition's a lot better. I think it's going to be more difficult for them to kind of manage the damage of Fuse. But at the end of the day, there's still a cleave, and I still think Aiden is just going to set a brew up so much in this game for Cyclones that I still want to go in favor of Unitas for this one.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like Unitas, they're just picking up momentum, right? Like the way I look at it, not even looking at this like particular like comp versus comp, just momentum right now. Like you start off, put you on early. You start off with a hot 2-0. You're feeling great. You're like, bro, we're out of here. These guys are done. And then you lose one game. You're like, who cares? Who cares? And then you lose the next game. You're like, And now you're like in that situation where you're like, will this work? Maybe it will. I'm not sure. Let's just see what happens. Meanwhile, Unitas, they're like, we've lost. It's like over. And then they're like, win one game. They're like, maybe.
I mean, it was such a convincing win.
And then you have that convincing winning in that previous game as well, and you're just on fire. You're like, bro, we got this.
Well, I've talked about it before. Game. Like going into a game 5 like this, it's honestly one of the worst feelings when you're up 2-0 in a series. Like you're up 2-0. You had close games, and you're like, all right, guys, we were just one away. Like we got a little bit of wiggle room. Things are feeling good, and then you lose, and you're like, okay, we're still up. We're up 2-1. Like this is still looking good, and then it's 2-2, and it's like, okay. I feel like in this situation, I'd much rather be the team that won the last 2 games than the first 2 games. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like way
100%.
rather be that team, because now put you on early is like, oh my goodness, like we were so close. We have to win this. We do not want to get reverse swept. So there's a lot of pressure on them. Luckily for put you on early, it is going to be their composition pick and it's going to be their map pick. But is it going to be enough? Because a big surprise for me in Europe is that this Outlaw Boomkin Evoker comp wasn't as popular, because to me, I think it's the best comp in the game. And we'll see what Unitas can get done with it. And we'll see if anything can actually beat it, because this is what I was expecting to just kind of dominate this season.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see. Can they do it here? Unitas, I mean, the map is really going to be, a big kind of thorn in their side. So at least for put you on early, they're going to have that going for them, but they're really going to need to find that big pressure, going to find that momentum, and try to shut down Unitas. Both of these teams in the lower bracket, loser of this will be eliminated. Both of these teams need as many points as possible for the gauntlet seeding, of course. And we got already a Sleepwalk coming in here onto Renar. Garbage looking like he wants to start things off very aggressively onto Clapper. Big damage coming in to get a follow-up cycle on there onto Renar, but it looks like Renar is going to be able to deal with the pressure here onto his team, and now it's going to be a Brewer potentially in big trouble.
Yeah, taking a little bit of damage right now, looking for Cyclones. He gets interrupted nicely down there by Fuse, getting a lot of pressure on this Demon Hunter early, but full Cyclone does land. Renner actually in hot pursuit. He gets caught into a bash. Abrua shuts it down. A bash Cyclone comes in, and this is their opportunity to get some damage rolling, but there's just a lot more pressure on Abrua in this game. I'm believing in this cleave a lot more. The smaller map, not as many places for Abrua to kind of run and hide and create space. Fuse is going to be all over him in this game.
Yeah, this is looking really good so far. If I put you on early, look at all that pressure coming in onto Abrua. They get the disorienting roar there onto Garbage as well. So he's running that talent, and he's going to get a full sleepwalk. Garbage looking for the Fire Breath Purge here, coming in, manages to find it onto all of those hots on Clapper and Fuse, but still Fuse just walking that off. He still has his blur. Clapper in a full cyclone here. Aiden sitting through a route to get a solar beam onto Renar. Big pressure coming out here for Abrua, but to where is it going to go? It's just going to be Fuse sending his blur, maintaining a high HP. Clapper now in a smoke bomb. Aiden looking to try to push for that bubble. Nice deep breath coming in there. Can they get it? He's so low, but he greeds it, and greed in this situation is good. Instead, it's going to be the Shield of Vengeance. Counter pressure coming in, but meanwhile, Fuse getting absolutely blasted. Fuse randomly going to be sent here. What was that? That was what was the damage? It just swapped to him in a couple of, like 2 cheap shots and sent him.
Yeah,
he had cooldowns to trade. I'm so shocked at that.
Yeah, I mean, they just sent so much damage on that setup on the Rep Paladin. He barely held on with his Shield of Vengeance, and as soon as he got out of the stun lock, they just tap targeted. New stun lock onto the Demon Hunter, and they were able to take him down. I want to see the damage contribution we could see here. So this is still when he has the Shield of Vengeance, or no, Shield of Vengeance isn't up yet. This is a little bit earlier on the game. But pressure for Put You On Early felt a lot better in this game. It felt like Abrua was, a lot more threatened consistently throughout the matchup. But ultimately, it didn't really seem like they had any setups where I was that afraid. So this is the big smoke bomb that comes in, where Clapper barely survives. Now we want to pay attention to Fuse, who has his trinket. He has Netherwalk. And they just make a swap. Like, look at this. Aiden's just going to roll over. He's going to get the cheap shot. And I don't know who burst him down. There's a big Fire Breath Purge. That's what I'm talking about. Big Fire Breath Living Flame.
He died through sack.
I think in this one, Garbage contributed a lot of damage. I think he did more damage than Abrua did for that setup. Like, he was basically just free casting. Fire Breath Purge is such a nightmare for the Druid.
Yeah, I mean, they just had so many cooldowns to respond with. Really didn't expect Fuse to go down there, but in Unitas' credit, they've been playing a phenomenal series here. They definitely had pressure, but I feel like Put You On Early, this was actually going really well for them. Like, they just needed to rotate defensives. I feel like they had so many, like, the Ret has his whole spell book, the Druid has his whole spell book, and the Demon Hunter has everything except Blur. Like, just Trinket Netherwalk, then you're going to have Blur again, your Druid's going to have Trinket Ironbark, your Ret's going to have Sank, there's so many things that you're going to be able to use here to rotate your CDs back. So really feel like there's no reason to greed that early on into the match, but here is the damage breakdown, and you're right. I mean, look at Garbage damage contribution, more than Abrua.
Dang. All that, yeah, that's crazy. Contributing almost 600,000 damage there, and more importantly, also just completely stripping him of any heal over time effects. So a really good, clean setup there. They managed to. You said they took him down through sacrifice. Like, he actually had the blessing of sacrifice on him. Yeah,
Yep.
That's why he didn't trinket, right? He gets sacrificed early in the stun lock. You think you're going to be okay, but yeah, that looks scary. And Unitas with this composition, they looked really good.
Yeah. This is the Unitas that, I mean, I said it earlier. Aiden is Unitas. Don't put this man on the bench. Like, he's your star player. Don't put him on the bench. He enables the roster to reach their potential, and he's gonna be happy coming in. First time this season with the reverse sweep,
Saving the day.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, Put You On Early, though, they were a kind of a newer team. I mean, do you think then it's just a couple minor tweaks and we can see them come back and be even more of a force?
The problem for them is they're kind of running out of time, right? Like, they need some really solid performances. I think they're all really good players. The compositions that they have are pretty good, but they're just not like the best, like, yeah, what Unitas is running is like, that's like the best. And Put You On Early, they have some solid compositions, like the Assassination Rogue, with the Shadow Priest, and they got like some Ret Cleaves, but I don't think those are necessarily the best comps right now. But yeah, all-star players. Maybe they could put it together and figure out something for the next one. But yeah, it was really, really nice to see them in the top 8, though.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, making it this far is even, I think, certainly an achievement. So we'll see if they can tweak things a little bit moving forward here. But UNITAS will be surviving down there in the elimination bracket. And next up on the chopping block, we've got Power Frogs versus Fusion. Just a couple of teams that we've seen before quite some time. We can take a look at sort of where they are here in the standings. Tied currently with VOIDGG, really closely behind the move as well, Zico.
Yeah, the Power Frogs, this is not the situation they want to be in. They definitely want to keep up here with Liquid and the Move, who both, I believe, are in that upper portion of the bracket. Power Frogs, I think, got sent down here in a 3-2 by, I want to say the Move or Liquid, one of the two. Yeah, they lost to the Move, 3-2. So Power Frogs, there's 3 spots, but the problem with NA is it's very simple. When you looked at that point graph, you have Team Liquid. They're gonna snag a spot for sure, unless like something really crazy happens. You have the Move, you have VOIDGG, and then you have Power Frogs. All of these 3 teams, in my opinion, are on the same level. Like they are just a little bit behind Liquid, but all of these 3 teams are the second best team in an NA. So that is the problem right now. If you're Power Frogs, you're down there in the lower bracket, the teams that you're competing with, they're already doing better than you. You need to lock in and make it happen.
Yeah, and that's, obviously there's quite a bit of difference as well between the European standings and the EU standings. You've got such a discrepancy between the top team and just a couple of slots below that when you compare it to EU. So we'll see if that is something that they can do, if they can catch up. Power Frogs or any of those other teams that Zico mentioned can catch up to Team Liquid. And we'll get to a break. We'll find that out after the break. But before we do that, we are going to do a map guessing segment courtesy of Warcraft logs. So let us know in chat, play along with us, and let us know what map you think this is.
All right, let's see. No pillars really defined just yet in this one.
I'm going with Hook Point. Hey,
that's a good guess. I think you could be
Yeah,
on
I
to
think
something.
you're right.
I think you're probably right, to be honest with you.
I'm gonna do Maldraxxus.
That's a good one
we
too.
have to
Like,
snap.
dang it.
Yeah, it's locked in. Maldraxxus.
You know what? I'm gonna go for a little Tiger's Peak action. I think it could be Tiger's Peak. 2 pillars kind of defining themselves. It could be turned on its side right now. Like maybe someone ran over it on the platform. Like, I'm gonna say Tiger's Peak. That's my guess. And I think I might be right.
They
You might
really
be.
like this little pillar right here.
Yeah. Whole game's being played at this pillar.
I guess so.
It's a popular pillar. It's definitely not Maldraxxus.
I think it's probably Hook Point, but Tiger's Peak is a
Yeah.
good, solid second option, I think. Huh.
I think.
Oh my
Asher,
goodness, we got
man.
tricked.
Wait, did nobody guess that?
Nope.
Yeah,
you
nobody
all got
guessed
it
it.
wrong.
Boy.
Every single one of us got it wrong. This was a difficult one.
Yeah.
That
This
purple
was a
line
good one.
threw me off on the right side there.
I wonder what this game was.
I want to know too.
That'd be cool if we actually knew like what the game was and stuff like that. What classes were involved.
Yeah.
Or maybe it would make it a little too easy. But yeah, I
Probably.
think that's the first one nobody got right.
I think you're right.
I think no. There's been one before that they told us like it's really hard. It was like a triple deep. You remember it was like a triple row game or something.
Okay.
It was like it was like one of the teams that didn't make it. It was like a map that never gets picked. Yeah. It was on Negran. But yeah, this is I think the second one that we didn't guess. So they're getting difficult.
That is a well-defined pillar right there. Okay. Well, let us know in chat if you got that correct. But that is courtesy of Warcraft logs. You can level up your gameplay by visiting archon.gg/wow. Find the most popular builds, optimize your gear, and learn the meta, and so much more. So thank you so much to Warcraft Yaks for providing us the info with that segment. And with that, we will be heading to a break, and we have got more gameplay coming up next. We'll see you in a bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are having 2 more teams facing the possibility of getting eliminated. Power Frogs kind of nice and comfy right now in terms of points. It's Fusion Supatis who are going to be desperate to get this one for a win.
Yeah, very desperate. I think they might have a couple of new members. At least Dopamine doesn't look familiar on this roster from the last 2 cups. And picking him up, he's going to be a mage. He's going to be a Moonkin. They've got Nazem for Warlock, and they've got Naj, of course, for Rogue. So this is a team that's likely going to be focusing on either Rogue Mage, Rogue Warlock, or Moonkin Rogue, which are all really powerful compositions in the meta. Joxy has been competing as well for quite a long time. Throughout multiple seasons, throughout multiple expansions. So this team has a lot of experience on the ladder, although this is, similarly one of the first times we're going to see them playing together. But of course, Power Frogs are a very stacked roster. They took the move to a game 5 in the open bracket and almost actually defeated them on that upper side. So they are looking very polished in this tournament, which is not going to make this any easier for Fusion.
Nope, definitely not. Looks like the games are going to be starting momentarily here as Power Frogs and Fusion line up for game number 1 of this elimination round.
Okay, a bit of a spicy pick coming in here from Fusion against the Arcane Mage. I mean, on paper, this seems good, right? Like, they're going to be playing Outlaw, double Shaman, and if I'm an Arcane Mage, this is a nightmare lobby for me, but for some reason, I feel like the Power Frogs are going to be able to pull this off. But I like the idea here for Fusion. Let's see if it actually works.
If this is a solo shuffle and I was Cubsy, I would be, just doing my best to try and go 3-3. But this is going to be, when you can coordinate and synergize with your team in voice, it might not be as potent. You can see Tuna looking for Cyclones off that disorienting roar, but he doesn't find it. Now he's into a full blind. Trying to get pressure onto Cubsy. Dopamine's just going to be lobbing out Lava Burst onto anybody that he can see, while Naj stuns the entire team to set him up for pressure. And they're actually putting a lot towards Cubsy at the moment, getting him quite low here. Ironbark going to trade out from Tuna. Cubsy recovers. Now, how is Cubsy going to play this matchup? Because usually he's going to be hiding around the outskirts of the map, playing very passive and defensive. But I'm worried that with a double Shaman setup, that the Druid's mana might not be able to keep up.
Well, Cubsy likes spell stealing. That's his big thing. He's going to just stand in the middle of the map and spell steal 800 million times. And it can be annoying. He actually manages to find a sheep, which is a big surprise here onto Joxy, fixing out some interrupts, managing to land that. And so far, Cubsy has just been the precog king, just faking out those interrupts, getting precog, putting out a lot of burst damage here onto Dopamine. And you can see Dopamine has no buffs. Every Earth Shield is just getting removed. Let's see, though. The nice thing for Dopamine, though, is every single time he uses... what is it called? Every single time he uses, he's getting all those debuffs on himself, so it becomes a little bit more difficult to expire. I don't know why I can't think of that. Yeah, it's Primordial Wave. Every Primordial Wave with this 4-set is going to give him a bunch of trash debuffs that makes it more difficult for Cubsy to actually spell steal. So maybe that is part of their plan here.
See how it works out, because right now he's just literally standing melee range of the Ellie Shaman. It's almost like they're not playing ranged classes, but a big swap on Tuna. As he's doing his best to just line aside. He survives the stun with the Bark Skin. They switch their pressure back onto Cubsy, and this is what Fusion need to do. They need to attack all 3 targets simultaneously. As a Resto Druid, you can have Life Bloom on 2 targets, so finding the vulnerable one that doesn't have Life Bloom and focusing some of your hardest attacks towards that, and then switching when Life Bloom is swapped to that, is the best way to keep pressure against the Druid. It's the best way to run the Druid out of mana. With that pressure they just got a few seconds ago, they already burned like 10-15% of Tuna's mana. They're now blasting down Cubsy. Tuna retreats away. He's trying to get control of Naj. They swap to him out of the Cyclone with the Kidney Shot. Cubsy max ranges the Wind Shears there off in the corner with that move cast Arcane Surge. That was really good positioning by him. That is likely to be a difficult spell to get off against 2 Shamans. And now he's just kiting towards the outskirts, playing at the pillar, counterspelling the Hex, and he's going to do this little cheeky move where he sits on the corner and starts his missiles and then goes around the corner so that he can't be wind sheared. This is super annoying when a mage starts doing this. It basically neutralizes the wind shear threat that Joxy and Dopamine have, because he's never going to be in line of sight of a wind shear if he's able to play like this.
Yeah, just spamming out spell steals once again. Cubsy getting a significant amount of damage out on that Arcane Mage. Ring of Fires have been nice as well, and always playing that blink stun. So Cubsy, what's interesting about him, he has such a unique playstyle on that Arcane Mage, much different than basically anyone else. And in this match, he's for the majority of it, he's just sitting in the middle of the map, kind of going toe-to-toe here, playing a little bit unafraid. And I think that's one of the nice things that he can do with the Resto Druid. Like early on in the game, the Resto Druid has so high healing, like the throughput is so high that Cubsy isn't going to go down. So instead of like trying to kite and avoid damage, he's basically just face tanking all the damage and trying to generate pressure himself. Mana about even here for Tuna and Joxy, and I think a lot of that probably comes down to the spell steals, but these constant swaps on Tuna have been threatening. They just have a lot less pressure on Cubsy than I initially anticipated.
Let's see if they can keep it going. Dopamine getting an Ascendance proc. Tuna in the open field. He's getting sheeped up by Cubsy, denying a lot of damage. He's just switching over. Naj, I think he got faked on his interrupt. He's into a full blind. Cubsy's got precognition. What's he going to do with it? He polymorphs off the blind. Repositioning away as Naj is sprinting in. He's going to kidney shot Daze. They swap to the rogue for a moment. Cubsy is max ranging on the opposite side of the map from Joxy to make sure that he can't be disrupted, but they don't really care. They're just going after Tuna. Now, both Tuna and Daze are critically low, and that's going to cost Tuna's trinket to escape from crowd control, as well as his bark skin. And typically, when you overlap those two cooldowns as a druid, it's when you're going to be the most vulnerable moving forward. So he needs to be ready. Naj sees that vulnerability. He's already attacking the druid, and Cubsy's trying to protect him with polymorphs, but the polymorph breaks a bit early there, and now Tuna's into the kidney shot. They need more sheeps on Naj. They need to stop the re-stun, and that sheep on Naj stopped Tuna from getting stunned multiple times. He can now get back to the pillar. Dazed into the full blind, into a gouge. Naj is just controlling the DPS, trying to get ahead in terms of momentum and pressure and win on mana, and not really looking for sort of any flashy plays, just trying to take a safe line to victory.
Yep, Cubsy once again going to be trying to get the damage out. Shifting power comes in. They're getting a little bit of pressure on the mage now, and as dampening gets higher, it's going to be a lot more difficult for Tuna to heal through this. Full kidney shot does land, but unfortunately, Naj gets caught in a kidney shot himself. Cubsy with the touch of the Magi, getting some significant burst out onto Dopamine right now, who's just in the middle of the map, trying to split pressure, and damage is quite high on the Elemental Shaman. You can see Dopamine has a significant lead, and will all that damage end up mattering? It's definitely going to be a lot more potent as this game goes on, and healing gets reduced here for Tuna.
Yeah, let's see if he can get a drink. I really think he's going to need to at some point. It can also be really tough as a Resto Druid because you spawn in these treants, which typically are really powerful and they heal a lot, but they also keep you in combat, and they spawn while you're in tree form. So you may have to opt to just cancel your tree form to stop spawning them in order to sit down for a drink. And right there, Tuna gets caught in a kidney shot, but he pre-bear forms it, anticipating Naj to jump over to try and CC him. Now Naj into a cheap shot. Daze is taking control. Counterspell on Dopamine. Tuna's trying to drink. Can Naj find him? It looks like he's found him. He actually gets a sap off the back of that drink attempt, but it looks like a dot may have broken it. But the main thing is deny Tuna from getting mana. I think Joxy's going to be able to keep healing for some time, even at this low of mana. He's likely maybe even just sitting on a mana tide totem as well, be able to regen in the future. Another swap on Tuna that's going to force his bark skin. Maybe he dies through it. Big primordial wave. Tons of lava bursts coming through. That's going to be the Tranquility. They have no way to disrupt it with this composition, but now there's pressure on Dopamine with the Arcane Surge and Touch of the Magi activated, and he's down at half. They knock him out of the Earthen Wall. He's able to crawl his way back into that. Joxy's got his Healing Tide Totem behind the pillar, protected from Cubsy, and Daze is getting a ton of value to top off Dopamine. Tuna's likely trying to sit down for another drink. Naj sees that. He jumps over. He's got Cloak of Shadows. I'm honestly wondering if he should start throwing those offensively, trying to evasion a bash, try and cloak some sort of crowd control, because right now it's all about stopping Tuna. They drop an Earthquake down. I'm not sure if it hit him, though. He's still in cat form.
No.
He's trying to get back to the pillar, grappling hook over, but actually Dopamine's in trouble. Joxy has no trinket. If they get this, they get the polymorph. He's going to have to burrow beneath the ground. He's got no astral shift. He comes up early to interrupt it. But if that blind connects and Dopamine is still low health, he can easily die in this position. And Tuna did get mana. He's got Innervate up. His team is in a great position to be able to take down Dopamine in the next setup.
Yeah, Dopamine's had a lot of trouble. Joxy, he had to trinket out of a sap. He dropped out of combat going for drinks at the full blind lands. There it is. I think Dopamine is just done. He needs to try to keep himself alive. A pre-Earthen Wall totem might be enough. Maybe they did it. They weathered the storm. There's a Spirit Link available here for Joxy as well. He's playing a great position. He's trying to get away from Daze, not allowing him to connect any stuns. And Dopamine is just continuing this pressure onto Tuna. But he is just getting struggled to get topped off. Joxy is going to drop the Spirit Link totem. Does manage to get a little bit more healing, but that full kidney shot might be the end of the game. Cubsy still has Ice Block, still has greater invisibility, and I don't think Dopamine's going to get out of this one. He's not. Just slowly but surely, Power Frogs, they build a lead, and a lot of that just stemmed from Daze able to find that full sap onto Joxy. And Joxy kind of trinketed it right away, which was a bit surprising, but that definitely left some big openings there for the Power Frogs in that late game.
I mean, maybe he's thinking if I trinket this, my team stays ahead and we can keep stopping drinks and we can just finish the game. Is the only thing I'm maybe thinking, like he doesn't want to fall behind. Is this the sap you're talking about? He gets sapped up, and he does. Yeah, he trinkets really early. I mean, Dopamine, he's got Burrow, but that's it. And I think he trinketed because Tuna was drinking in the back. So he didn't want like Dopamine to have to run away or play defensive. He wanted him to push in and be able to stop it. But I think the Earthquake didn't hit Tuna, and then he repositioned and he got a tiny bit of mana, which allowed him to keep healing in this position so that they could win with the blind ultimately after trinketing that. So the trinket didn't stop the drink, and then it put him in the spot where he's going to fall behind to blind. And then dampening is a double-edged sword, right? It's like maybe you're playing for your win condition, but it's also the other team's win condition as well. And the Power Frogs are a team that, majority of their games are going to go really late. So I often wonder if it's even a good strategy to try and deliberately play for dampening against them or not. Although you don't really have much of a choice with the way that they're quite slippery, right? You got the Rogue to protect an Arcane Mage, which, even without a Rogue, it's really tough to attack a lot of the times. Druid constantly rotating across the map. And even with Dopamine doing like almost double the damage of everybody else in this lobby, Joxy's mana, I mean, aside from like sitting down to drink for like 2 seconds, the mana was, in favor of Tuna at that point. So I'm wondering, they're going to go to a small map, and I think that's smart. This is a map where it's just difficult to drink as the Druid. Play some type of Resto Shaman comp. Maybe they just play the same thing again, and the smaller map enables them to close the game out faster. But like, what are their other options? They could do Moonkin Rogue. How do you? I would like to see it maybe, but they're gonna do the double shaman again. It's gonna just be a lot better because the shamans will actually be able to do something to the mage. I feel like even on Nagrand, Cubsy was getting in these spots where he's like 30 yards away from everybody, and they couldn't really stop him anyways. So on this map, they should be able to just be more annoying, I think, for Cubsy.
Look at the death recap here too. Like Daze and Tuna weren't able to really. I mean, it's typical for a Resto Druid not to be able to really connect any damage, but Daze was just going for outright crowd control. Oh, Cubsy kept him low. So we'll see. Smaller map. I'm not sure though, because I feel like Cubsy still kind of just face tanked most of the damage. Like he was just in the middle of the map, just kind of eating some of the pressure there from Dopamine and Naj, just spamming out the dispels, which is really, really difficult for Joxy to deal with. It's like you said, in like a solo shuffle, this would be an absolute nightmare for an Arcane Mage to deal with. But when you actually have an Outlaw Rogue and a Resto Druid healing you, and dampening's ramping up slowly, it seems like they can definitely win this one. So I like the idea for Fusion, but they're going to have to execute. I think the most convincing times in the game for me is when they went after the Druid. So I think they're going to have to do the consistent Druid swaps, as that was probably the most lethal their setups did look.
Definitely here. Moving to Hook Point, they're gonna, if they don't manage to get through this part of the bracket, I mean, I think they still have quite a few points from season or Cup 1 and 2. So likely Gauntlet is still easily on the table for them, even if they go out here. But you really want to try and avoid as many teams as possible. The competition is at its highest this year, so can they manage to do it here with this a little more unorthodox composition, the double Shaman Rogue? On paper, it makes a lot of sense. There's so many grounding totems, so many wind shears to disrupt the mage and the druid, but they're just not able to close the game out. There's not enough lethality on the composition, so they need to find that line and know when they're at the point where Tuna can't recover and start. I think they need to get on top of him and not allow him to escape.
Let's see, full Cyclone here onto Naj, Kidney Shot onto Joxys. It looks like they're going to be setting up on the Elemental Shaman once again, or sorry, on the Resto Shaman, putting a little bit more pressure onto the healer this game. Maybe they realized their early game pressure on Dopamine wasn't too great, and they're going to be looking to go after the Shaman a little bit more in this game.
All right. I mean, you could flip this map on its head, right? Like, this is a really good healer killing map. So if Joxy and the rest of Shaman having his Earth Shield spell stolen and having his Healing Stream totem sniped off by the Rogue constantly puts him in a really behind position, this could be tough to deal with. Another Kidney Shot connects here. Cubsy's right on top of him, but he actually just walks into a Thunderstorm. Naj is cloned away. He steps back over. Kidney Shot on Daze, but now Joxy's cycloned by Tuna. Where are they going to go with the swap here? Is it Naj or is it Dopamine just holding him in place? They've got a ring to trap him on that corner of the wall. Naj gets swapped too. Looks like a grounding totem came down there to protect him. He should be able to recover. Now they're swapping back onto Cubsy with that Blade Rush. He's Frost Nova'd. He does have that extra range through his talents on the Outlaw Rogues. He's actually poking him even despite the Frost Nova. Touches the Magi up on the Joxy, and they are just kind of running it down mid onto the Resto Shaman, and Tuna's just drinking when they do that. So by attacking Joxy, it puts Naj in this position where he wants to attack Dazed and prevent him from killing his healer, but then he's not in a position to attack Tuna or to disrupt him from drinking. So this is an interesting tactic where it's like your all-out offense actually opens up the table to just play really defensive at the same time.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're hitting the Water Shield for Joxy as well, so he's literally full mana. So we were about 2 minutes into the game, and he's 95% mana set up here onto Cubsy. Stuns are going to be coming in. He's going to blink out of that one, removing himself from that stun. Dopamine is going to be putting an offensive cyclone nicely down there by Tuna, but Joxy coming in with a lightning lasso, trying to mix things up and get aggressive here onto the enemy healer. Gets shut down by a kidney shot. Cheap shot on Naj. Right now, Daze completely setting up his team with a stun lock on everybody. They're getting cleaved by arcane missiles and Ring of Fire right now as Dopamine is under assault. Naj as well, just burning down. Joxy has to play catch up. What cooldowns does he have? The Healing Tide Totem is going to be down, and ultimately Fusion will recover, but a great little push there by the Power Frogs.
Tuna fishing for some Cyclones here off to the side. Dopamine getting cracked by Cubsy here. Arcane Orb comes through 2 players. He gets wind sheared though on the missiles. Tuna repositioning behind the fence line. He's still doing his best to try and avoid damage. Typically you want to be at a pillar to avoid the elemental and just make yourself not a target. Nice pre-bear form. They pull Naj in a good position to blind him, and now Tuna just crosses the map off to the other side of the sea, and he's likely going to need to look for a drink on that side. But he's in tree form, so he's going to have to wait for that to fade. Those spawning trends going to keep him in combat. He's got Adaptive Swarm out here on Cubsy. That's going to be bouncing around and amplifying his healing. Cubsy's just trying to solo Joxy with Touch of the Magi at the moment. Dazed cheap shot can't really help. Cubsy, where is he going to go right now? Does he blink on top of Joxy? Does he keep going after Naj? Naj is actually going after Tuna. Cubsy's just going to counter pressure with the Arcane Surge. So Naj sees that and immediately grapples over and disarms the Rogue to stop their assault on Dopamine. And now he's right back onto Tuna. Tuna's just going to jump to Cubsy. I like the positioning of Cubsy there to give Tuna an escape with that wild charge so that he can basically use his partner as a conduit to be able to jump across the map, even though it's a small map. The way that they're positioning is enabling them to get very far away from each other, which is exactly what they need. If they get clumped up at all or they're out in the open for too long, that is when the Elemental Shaman is going to start to sink his teeth in.
Yeah. Missiles coming in from Cubsy once again. He gets a full polymorph there onto Joxy, but unfortunately not able to fully capitalize. Naj right now going to hook over and try to slow down Tuna just a little bit, but he is under pressure, needs to be a little bit careful. Joxy has to play catch up and is down to about 50% mana. Both these healers even, but it could be Naj that falls. He needs to use his Vanish potentially. He's going to hold on to it, which is good. Now he has that Vanish for an offensive push, getting a full kidney shot here on the Tuna. This is a great little push here by Fusion. Maybe they can tie it up if they can take down Tuna. This is the Bark Skin. Incarnation Tree of Life does come in. I think Tuna's ultimately going to be able to survive, but the healer swaps are looking really good here for Fusion.
All right, can they keep it up here? There's a full sheep on Joxy. Naj evasions, but Cubsy can still just pound through that with arcane missiles. Another sheep, he gets gouged, slowing down the assault. Naj is trying to move in to stop the drink. He distracts it. Earth grab totem. I like that Joxy moved in offensively there to stop the drink. It's very important. Now they're swapping onto Tuna. Healing Tide totem is down, but I think it got sniped pretty quickly there. So Dopamine is pretty low health. He's got some options, but if he uses them too late, he might just die through them. He's trying to be greedy. He can't be greedy any longer. That is the Touch of the Magi, but Cubsy has fake cast the Windsure, and he's still unloading tons of damage. It looks like with the Astral Shift and Joxy's Riptides at the pillar, he'll be all right. And Cubsy jumping onto Joxy. They get a Disorienting Roar looking for a Cyclone, but he gets disrupted. Really good, nice break in the chain. They drop a Ring of Frost, but that doesn't connect onto Joxy. They blind Cubsy defensively with a kidney shot onto Tuna. That gets Cubsy's trinket, but it's probably not too much consequence. They're switching on to Dazed. Cheap shot, stun lock combo here with Naj's pressure on that Vanish. He's still got another Shadow Dance. He's just going to chain his Vanish into a Shadow Dance and swap to Dopamine right after that Astral Shift fades and cheap shot the trinket of Joxy. Naj getting a lot of crowd control. Really effective plays right now to keep Dopamine low health. Ring of Fire is down. Another Touch of the Magi. If Cubsy can fake cast a Wind Shear and get a couple of missiles here with this Touch of the Magi, he's just lobbing in Arcane Barrages and proccing a ton of Arcane Orbs. Dopamine's going to have to duck around the corner for a moment if he wants to hold on to that burrow. But now he's back in Cubsy's line of sight. Dampening getting to the 30% mark. Nice double Ring of Frost sniped by Cubsy with a gouge on Naj. And now the Power Frogs are looking to clap back. Look at this pressure. A Cyclone out from Tuna. And Dopamine is about to get dropped. Spirit Link Totem squeezes between the Cyclones and stabilizes Joxy's team for now. And they're trying to pull off a miracle. Big swap onto Tuna. They blind Naj, though, defensively, and he doesn't have a trinket into a cheap shot. Tuna will easily recover. And now it's coming down to the similar situation as game one. Is Tuna going to be able to sneak away for a small amount of time to get a drink? Because he's going to absolutely need mana in a moment here.
Yeah, Cubsy, though, going for the Arcane Surge, it gets interrupted. He just hasn't been able to connect it. Fusion doing a really good job shutting that down, kind of denying some of the burst that Cubsy has, but finally is going to land the Surge. Does he have the damage? Looks like he will commit the Touch of the Magi here onto Joxy. At the same time, Tuna's under fire. Could be a little bit of a healer race. Astral Shift trades for Joxy. Can they just kill him through it? Dampening is high. Tuna completely out of mana. This could be a very close game here. Looks like Tuna is able to recover. He's got the Innervate up right now. Joxy as well is dropping the Healing Tide Totem. So Fusion should be able to stabilize unless they can snipe that off. They don't. Obviously going for a full polymorph here onto a Joxy as they turn their attention onto Dopamine, who was the main pressure point in that last game.
Okay, Tuna getting swapped to again. Going to use the renewal. He actually sits on his skins. Reposition. Static Field, though, pulls Dazed and Cubsy together. They're going to Kidney Shot Naj instead. Arcane Orb cleaving the whole team. If Cubsy can get a couple of Arcane Orb procs on Barrage and stack up the team, that's definitely a way for him to overwhelm. He's sniping off the Grounding Totem with the Fire Blast. Really good usage of that spell in this moment. Another Grounding Totem dies. Arcane Missile it right away. Ring of Fire on 2 players. This is very dangerous right now for Naj and Dopamine. They're going to trade Astral Shift. It may not be enough at 38% dampening, and Tuna is just running around the map away from the enemy rogue Naj and just totally shutting him down and avoiding his pressure. He's now into a Kidney Shot. They lasso Daze. They get his Trinket Cloak of Shadows. They're getting pressure onto the rogue, but typically, you know, you don't want the Outlaw Rogue to be your priority kill target. I think ideally here it's going to be the Druid, but they just can't get in his line of sight. And while he's in tree form, he's going to get these Omen of Clarity procs, which give him free regrowths. So while he's in tree form, he can heal even despite having 0 mana. He's got tree form, it looks like, up for quite a long time right now. And Dopamine, at any moment, could just plummet into the pits here. He's getting so low. A massive Arcane Surge. Touch of the Magi is up once again. Do they have Grounding Totems available? It doesn't look like it. And if they get a ton of missiles here, he could just go down. He's going to trade out the Burrow and go beneath the ground, but Joxy's in a full Cyclone. No Trinket. Missiles connect. Here comes an Arcane Barrage. That is lights out for Joxy. And the Power Frogs leap to game 3.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a slow... I've talked to a lot of the teams, and it is pretty much unanimous that they hate playing against the Power Frogs the most. Like, the strategy that the Power Frogs implements is just something that they don't want to deal with. Like, nobody likes fighting the Arcane Mage, especially the way Cubsy plays it with the Outlaw Rogue and the Resto Druid. It is just a slow, painful loss where every buff you have up is just getting spell stolen by Cubsy. He's just not a target with the way he positions and plays, and you just eventually just lose and later on in dampening. But honestly, Power Frogs, they had really good control of this match. I like the constant swaps in the game. Go after Joxy, then put him in polymorphs, and eventually in dampening, they're able to just take down Dopamine. The healing, that kind of carries for the Restoration Shaman. Like, Resto Shaman, their biggest problem in dampening is that they can no longer kind of just survive with Healing Stream and Riptide and Earth Shield, and they have to really cast. And you don't have the mana to get off those casts. You don't have mana to even re-put up those healing buffs because you're just completely tapped. It's a big surprise to me in this one that the Power Frogs is actually able to win with a mana lead over the Restoration Shaman, because last season it was pretty much the reason why you played Resto Shaman is you would always out mana the Resto Druid and have that late game advantage. But in this one, it's really not playing out that way.
I wish I'm trying to remember the command for the talents. I want to look at Joxy's talents, because there are some talent builds for Shaman that are less mana efficient than the others, but I would assume that he's running the most mana efficient version of Shaman and dropping those talents. He's probably not running Lava Surge or any sort of like Flame Shock damage. I don't think it's going to be good to run those in this type of matchup. Maybe if you had like an Assassination Rogue or something else. I actually wonder
if Mana Tide Totem and Resonant Waters.
So he's got all the mana regeneration. He's still getting out-mana'd, even despite the drinks. I mean, if you're in that position, you're getting out-mana'd, this isn't going to work. It only works if you can out-mana. Maybe it's a damage thing. Maybe, like, we'll have to wait and see what the meter says at the end here after the replay is over to see, like, comparably what is the damage like. Because on the DPS meter, at least right now, it looks like their team's actually behind on damage overall, right? Like, Daze is at 28, Cubsy's at 38, Dopamine just got passed towards the end of the game. Like, if you're doing the same or less damage, this is not going to work, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Like I said, the idea of this composition makes a lot of sense to me, but it's just not working out that way. And I kind of do wonder if they're going to mix it up. I mean, obviously Dopamine plays mage as well. Joxy though, I know Joxy, it looks like he's going to play Resto Shaman. So they are going to be bringing in the Balance Druid. Dopamine going to be logging off of the Elemental Shaman and trying to mix it up. I think this is something that they can win with, right? Like, isn't this the composition that Liquid normally uses to beat Power Frogs?
Yeah. I mean, it's the comp that they use to beat everybody. Maybe it's not a Resto. Is it? Do they normally use a Resto Shaman?
They played with the Resto Shaman, I'm pretty sure.
Which I don't recall if it was a Resto Shaman or not, but it makes sense, I think, in this matchup for the Shaman, because you can out-mana the Druid, and the Prez Evoker is usually kind of a liability against Rogue Mage. It's at least one of the harder matchups as a Prez Evoker, so I definitely see the Shaman having the advantages. I also feel like I've seen Joxy more on Shaman than almost any other healer, at least throughout competitive play. So I think this makes sense for Fusion. I think they were honestly just trying to take the easy way out with the Ellie, right? Like, we'll just keep Flame Shock up and do damage and live, and we'll just passively win. Like, it was a very like overall blanket safe strat, and I don't know how much they've really practiced it, because at least when I'm watching Naj, I don't see them like spamming that comp on the ladder. So if you're trying to like take the easy way out against a team like the Power Frogs, I just don't think it's going to work against a caliber team like that. Playing something that you've practiced and trying to get close, and obviously a composition that's strong, I think it's going to be a better line for them.
All right, we'll see. Ruins of Lordaeron, game number 3. Power Frogs just one away from eliminating Fusion. Power Frogs, it is a little bit of a surprise to see them down in the lower bracket, but Zico kind of mentioned it. There's just so many good teams in North America where you're almost guaranteed to see one of the really good teams in the lower bracket. Like, somebody's going to have to be down there if everybody is going to be making it into the top 8. So Power Frogs this week, they will be the one, and they're going to be an absolute terror down here in this lower bracket.
Yeah, it's also a fatiguing team as well. Like, you want to avoid them because you're going to play a gruelingly long series against them every time, and like, you're going to burn your stamina. Your IRL stamina bar is going to hit 0 against them. So this is a team like you never want to go against the Power Frogs in a tournament, because they are just going to just drain you of anything.
I really think that Cubsy, like, if we could give Cubsy an award, like, he is the best dampener in World of Warcraft. Like, I really think so. Like, his role on Cloud9 on Resto Druid when they played Mage Lock, and now him just loving the Arcane Mage, like, and the way he plays it, I think he's got to be like top dampener that I can really think of.
Yeah, the spirit of Cloud9 lives on in North America from Cubsy. The team might be disbanded, but he is keeping the spirit of that team still alive and well. Naj and Daze both in stealth are here, but Tuna comes out of stealth, so they're going to open on him. Daze is going to pre-peel the rogue, I think, here. Naj tried to pre-evasion a kidney shot, but he's going to get cheap shot through that into a cyclone. He actually decides to trinket it. Now, Outlaw Rogues, they usually play very aggressive with their trinkets, very aggressive with their cooldowns. It's all about connecting, maintaining uptime, and spending as many combo points as possible for cooldown reduction. So it is very common to just see kind of rogues just trinket, cloak, evasion almost in the opener to get all of their cooldowns out and connect their pressure. And I think that's very important. I think Naj needs to focus on getting out as much damage as possible. Dopamine get out as much damage as possible. I like that he's actually running the Fairy Swarm as well. In this matchup, it's really tough to get a lot of consistent cyclones, and the high winds doesn't really do a lot against a rogue or a mage. So the disarm is nice because you can time it at the end of a stun and prevent a restun. And that's what I'm going to be really looking for from Dopamine, is when Joxy or Naj or even himself are in trouble, how is he timing that Fairy Swarm?
Let's see. Dopamine right now into bear form, just trying to tank out a lot of this damage with that mitigation. Big spell steal's coming in. A full cyclone lands here on the Daze. They need to make healer swaps, I do believe. I don't think Cubsy will go down until a little bit later on in the game, but maybe they just need to actually go on him, try to keep him a little bit more honest in the game, get interrupts out. The problem is Cubsy doesn't really cast many spells. Like, he's just spell stealing so often in the game that, like, how much do you really mitigate by going after him? Full blind now onto Joxy as Tuna does get interrupted. Dopamine really setting up his team, trying to get the damage rolling here onto Tuna. Full bash comes in. He does have the bark skin, but opting not to make the trade. Dopamine going for a Fairy Swarm here onto Daze, going to be disarming him, slowing down that damage. And so far, the offense from Fusion has seemed a little bit better in this game.
I also think it's important to note that it is Ruins of Lordaeron on match point, a fitting final resting place as it is a cemetery, and they're looking to seal Dopamine's grave as Joxy has no trinket, and neither does Dopamine. That's a full cycle off from Tuna, and Dopamine immediately ducks into bear form. He's actually not running Heart of the Wild. You may be running a Poison Dispel build. It can be good against rogues if you crowd control the rogue and then dispel your max stack wound poison. You can stay ahead of the poison, but you also have poison cleansing. I think Heart of the Wild can be really good in a matchup like this to survive a go with the pre-bear form. So he's losing a lot of durability. He's into another kidney shot, and he's just taking so much damage. They get another cyclone. Tuna is getting so many cyclones. We credited their ability to dampen and drag games on, but they're also nailing these CCs when they need to and getting a lot of effective pressure for their team in these moments. Cubsy's getting on top of Joxy, just bullying him, staying next to him so that he can snipe his totems and possibly counterspell him, but now he's pulling away with Tuna to the backside of his pillar. Those move cast Arcane Surges, man. Watching Cubsy on Arcane Mage, it's like trying to catch a fly with chopsticks. It's never going to happen. He's just buzzing around the room the whole game, just sliding in and out around the corner, casting spells while moving. He gets a polymorph around that corner. Joxy is going to be in a lot of trouble if Tuna gets a clone out of this. Tuna's repositioning. He's not going to go for it. They just get a resheep instead, and Dopamine is just dying. He's got some cooldowns. He can trade right now. He's got his renewal. He's still sitting with it in his back pocket. He's going to be greedy. Roxy's out of CC. They swap to Tuna. Big swap. But
big
look
setup.
at this damage, man. Both Tuna and Dopamine just getting torn apart. Daze sets up a cheap shot, but Cubsy gets solar beamed on his polymorph. Dopamine is just dying to damage. He gets cloned at low health by Tuna. Another really good clone here on Runes of Lordaeron. And now he's looking like he wants to go for another one. Gets another one here. Maybe he's going to go for a third one. He's looking for the clone. He gets a clone off the gouge, man. The clones are crazy, and Dopamine's just not trading. Oh my god, just sitting there. He trusts that Joxy's going to save him with the trinket and doesn't overlap the bark skin. Now they're trying to swap onto Tuna again, but he's in bear form. He's getting cyclones, and he's not getting caught. Tuna is having a really good game right now.
Yeah, doing a really good job. Ice Nova here onto Naj as they're both trying to connect to their target. Looks like Cubsy will actually be put into a cyclone. Little gouge here onto Joxy. Tuna looking for a full cyclone, but he gets knocked away there. Great defense there by a Dopamine just to slow down the game. And a big setup here onto Tuna once again. These kidney shots are lethal. Cubsy spamming out Polymorph and connecting them on Naj. Might be the only reason why Tuna didn't have to make any trades there. Just playing incredibly greedy, but greed is good. In this case, Tuna will hold on. They don't even get the bark skin or trinket, which is really sad for Fusion.
All right, let's see what they can get here. They are way ahead on mana at least. Oh, but the stun locks. Cubsy, Ring of Frost, and he move cast it so the Thunderstorm doesn't matter. Disarm here comes out, but it looks like it just got dispelled immediately. And Dopamine just could just die. It's match point. There's no trinket, full blind, and that is it. The Power Frogs move in the lower bracket.
Yeah, beautiful performance here by the Power Frogs, and you mentioned it, right? Like, I called out they're really good at dampening, and that's only when they need to. They can also play really aggressive, nail the CCs, and they played this composition super well and really uniquely also. So that's what makes them such a threat. And it is taxing playing against this team. I mean, they are willing to go the distance. You are going to play a long, drawn-out series basically every time you fight against the Power Frogs. And they managed to move forward in the lower bracket, like you mentioned. There's just so much crowd control on to Joxy in this match. This is where Dopamine barely survived. I mean, if Cubsy got a barrage off right before that cyclone, that would have been the end of the game. So that's just how close it was, but it's just so consistent that Dopamine had to play defensive. They had good swaps on Tuna, but Tuna just disrespected all of them. Like, he got low on health. He was getting chunked in terms of his HP, but still just held onto the bark skin, held onto the iron bark, never really traded out the trinket. And at this point, it was just a full Ring of Frost on Joxy. He's got no trinket. There's no way out. Dopamine has 0 defensive cooldowns. And that re-polymorph coming in from Cubsy was obviously enough to seal the deal and the full blind to follow it out. I mean, this is complete overkill here. Unfortunately, Naj, he did go for like a counter blind on Daze, but Daze had a trinket and managed to land the blind before it, so it didn't end up mattering too much.
This is a really clean game. The other rounds, dragging the fight on, playing for the late game, but like Tuna, if he can play like this, Resto Druid hasn't been like particularly notably strong, but if he can play like this, I definitely think he could make a mark for his class in the lower bracket in this third cup of the season. You know, we're getting close to the last chance to qualify for the finals. There's only one more cup, literally the weekend after this. So you want as good of a performance as you can, as the Power Frogs are a team that are looking to get one of those top 3 positions, one of those safe seats in the grand finals.
Certainly are, and I think they're certainly on track to do that as well if they continue with this performance that we just saw. So they're going to be getting some nice points just from the placement that they currently are in, so hopefully they'll be moving forward. Continuing on here in that lower bracket, we can see the game that we just finished off with. 3-0 versus the Fusion. Very solid win for them. UNITAS, of course, still waiting on an opponent as well down there in that lower bracket. They're going to be taking a look at the next series that we have coming up here. I know one that a lot of people are sure to be anticipating. It is Team Liquid versus La Pomp.
Yep, Team Liquid versus La Pomp. I'm going to be honest, Liquid is looking completely unbeatable. Like, so far, the games we see from them, they look even better than last season, which I think is a statement. Sea-Doo obviously playing the Preservation Evoker at such a high level for such a long time. And it just so happens the comp Liquid was already the best at is a super good comp now. Just like overall, a lot of teams are trying to emulate their success. That being said, La Pomp is an interesting team because they bring in some very unique compositions. You have Existence, who plays the Arms Warrior and the Demon Hunter. They have a lot of different cleave options as well. with Zhang Bahai playing Resto Shaman as well as that Punch Monk. So they might be bringing in some Ret Warrior Fistweaver, which could maybe work. They also have Dippy that they could bring in, who's kind of like a caster specialist, known for his Moonkin. So they might end up going toe-to-toe, maybe bringing in Existence on the Demon Hunter. I think it's going to make for a really interesting series, but I just think Liquid looks so good. I don't know if anyone's going to beat them.
Yeah, definitely going to be proving to be difficult. But Le Pump, we'll see what they can do. We'll see what they are up to. We're going to head to a break. Before we do that, though, we have yet another map guessing segment. You guys know the drill. Let us know what map you think this is based on the movement of the players. Okay.
Central action early on.
Yep.
This is definitely Empyrean Domain.
Why do you say definitely?
I don't know. Because I got to be confident in my answer.
That's fair.
Think.
Don't wait too long.
I snapped it.
I'm stuck between two right now. Oh, where are they going? It's like off the screen. Like, what is that on the bottom?
It looks like it's like a central pillar, so. Could be an Ashamang's. I don't want to give you any hints. I think I'm wrong. I think I'm wrong.
I'm starting to think I'm wrong too. That's a lot of space.
What is this game where they're playing? Does the rest of the map not on the screen? Like, I'm stuck between the Grand and Tigers right now.
Can I switch my answer to Ashamang's? No one's voted it yet.
Is it actually?
No.
It's Tigers.
Oh.
I was going to say, like, that looks like the Tiger statue, and then they're playing by the balcony. I didn't lock anything in, though, so I technically don't win.
Okay,
but...
Lithia's really good at this. Lithia guessed that in the chat. Like, Lithia guessed that in the chat. Like, immediately.
Okay.
This is not fair.
I feel like there wasn't that information there wasn't that much information to go off of that.
I know.
Wow. It's like you got a 1 in 4 chance of being right.
I think it was a 1 in 2. I think the Grand and Tigers were the only close ones, I think.
Could be Ashamang. You're just looking and running around one pillar. It's possible, right?
Yeah.
I guess it would have to be the top pillar, though, because none of the other pillars are shaped like a rectangle.
Well, there's always
next
worse.
Time. I feel like either they're making it
getting
so
washed
hard.
Up. You feel you're getting washed up.
They're making it so hard. There's no information to go off of. So I'm definitely I'm washed at this. I don't know.
All right.
Get them all wrong.
No, you can't rule forever. Yeah. But we've got a couple more of those. So let us know in chat you've got that correct. With that, we're gonna head to a break. Is Team Liquid versus Le Pump coming up next in the upper bracket. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are now in the upper bracket. We're about to see two very powerful teams face off against one another. However, one might be slightly more powerful than the other, Team Liquid. They're having an incredible season, Lithy, and I expect them to perform very well in this upcoming match.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if anyone is asking how well is Liquid doing, well, just take a quick look at this. It's a thing. So Zedo is cooking, and it's pretty spicy, whatever is turning up in that pot. If you just look at the death recap, he's doing more damage than Sam and Trill in those death moments every now and then. So yeah, Zedo has been fiddling around with his dragon a little bit more, dropping a lot of kind of defensive capabilities, even dropping time dilation as a external cooldown for his group in favor of more damage, and it's really working out. It really looks like the Kings of NA are here to stay, especially because their comp, Ven and Zico, and we're talking about it earlier, just looks really damn strong at the moment. If we're looking on the other side, I'm not sure if Le Pomp has an answer to that.
Certainly the big question, Le Pomp, you know, we do know what they are capable of. They've had some incredible moments so far this season leading up to this point. Quite a lot of veteran experience as well. Supatis, what do you feel like is going to take for Le Pomp to defeat the odds of going up against Team Liquid?
I don't know if they can go head-to-head with a Moonkin comp unless they also have a rogue. So I think for them, it's some sort of cleave composition. Particularly, at least last season, they focused on Demon Hunter and Ret, although Fistweaver is not as strong as it was. So, and running a Fistweaver into a Moonkin can sometimes be not a good idea. So I wonder if they should try Zhang on the Resto Shaman, try some sort of Demon Hunter Resto Shaman type of composition, and focus on the strength of the cleave compositions that they have on their roster.
Yeah, certainly a lot of options going into this. We you know, luckily we are in the upper bracket, so no matter what happens here with Le Pomp, they do have another opportunity to prove themselves. Obviously, I don't want to count them out just yet, but I am looking at the chat prediction right now for Liquid versus Le Pomp, and it's 1.4 million to 44,000. So the odds are not looking good, but Le Pomp is certainly a solid team. And then yeah, prediction, you just gotta hammer it in there with showing the caster predictions. So they are up against quite a lot. So we will have to see what exactly they are capable of, but it just seems like something lately Lithy has just kind of clicked with Team Liquid. Obviously, they've always been an incredible team, but just something about them this season, there's just really been like that extra, I don't know, sparkle or something here with Team Liquid.
Yeah. I don't know if it's sparkle, if it's fire, if it's anything else. They've been looking incredible. I mean, it is one of the longest standing teams, if not. I think now that the move has made some roster changes, it is the longest standing team without changes in the AWC. They've been everywhere. They've been up at the very tippity top. They've been down in the dumps, and currently it looks like they are very much up and front running. I mean, it doesn't just look like it. They are in the front. They are top of the standings. They're the Kings of NA at the moment, and really, I think our biggest question coming into this weekend, into the season in general, is who can beat Liquid? Is it the move? Is anyone else able to step up? Le Pomp, I think they have some potential. They have some good players on the team, but overall, this is a David versus Goliath kind of situation, and Le Pomp really, really has to make it work.
They certainly do. We'll see if they are capable of that. The gates are opening soon here. Game number 1 here in the upper bracket. It is Team Liquid versus Le Pomp.
All right, we're expecting a Prezivoker Boomkin Rogue here from Liquid. It's just a nasty composition in the hands of these three players together. Le Pomp have a few options, so what are they going to run through in the blind pick? Do they have a curveball? Do they have something that's unsuspected? Have they discovered something new? I mean, this is a new patch, new season. We've already seen a lot of different gearing explored in Europe. Possibly there's some interesting combinations that could come out, which is what's really exciting about this matchup, is because Le Pomp formed, towards the later end of the earlier part of this season, and now they've they've stuck together after that. So how have they improved in that downtime from the gauntlet stage that they competed in season 1, and how much more have they improved? The fact that they're up in the upper bracket is already a testament to their development of their ability as a team. But this is going to be their biggest challenge, I think, bar none. If you have to go against Liquid in the first series on broadcast, I think you're hoping to just scrape away at least with not getting clean swept.
Yeah, I mean, clean sweep is one of the big issues. The other thing really is positive for Le Pomp, obviously. This is upper bracket, so if you go down against Liquid, which is a very realistic scenario for them, you still have that lifeline. Then again, in the lower bracket, I mean, there are some nasty, nasty teams that are just waiting to tear you apart. So you really ideally want to stay up here. Overall, I think you're definitely onto something, Super. It's like they have some curveballs, they have some options that they can bring in, but is it really gonna work? That's the big question.
What?
And Liquid actually bringing in the curveballs. It's DK Rogue, Lord Mez himself makes an appearance.
I thought Dippy would be on the bench and it'd be Sam on Moonkin, but it's Dippy in the game, it's Sam on the bench. Mez is coming in, Lord Mez is coming in for game 1. I don't think he's been able to get a win yet for his team in this season. So that, like, for me, this is like a really important game. Can they get a win for Mez on the board overall as a roster? This is a very scary composition for a Resto Shaman. I feel like there's a lot of death grips, a lot of lethality present on this, a lot of crowd control, kidney shot in to strangulate, garrotes onto the whole team, just a huge amount of disruption. And we can see them at the pillar. They actually get popped out of stealth. Not a great start as the assassination rogue. You have subterfuge when you come out of stealth, which allows you to buff up your garrote. He only got garrote on 1 target, so he's going to have to use vanish or shadow dance very early to reapply that garrote. Sidu is back into angel form immediately to heal through the initial exchange of cooldowns. I think that's more than fair for the incarnation. Now a grip into blinding sleet, a triple from Mez. They're trying to set up some damage, triple garrotes onto the entire team, and Dippy knows he needs to get out of there, and he's hightailing it out of range. You cannot stack against a Death Knight and an Assassination Rogue. I like this positioning from Dippy, just pulling away from the Death Grip and trying to kite the melee away from his healer.
Liquid is known for experimenting a bit, but someone who we haven't seen in a while, that is Mez. I think he has like 90% win rate on his DK on the ladder, and if you don't know Mez, well, I'm not quite sure under what rock you've been living the past few years. This man is a living legend, and together with Trill, he is looking to bring the pain right here, right now, and look at everyone rotting away on the side of Le Pomp. Dippy down to 20%. Zhang needs to do some big work here. Spiritling might have to thrown in there in just a second, but first Trill is coming in with a smoke bomb onto the kidney, onto Dippy, cross CC onto Zhang. There's the Crimson Tempest, bleeds all over the place, and look at them rotting. This is such a nasty comp to deal with, and Zhang really seems utterly unprepared, while Sidu is just laughing in the backline. There's the link, and everything is going downhill here, Super.
Even with Ascendance, usually this allows you to AoE heal very effectively, but HP is just going down into a full kidney shot. Everybody is dead on the side of Le Pomp, and Zhang needs to free cast, but he's got a Death Knight right on his heels. He almost goes down. His Spirit Link does nothing. He's just going to get trained into the dirt, I think, at this point. Nope, they're going to go back on Dippy. They want to disrupt his crowd control onto Sidu, but now Trill is not out of the woods. Sidu has some options, though. He's sitting on that Guardian Spirit. He can activate it at any time. He's got his Angel form coming up in 12 seconds, so he just needs to not be greedy for about another 10 seconds. His team should have them in a checkmate position. Full blind, no trinket. They trade Barkskin, and they have Earthen Wall Totem down. That's a lot of defense. Dippy activates the Heart of the Wild. He shouldn't be going down through this. He's going to go for the Incarnation and try and pop Trill back as he disarms him with the Fairy Swarm. Sidu mass dispelling all of the dots off. That's going to set Dippy behind. He's trying to get Cyclones. He Cyclones Trill, but that immediately is disrupted. He switches the Cyclone over to Mez. Really good fake cast by Dippy in this position. He's getting a lot of Cyclones that are important to slow down the game for Zhang because defenses are starting to crack. He's into the stun from Sidu. They're pushing for the win. He has to balance keeping Trill alive and getting CC on Zhang. And Mez actually stole a Cyclone. He Dark Simmed a Cyclone from Dippy, and that Dark Simmed Cyclone into a gouge might just win the game from Mez here in game number 1. Trill still on the back foot, has Cloak of Shadows. He's being greedy with it, trying to reconnect. Somehow Zhang has pulled this off. I don't know how. His whole team is actually back to full health. He's got his Earthen Wall. He's got his Barkskin. These Solar Beams on Sidu are clean from Dippy. He locks him on his cast, and Trill is so low, dying through Cloak. They swap over to Mez off the Cloak of Shadows, and Mez gets absolutely crushed at that moment. Anti-Magic Shield just out of the stun. Apotheosis up for Sidu. And I feel like Dippy and Existence, if they can maintain this momentum, are starting to steal this away from Liquid.
Yeah, they're recovering. The first few minutes definitely in favor of Liquid, but LePomp has not broken under the pressure. Now Mez dropping lower and lower. Here's the next death mark though. Trill looking to really pop off with the damage. Existence down to 20% already. Zhang really needs to pump. Spirit Link's out 50 seconds, but Liquid can't really connect the damage that they want. Duck Simulacrum is available for Mez. He could steal those clones again. He has done it 2 or 3 times already, and this could be massive if they can get it going. Sidus throws in another GS, but he's getting low on mana. They're definitely losing this game slowly but surely. LePomp just needs to stay alive, but can they do it? That's the big question. Great Sigil of Misery for the fear here, and for the moment it seems like Liquid is gonna be even more on the back foot, but another Garrote connects. Trill down to 20%. Where is Sidus with the heals? He needs something. 8 seconds onto the Spirit. He just needs to bridge this gap of time to stabilize and buff up his team. Mez with the IBF. Trill has evasion available, down to 20%. Where's the heals? Anything from Sidu? The PI is in. There's the Spirit, there's the hymn. He's singing the song of life for his rogue, and it looks like Liquid will stay in this race for another few moments.
Trill disarm gets dispelled by Sidu. They're ramping up their damage. It's Incarn for Dippy. It was the Abomination Limb. Another Cyclone and a Mez. Now, did he Dark Sim? He didn't Dark Sim it. Smoke Bomb comes down onto Dippy. No Barkskin. Massive damage. Zhang pre-Tremor Totems as he runs in, expecting to get feared as he repositions. An interesting maneuver, but he's stunned, and Sidu gets in position. They snipe the Tremor, I think. No, the Tremor didn't get killed. He pre-Tremors a Fear like 10 seconds in the future, and now Trill is on the back foot. Sidu has some options, but it's 2 targets that are low, and how is he going to allocate his heals? He's only got maybe 1 more big heal left with that Serenity. Where is he going to put it? Solar Beam on Sidu, Disarm on Trill, trying to slow them down, trying to get aggressive with the Fury of Elune. Sidu's mana is almost completely tapped. His team needs to get a kill on Dippy right now. Is Zhang going to be able to keep him alive just a little bit longer in this position? Apotheosis comes up. They stabilize Mez, they cloak, they go for the win. Everybody is dying. They're all stacked up. They're all bleeding out. Liquid are pushing for a triple kill. Existence is fighting in defiance to turn it around on Trill with the Hunt connecting onto him, but Sidu is keeping him stable, keeping him aggressive. Here comes the Death Mark. That's going to be a massive amount of bleed damage coming out from Trill onto Dippy in this position, but he gets Cyclone. Dippy gets through the interrupts. He's getting a lot of important crowd control right now. Mez going to anti-magic shield, avoid any CC onto himself, avoid the pressure. Zhang into a stun. How is Zhang doing this right now? Absolutely legendary heals coming up from both sides, coming down to the wire. There's 0 mana remaining for Sidu, and I actually can't believe it. LePomp are so close to a kill. Sidu denies it. He blocks it with the Holy Word Life at the last second, and now Existence is beginning to flail. Who's going to fall first? Is it Trill? Is it Existence? He's cheap-shotting everybody to try and stay aggressive and prevent them from getting the kill, but Sidu is solar beamed. He's solar beamed on cast, and Trill's cheat death is proc. And Trill, how are you alive right now? What an insane finish to game number 1. He's holding
the double blind from Mez. Oh my god, he goes in. They're still alive, they're still kicking. Trill on 1%, now he goes down. Can Mez do anything? Gets in, capped on it. Sidu in the Spirit, tries to get into him. The PI is running. Can Mez turn it around? Can he summon back the strength from all those years ago? Mez is no stranger to these situations, but it looks hopeless. LePomp weather the storm. Mez about to go down, and Liquid are on the canvas.
I can't believe this. The pump of the team that starts with the Moonkin. Sidu's team, I'm wondering if that was just experimentation, what they were thinking with that, because I think even as Moonkin, are they really worried about Moonkin Rogue not winning that matchup? I can't. It has to be something else, but like even if it's something else, like why would you want to play DK Rogue into a Ret Cleave anyways? Like it doesn't, to me this comp doesn't make sense to queue it into any of the options that LePomp technically have on paper.
I feel like Liquid is so confident in their ability to win one way or another that they have the option to kind of just not necessarily, I don't want to call it throw away the blind pick, but experiment a little bit more with something that is very much out of the box. We've seen them experiment with a bunch of different DK comps on ladder over the last last few days. For example, DK. I'm blanking on the name, Demolock. So I'm not too surprised that Liquid pulls out a comp that is utterly unexpected. But then again, I'm with you. They had something in mind, I think, here with this. I do think there is a potential where this can work really, really well. Maybe they were expecting something a little bit more along the lines of a Wizard comp or something that could have worked a lot better than Demon Hunter Boomkin in this situation.
I can't think of LePomp having that as an option. I think their only options are like Ret Demon Hunter, Demon Hunter Boomkin.
Do you
Some other melee cleave, I think.
do you think they were expecting Zhang to be on the Monk, not on the Shaman?
I mean, it's possible, but I don't think you'd want to play DK Rogue into a Ret Fistweaver. That just sounds like he's going to sink every kidney shot. I don't know what comp Sidu, Mez, and Trill were wanting to get with this. It doesn't seem fair. It doesn't seem any more or less favorable, at least to me, than Rogue Moonkin would have been on paper. Yeah. Other than perhaps Solar Beams. Like if you play a Prez Evoker, you can get Solar Beamed. The rest of Shaman can't. So maybe you don't play Prez Evoker Moonkin Rogue. You play Shaman Moonkin Rogue, so you can't get Solar Beamed. That's the only real advantage that I see for them is the Gnome Priest into the Moonkin. But if they had locked a cleave, if they locked, I swear, like a Fistweaver, Ret Paladin melee cleave would have just ran DK Rogue into the dirt. I would have thought.
I think I'm with you there. I think we're grabbing pretty deep into the box of what ifs and what could the scenario be. Matter of fact, I think it looked not horrible, but I also think that Liquid has a lot better chances running something more along the lines of their comfort, or rather this season's comfort, in the Rogue Boomy, for example. That will give Le Pomp a lot more trouble than this Asa Rogue DK.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking their time here with this. So if they lock in the same thing, then this is the matchup they wanted to get. And they're looking to try and close the match out faster. But I'm anticipating, given the big map, that they're going to play Boomkin Rogue. I don't know if it's going to be Shaman or Prez is the only thing. Because I do think if he plays Prez, he's really susceptible to Dippy's CC. It's pretty much the only healer now that can actually get consistently Solar Beamed.
I want to throw something in here, because quite honestly, this is not the first time that Liquid comes out of nowhere with a new comp that they're very convinced of, and they keep running with it. And in the past, I want to remember that they have taken this as far as going down to the lower bracket because they didn't want to swap off of the comp they had locked in for a series. So what if we're just looking at Liquid running this back, saying, we actually can win this, we just need to adapt a little bit in-game, change it up a little bit, and make some better plays, then it's going to be fine.
I mean, they were very close. I mean, they were winning for a majority of that game. And it was a couple of teetering points where Le Pomp started getting control, and it was normally when Dippy was able to fake an interrupt. As soon as he got through an interrupt and he got a precognition, he was able to get important cyclones. And I feel like Mez was getting good steals at the start, but then throughout the middle to the end, he didn't steal any cyclones. I felt like when he was able to steal cyclones, their team was dominating them. And then as soon as he wasn't able to steal any more cyclones, they just started losing momentum. So and Le Pomp were getting control.
Maybe because we both don't see DK too much, and especially Dark Simulacrum, we don't see that too much. How does that exactly work for DKs? You need to kind of spell reflect like a warrior spell reflect the Cyclone to steal it, correct?
Yeah, you're timing it at the end of the cast. Basically, you put the debuff on the target. The next spell that they cast, you're going to steal, and you're going to be able to cast it yourself for a limited time after that. So with Boomkins, obviously, they want to fake an interrupt and go for a clone. So if they have precognition, they're usually guaranteed to finish that cast. Because as the caster, you need to stop your cast and then give them a spell that you don't care that you give them. You know, like give them a Moonfire, give them something that doesn't really provide a lot of impact. But when you have precognition, then you can avoid getting stunned and kicked and silenced. You really want to cast. So if you put Dark Simulacron on the target during that time where you know that the Boomkin is going to cast because he's got immunity to cast, you're almost guaranteed to steal it. So something like, let's say Dippy gets precognition, he fakes a kick, and then Mez can anti-magic shield to avoid being cloned, Dark Sim, steal the clone, immune it, clone the healer, or even clone the Moonkin, whatever he wants to do with it. And he was getting a lot of CC chains at the beginning with it. And then there was just a certain point where he just stopped getting them. I don't know if Dippy just got better at the game and just started avoiding it, because this, again, is not a talent that's typically taken. You do have to like readjust and start thinking about the game differently, because it's an extra layer that's added on to what you're already dealing with.
So some little fun quotes that we've gotten from these two teams. And actually, now that I'm rereading this, it's pretty funny, because when asked what comms were hard to deal with, or would be hard to deal with, the answer from Liquid was it's probably gonna be Rogues and Demon Hunters, something along the lines. And the answer from Le Pomp actually was, well, Asarogues and DKs. So there you have it. LePomp was scared of Asarogues and DKs, and Liquid is presenting that on a silver platter, and it really seems like LePomp is getting an opportunity to face their fears right here. And so far, it's been looking pretty good. Well, let's head into Asher Mains. Let's find out if it's going to continue or Liquid are going to be back up on top.
Oh, Trill got popped out of stealth again. That's really bad as Assassination Rogue. Every time you come out of stealth, you get a big boost of damage with Subterfuge. So his opener has been totally shut down. He's trying to get in stealth behind the pillar, but he's got an Earth Elemental on him. So really good awareness from Zhang to know that Trill would want to retreat and re-stealth. And he's just sent that pet after him and trying to pound away and keep him in combat. Mez is pulling back to the pillar, and they've used Angel form for the Incarnation, but it wasn't Metamorphosis. So Existence was patient. He knows that Sidu has been trading that Angel 1-for-1 with Incarn, so Existence isn't overlapping his damage increasing cooldowns, and now Sidu won't have that luxury to freely heal through the Metamorphosis whenever Existence pulls the trigger. But here comes the setup. Grip into blind. Garrotes are coming out onto the whole team, and Existence is trying to get away from the stack, but he gets imprisoned up. Dippy's trying to fake cast interrupts. I don't think he's found a fake cast just yet. There's a lot of disruption for him, but with Barskin up, he should be pretty durable. Maybe not. The entire team is getting AoE'd. Existence has to trade Netherwalk at 10%. Dippy is still hovering at half. Barskin is over. He gets precognition. He fakes the Dark Sim. That was really nice move by Dippy, but the Dark Sim, at least it stalls it. Now he gets kicked on his clone. So This is really interesting tech into a balanced druid to deal with that precognition kind of meta that Sam developed over time. And now Mez has found a countermeasure to it here against Dippy.
Yeah, if someone is there to develop the meta a little bit further, especially if it involves DKs, it is Mez. But ultimately, I think this is literally just a new version of the good old Team Liquid bread and butter. Not quite the Walking Dead, but this time around, it has an Asarogue in it, and they're looking for those triple blind CC setups that Mez is so damn good at. And Dippy really reeling under the pressure, but Trill is Trill. Oh my god, 5% at most. Powered Life comes in clutch. Cheat Death, luckily not procced, but even with all this pressure, Liquid is not looking invincible. They're again and again dropping down to these low HP marks, and Sidu has every hand on deck right now to keep his team alive. The boys are trying to make something work, but so is LePomp, and everyone is melting in this map right now. It's looking rough. Trill once again down to 5%. What can Sidu do? Where's the swap? There it is coming in. The Angel is almost back up, but he needs to pump Trill like crazy. Finally, the evasion is coming through, and they get to recover a little bit, but on the other side, LePomp still rotting. Zhang gets to stabilize a little bit here, right here.
Dippy got really good Cyclones there during the Angel form. Sidu MD'd one, he cloned the Massive Spell. Trill hasn't recovered because he's been imprisoned and Cycloned, and now the Cyclone gets swapped onto Sidu, and Dippy is carrying right now Mez anti-magic shields, and I love that Sidu saves his big heals for Trill whenever Mez has a defensive, so they can stagger their abilities and recover through the AoE damage. Dippy fakes out a clone. He's looking for those. He gets another one on Trill at low health. They could even swap to Sidu and just cleave down the healer at this point. They've got a lot of pressure, and Sidu doesn't have many options. Apotheosis just became available. He's going to pop that immediately and start getting some Serenities, but they're all solar beamed. He gnomes out of it. There is Deathmark available. He's popping it. Trill is going for the kill. His Existence ready to block it. He's got Blur available. He blurs right before the blinding sleet connects from Mez. Mez gets cloned. He can't really set up anything off that blind. Now Existence is moving in once again onto Trill. I-beam fully channeled. Trill shadow steps out defensively to Sidu, ducking around the corner. Existence can't connect, so they're going to swap back onto Mez. Mez has anti-magic shield available. Sidu's mana is not looking too great, though. They're just trying to avoid Existence and Dippy. What's their win condition right now? Demon Hunter has no trinket. I'm imagining that's going to be where they send their next attack, and if Zhang knows that he needs to keep Earth Shield, there's the kidney shot. Mez grips him behind the pillar on the kidney shot, but Trill is disarmed by Dippy. And Dippy is really MVP. Triple stun into the hunt, and they are shredding Liquid apart right now. Trill's got Vanish. He has to vanish away from the fight. He's going to need to peel the team really effectively here because Mez is struggling. Sidu's now into a bash. Dippy's taking full control into an imprisoned and insane crowd control chain onto Sidu, and Trill has options. He's being greedy with it. He's trusting Sidu to stabilize him, but they've just been hovering at 50% this entire time. Low clone again. Trill has to trinket it. Sidu gets solar beam for a moment as he's trying to escape the kidney shot. Dippy, he trinkets. Finally, some counter pressure onto Dippy as he gets gripped back in by Mez, and they really need to swing momentum for their team because I'm feeling like LePomp are going to run away with this at any moment.
It's looking rough. It's looking rougher by the moment. Him coming through from Sidu. Trill still low. Finally pops in the evasion, but it really looks like LePomp is going for the kill. Mez gets cycloned once again. Dark Sim is up in 15 seconds. Maybe he can make work of that, but for the moment, he needs to stick to Dippy. The Apocalypse is out. There's the grip. There's the Mez special. Triple CC. In comes Sidu with the fear as well. Grabby hands, and Dippy is on the list right now. Can they bring the damage? It doesn't look good. Oh, the triple Garrote Trill really just popping off and sending it right now. But it's not quite enough. Zhang pops Ascendants and Ancestral Guardians, and it's just so much healing. But Dippy gets gripped back in. The bear form, the link coming through, but it does nothing. It gets just sniped. Dippy is dying. Dippy is gone. And once again, Liquid just roll them over. What a snipe on that Spirit Link.
I mean, Existence was unless was he not in it? I swear he was in it. It only looked like it hit Zhang and Dippy at least for a moment before it died. So
I'm pretty sure they were all in that link. It just got annihilated.
I mean, that's literally the difference maker right before he gets re-garroted by the rogue, which is so dangerous because as the Resto Shaman, you kind of have to stack for your defensive cooldowns and have people be stationary, which is the opposite of what you really want to do intuitively against a rogue. You want to be kiting them and moving away and spreading out. So tough situation for Zhang. It felt like they were actually winning for the first 5 minutes of the game. I mean, Sidu's team was in this position for most of the match where they're at 50% health. Sidu is losing on mana and he's just struggling to recover and struggling to keep his team alive. And then with one big swing, it had to, I would imagine, have been like a Deathmark push from Trill. They just lined up the stars and just bulldozed Dippy, even with Heart of the Wild at this moment. So Link comes down and Existence doesn't, his health doesn't even redistribute before it's dead, and he dies through Heart of the Wild. He dies through Barkskin too, although it activated pretty low, so he probably got hit by the Execute from the Assassination Rogue, but they died through a lot of defense really quick in that position.
Yeah, there must have been the Rogue bleed out must have been in there, but the majority of the burst damage leading up to that, I think we'll see that on the meters or on the death recap in a moment. It's just Mez sending his CD. He got the Apocalypse out, he got the Unholy Frenzy out. There was just so much damage coming in there. I'm pretty sure he also got some really good Doomburst procs for those massive death calls, and just look at this. 1.8 million damage from Mez in the last 20 seconds. That is absolutely disgusting. And it's just fascinating for me to see, because if you look at the entire last season, Mez played a single map. A single map. Other than that, the man has been sitting on the bench for forever. And now he's off and he's coming in like a bulldozer.
And now what's their blind? It's interesting LePomp actually pick a big map when Liquid also picked a big map. So I'm wondering if LePomp are more afraid of something else coming out from Liquid. Is Liquid going to blind lock the Rogue? Are they worried about a rep Paladin? Because typically Paladin is really good into Assassination Rogue. So are they going to blind lock Rogue Moonkin instead here? They're running the clock on this. They got a couple of options. I really want to see Sam go head-to-head with Dippy, but I wonder if that'll just never happen. I wonder if Sam locks in Moonkin, then LePomp will substitute Dippy out for some sort of cleave, and that's how this series will play out, and we'll never actually get to see that, because I feel like Dippy is playing very close to the level that we usually see Sam performing on Moonkin on, and that would be very entertaining to see, kind of like head-to-head.
I mean, it's one of the reasons why I was so excited to see LePomp this weekend, right? Because Dippy... He is one of those arena legends of North America, right? He has been around for forever, and while he, I don't think, has really been able to snatch any large-scale titles in the AWC itself, he's just been around for so long that you just gotta respect the ability this man brings to the table. And Liquid seems to do just the same. Yes, they've won their map pick with the Rogue DK, but... that's just not good enough. It was too close, it was too scrappy, and that's why they're bringing in Sam, they're bringing in Sidu's Dragon, and they're looking for some plays.
All right, now LePomp, do they mirror Boomkin, Demon Hunter again? Are they going to play a cleave? Like, why is it that this matchup started the way that it did? I think that question is going to be answered in the next minute and 20 seconds, depending on what LePomp decide to lock in for this game. What exactly were Liquid afraid of? What were LePomp afraid of for those blind locks moving forward? I don't think I'm surprised to see Liquid make this adjustment, having lost game one and the fact that they were losing a majority of game two, and kind of squeezing that one out the last second. Like, that link actually goes off. They're still probably alive and they're winning on mana. So I'm honestly not surprised to see Liquid make an adjustment. I also think that they would likely be met by some sort of Ret Paladin composition. So keeping the Death Knight Rogue in blind, I think, would have been really bad for them. So now it's a question I really want to see is like Sam versus Dippy. Now, Rogue Moonkin, I think it's a bit easier to play the Moonkin with a Rogue than it is with a Demon Hunter. You're just having the Rogue kind of like setting up everything for you. You're just getting, you're just getting treated. You're just getting pampered the entire game basically because you don't need to deal with kicks. The Rogue's just like, don't worry. You know that the Demon Hunter's about to kick you. I'll just stun him for you. There you go. He can't do anything to you now. You can cast your clone freely. Get the crowd control guaranteed. It's a bit easier to play. So Le Pomp are going to bring it into a Moonkin mirror. But the other thing is that Dippy's solar beams are going to be really important for Sea-Doo to outplay, and he has a couple of options. You can use Hover, and if you precast Hover right as the root beam goes off, you'll reposition away from the silence and be rooted and avoid it. You can also run Obsidian Scales and run an immunity to silence and interrupts, and Sea-Doo does that. He did it against me on the Solo Shuffle ladder the other day, and you have to anticipate it. He's going to activate a shield wall, which is usually used to reduce damage, but he'll use it to immune a silence when he thinks that you're about to go for it. So Dippy, he got into Mez's head a lot and was avoiding the Dark Sims. Now he's got to get into Sea-Doo's head and avoid those preemptive plays because that's where their advantage is their CC chain can start with a Solar Beam. Dippy just needs to make sure that he can get it guaranteed.
We'll see. The Battle of the Boomkins. That's what is what it's going to come down to. Dippy, the legend on the one side, and on the other side, Sam I Am, the man who has been on Liquid and the premier caster player on this roster for so long. I think many, especially me, when I think back over the past year, Sam always has been kind of one of the big mage players to me, but just watching him kind of... I think you phrased it quite well, spearheading this Boomkin meta over the course of Season 3 and in 2024 in general has been nothing short of impressive. The man has 80% or something precog uptime. Let's see how high it's going to be this time around. Who can take the win? Sam or Dippy? Let's find it out.
I'm trying to remember the last time he played Mage. I mean, he won BlizzCon in 2019 as Moonkin, and we're in 2024. I don't think he's played Mage since then. He's not really a Mage main anymore. I gotta be honest. Like, I don't see Sam. I don't see Sam as a Mage main anymore. This is like a Moonkin. He's probably played Shadow Priest and Demo Lock more than Mage, I think, as well in the last 5 years. So to me, he's a Moonkin main now. He's going to be going up against Dippy. They need to just have perfect setups here. And Sea-Doo is not playing Time Dilation. He's actually still playing that build. It's basically the equivalent of an Iron Bark for a Resto Druid. He's giving up a 1 minute cooldown of defense that almost guarantees that target won't die in order to get more damage. So it's a very risky gamble that Sea-Doo is running, but they're immediately just pulling the trigger on the Shaman. What is this setup immediately on the healer? But Zhang looks like he was ready for it. He's got Astral Shift. He's going to get cloned, though, by Sam. And a precognition is up for Dippy. It's going to be a war of the fake casters. Who can get more Cyclones out? It's the Clone Wars.
Well, we'll see who will win this one, but so far it looks like everyone on the Pomp is dying in this opener. Of course, that's going to recover a little bit once Zhang gets the healing going. There's a big healing tide totem, the Ascendance popped as well. Should be able to stabilize, and Sam taking a lot of punishment here in this moment. Dippy more than ready for that, but there's a full kidney onto Zhang, trying to make something happen. Follow-up cheap shot on Dippy, but they're missing a little bit of damage with Sam sitting in that full clone. Now Existence though gets popped like crazy. Needs to throw in the Netherwalk. Zhang did save his trinket in this situation, but that was a spooky moment and definitely something you need to be ready for the rest of this map as Liquid is dialing up the pressure.
Nice Cyclone into Sea-Doo. The advantage of the Demon Hunter is pressure on Sam. Demon Hunter damage on a Moonkin is very scary if Existence can keep uptime. Another Solar Beam on Sea-Doo, but he pre-walls it, so he is immune to that silence. He can sneak out of that Solar Beam and he can go for a Sleepwalk, but Zhang grounding totems his Sleepwalk, so nice response from Zhang to negate that crowd control. But every Solar Beam that Sea-Doo is able to immune is putting Le Pomp behind because they're going to have to wait another minute to get that CC, which means Liquid can pretty much have free reign now, and they're just unleashing that over onto Existence, fire breathing him over, as well as cleaving down Dippy. Sam's retreating far away from Sea-Doo in the clone and getting max distance away from the Demon Hunter. Sea-Doo's now out of that, and Dippy is taking a ton of damage. He's going to bash Trill. That's the darkness from Existence. They burned through Netherwalk. They've burned through darkness now. They have Blur up for Existence, and he still has Trinket, so he can play aggressive in this position. They need to stop these Cyclones from Sam. They've used an interrupt onto Sam. Now he's jumping behind the pillar, trying to get max range away from the next interrupt. but it looks like he's just going to line of sight. Really good line of sight from Existence around the corner. Nice vengeful retreat. He immunes the Cyclone from Sam.
Beautiful.
Now he's line of sighting with the Resto Shaman. Grounding Totem likely needs to be the next stop here, or a Wind Shear. Existence jumps in, but Zhang can't help him. He's in a gouge. They're going to stun Sam I Am and imprison the healer to stop the Cyclones. Dippy gets interrupted, but Sam's getting blasted. He jumps away. Existence in hot pursuit. Sam in bear form. Trying to tank this out. Another setup comes in. Massive damage from Sea-Doo. Insane pressure onto Existence. Spirit Link Totem comes down. It almost doesn't do anything again. Zhang has to use Ancestral Guidance and Ascendance, and Dippy is now dead off the back end of that exchange. Massive burst from Sea-Doo with this build. His team is going to look really shaky defensively, but when he can squeeze in damage, somebody is going to explode.
Well, if you can't play triple DPS, you just bring the Evoker that has the same results as Dippy is suffering right now. They bled so many CDs. The only thing that's ready right now is the Healing Tide for Zhang. Otherwise, maybe he can throw a big NS into the mix to save his team. But overall, Liquid really amping up the pressure. And it's one of the big questions we had yesterday watching the EU games. What is actually better? The Boomy Outlaw or the Boomy Demon Hunter? The Outlaw seems to be winning right now, especially with Trill being able to lock down everyone the entire time. Existence, yes, he's topping the meters, but how much effective damage in these goes is he really getting off at the moment? He is the one dying over and over again. 30 seconds on this Netherwalk. In the meantime, Sam, though, going really low. Sea-Doo just taxis him out for the second and is going to be able to get a nap in before he's going back to work, and Dippy is the next target. Has the disarm available in 5 seconds overall. Zhang has used the Tide. It should be fine for the moment as Trill goes in for the blind. Another go on Existence. 6 seconds on the Netherwalk. He just needs to stay alive until that's over. Dippy throws in the disarm, but that gets dispelled. Existence with a beautiful double stun is going to get the pressure off of him. Zhang is out of the CC and stabilizes with a big NS. Crisis averted here for the POMP.
Yeah, Dippy got a Solar Beam into 3 clones. Sea-Doo couldn't add damage on that push. Zhang got a pre-Earthen Wall Totem as well. So really nice reads. Top level play from both teams in this position. Zhang has the mana advantage. I'd say La Pomp are in a decent position to push for the win right now on Sam. He still has no trinkets. They can get an Imprison set up on Sea-Doo and then run down Sam in a Fel Eruption stun. Dippy fake casts the Solar Beam from Sam. He's looking for Cyclones. He gets Trill into one, and Sam is taking so much damage. He swaps the clone onto Sea-Doo, and Dippy is popping off. Sam counter pressures, though, with Incarnation Pop. He's looking for Cyclones of his own. Is he going to find them? He gets one onto Existence. He's trying to swap that over onto Dippy to deny his Incarn. They're switching onto Existence. His healer's in a sleep. Full bash onto Existence. Trinket Netherwalk immediately on this exchange to respect the Incarn, but Sam just immediately turns his attention to Dippy, and Dippy is getting shredded. He jumps in on top of Sea-Doo, goes for the Solar Beam out of the bash, but it looks like Sea-Doo actually pre-walled it again, immunes the Solar Beam, but he gets cloned, and Sam is in trouble. The game-winning Cyclone, and La Pomp do it! Liquid on Boomkin Rogue Presevoker have looked completely unbeatable team after team after team, and La Pomp now are taking them to match point.
What a setup. Sam got a double precog back to back just before that, and suddenly the Solar Beam comes in, Dippy throws in the Cyclone, and Liquid falls apart. Well, the Battle of the Boomkins in the first round going to Dippy, although Sam looked pretty damn good. Liquid continues to look insanely scary, but Super, this is making me question the status of Liquid. We hyped them up a lot coming into this weekend as this indomitable force, and La Pomp is really giving them a run for their money right now.
I mean, beating their counter pick, right? According to the data we've gathered before the tournament, they were really afraid of Assassination Rogues. Beat their counter pick in game 1. Came really close to winning game 2. Aside from that moment with the Spirit Link Totem, like I feel like they're going to win that. And then in this game, Dippy just gets the important clone on a Sea-Doo right at this moment, and it doesn't matter that Sam fakes the kick because Existence Vengeful retreats and immunes the cast. So Sam's got precognition up, but Existence has other ways to be able to avoid the Cyclone, and he did a really good job this game of avoiding those, whether it was chasing him earlier on in the game, line of sighting with the pillar, or this final moment. Because if he's Cycloned, I don't think Sam dies at the end of this game. Watch like the final moment of the game. Sam fakes a kick and he goes for a clone that gets immune, and then he dies. If he gets this clone right here, I think he fakes a kick in the next couple of seconds, and then eventual retreat immune right here. He fakes this kick, vengeful retreat, backflip, immune, and then he dies. If he gets that clone, there's like maybe some slim world where Sea-Doo gets out of that and he can use Emerald Communion and save him.
Yeah, I think if you take Dippy out of the equation there, you're missing the Boomkin damage. Sea-Doo gets out of the clone and gets a heal in or something along the lines. The thing is, if we look at what Sidu actually had available, right, I think there's still a reversal, there's still an Emerald Communion in the pocket. So I think this is just really a fantastic, fantastic setup by Le Pomp, and Liquid utterly overwhelmed with just the sheer burst. Yes, Sam goes into bear, he throws in renewal and everything, but Sidu, in this 5-second window that he was sitting in that Cyclone and the damage really started coming in, just too much damage for Sidu to bring anything in, even though he had a lot left in the tank. So that's what makes Demon Hunter Boomy so scary, I think. The ability to just delete someone within a global or two. And that is something even a healer of the level of Sidu can't really do much about. And look at that. Existence 1.2 million damage in just 6 seconds. That's absolutely disgusting. But this also puts Le Pomp on match point. Almost there. Ready to send Liquid down to the lower bracket. And that is something I did not expect I would be saying this weekend.
This is an unprecedented situation. All of our predictions said Liquid versus the Move in the Grand Finals, which could still possibly happen, assuming that the Move don't lose, and if Liquid do lose here. But we're going to Dalaran Sewers, so this is Liquid setting themselves up for Mez, which is interesting because it hasn't been a while since they relied on Mez. I feel like Mez has kind of been the, how do we slot him in, right? Our Moonkin Rogue is just working so well for us, and now in their moment of need, Lord Mez has to be here. He has to. They have to step up, and they have to utilize him. Or they could do a Boomkin Rogue Shaman. Sidu was avoiding clones with the walls, but not having grounding and not having shear and not having an extra kick. Dippy was just getting so many clones. So they've got two routes: is either bring Mez in or bring Sidu in on Shaman.
I am with you to an extent. I talked about this earlier already. Liquid for me is a team that is not necessarily known, at least in my book, for swapping off of a comp just because a game was rough. We've seen that with the comp after the blind pick. We might see that once again. I could see them just sticking to their guns here, run it back with the Evoker and just try to play it better. Maybe it works and they win their map pick again. We go to match point and maybe they take the risk and go down to lowers. It would be a surprise to be sure, but hey, maybe a welcome one. It would shake up the NA bracket quite a lot, and hey, I'm always here for drama. That's fantastic to see. Oh, there it is. Super, you were right. Mez is back. Back again.
This is an important game for him. I feel like there's a lot of stress. Like, if Dippy is fake casting the interrupts and he's not landing Dark Sims and Dippy is cloning everybody, Liquid's going to lose. So Mez is kind of like the goalkeeper for that. And so is Trill as well, with kicks and silences and grips and blinds. They need to be perfectly coordinated. They can't let too many Cyclones slip through the cracks, because like even in game 2 where they won with this, they felt like they were losing. So, and it all comes down to that. How much can you shut down the Boomkin? How can you remove Dippy from the game? But Dippy is popping off, I'd say, so far in the series. So it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy, and you have to do it twice.
Yeah, I mean, when I was kind of preparing for this weekend and just looking at what these players have done in the past and what the status quo is going into Season 4, the last season of Dragonflight here, Dippy kind of always struck me as the gatekeeper of the top 4, right? If you want to enter the top 4 in NA, you have to go through a Dippy in one way or another. And it seems to be that this is just the same for Liquid, even though they, in theory, are up there on the #1 spot in the standings. It's still a thing of question. Can you go through Dippy? Can you go through Le Pomp? Can you pull it back from the brink? As we're heading to Dalaran Sewers, it's a match point for Le Pomp.
Oh my god, this is insane for Le Pomp. If they can win this, it's a complete upset in North America. They're safely secured into the top 6, I believe, or at least top 4, top 6 for Championship Sunday. They'll be the first team in a long time in North America, I feel like, to be able to beat Liquid, force them off their main composition. Mez, it needs to be enough for them. He's just stampeding across the map on his mount. They're not even going to go for a sap. They're trying to protect Trill so that he can get a Garrote from stealth, I think, because every other time he's not been able to get multiple Garrotes. It's super important. So he Garrotes the Lightning Lasso, and he's going to move in, but he gets stunned right before he can get another Garrote out. So his initial pressure here is going to be a bit low. You want as many Garrotes as possible, but now he's getting blasted. It is match point, and they cannot afford to choke. It's going to be a lot of damage available. Oh, the wild charge on the Death Grip from Dippy.
Beautiful.
And that forces 2 Death Grips in a row, and they're just going after the Shaman. It's Zug Zug trained the blue. Is Zhang ready for the hits? As he pops his wall, immediately reducing damage, and it looks like he's recovering through that surprise assault thrown his way by Mez and Trill. But while they've been going after him, Dippy has been developing momentum as well. He's gotten through 1 interrupt. He goes for a bash. Is he going to find the Cyclone? Cyclone, I think he Dark Simmed. I'm pretty sure Mez has stolen a Cyclone right now, and Zhang has no trinket. So if he fully Cyclones Zhang, Kidney Shot Deathmark, and I think Dippy just dies through skin if they can line this up.
This could be
grounded the
close.
grip.
We got to keep an eye on Mez. We got to keep an eye on the Shaman. He's got the Cloner to existence, and Trill is the one taking massive damage. Sidu needs to pump the big heals, keeps everyone up and going. Gnomes the mass route here and will be able to get away, but Cycloned on the way out. Dippy has everything on lockdown. Zhang looking for more CC. Trill cloaks on 5% as Sidu gets knocked off the arena, and Trill gets some big heals pumped into him. This spell comes in for the Disarm the Fairy Swarm, doing a lot of work here for Dippy, but everyone is grouped up once again. Massive darkness coming through, but Zhang is just dying through it. Down to 20%, another cheap shot following up. Trill doing so much damage, even the Link is forced on top of the darkness here, and still everyone is dying. Triple grip, the Mess special coming through. Liquid really running away with it right now, but Zhang had so much time to warm up in the first 3 maps. The man is handling this like a young god.
Zhang is doing so well. He pre-tremors Sidu Fear. He knocks him off the side. He lives the swap. He gets the stun, possibly for the win onto Trill. It's match point. They go for the full blind. He's got Trinket. Dippy, is he ready? They imprison Trill and prevent his assault, but Dippy is still dying to Mez. Mez is just soloing Dippy. He's on the run behind the pillar in bear form. They Kidney Shot the Shaman. They're AoEing with Phantom Knives. Bleeds for everybody right now from Trill, but he's disarmed. Sidu doesn't look like he can dispel it just yet, and Trill's down at half. He's trying to retreat, but this Demon Under Pressure is going nowhere but up at the moment, and Mez is getting shredded on match point. Are they ready? He's stunned up. No Trinket. Big Eye Beam connects. He's going to Anti-Magic Shield. They swap the Trill off that Anti-Magic Shield. Star Surge is incoming. Goldrin's procs, lots of damage, and they don't want to line of sight Sidu. They're playing on the corner of this pillar and poking in and out so that Sidu doesn't need to run in. But here comes the grippy boys from Mez. Can he get a grip and pull in Dippy? It looks like Dippy's actually slipped away, and he gets no value. A double fear into a stun, but Dippy counters solar beams and runs into the fray. Trill is stunned with no trinket. Sidu ducks into angel form. Is it going to be enough to keep Trill alive? Flash heal after flash heal, trying to get Trill back to 100% health. Almost dying through the anti-magic shield there for a moment. Dippy is now trying to find clones. He gets kicked. He's staying on top of Sidu. He gets a bash while he's interrupted. He goes for clone again. They're shutting him down, but Trill is still just dying. He's still just outright dead. Sidu can't void shift. He's too low health. It's not going to do anything. He desperate prayers to pick himself back up. He gets a huge Apotheosis Serenity and somehow keeps Trill alive in that moment. And here comes the smoke bomb. They're turning it around, and Existence will get KO'd, and Liquid bring it to a game 5, but it is getting close.
Oh my god, Existence gets choked out. Beautiful smoke bomb. Zhang can't recover the damage, and then Trill is there to finish the job. Liquid even out the series and net themselves a match point of their own. We're back to 2-2. But Mez back in business, and the POMP still looking good. This was close as hell. Once again, one of those moments where it could have easily gone the other way. Is this a moment, Super, where Le Pomp could do what no team since the finals in Cup 1 the move has done and take a series off of Liquid?
I think so. I mean, it's not going to be a small map. They can get a big map, get a lot more distance to spread out. Because watch this final moment of Existence. He pre-vengeful retreats to immune a stun. And now if he pre-blurs on the Garrote right here, he stays alive. I think that was just whether the miscall was, because Zhang has Trinket, but he has no real like throughput healing right now. And the smoke bomb on the edge, if he had a pre-blur right there, he 100% lives that. His Trinket comes back up. He can Trinket Nether. And then Sidu was looking like he was falling apart. So just in this, you have to play at that level, right? You have to get some pre-moves on your opponent's attacks. Otherwise, they're going to find this moment and slip through. And that was the exact moment they needed. Yeah. Demon Hunter has no Trinket. We can stun, smoke bomb, line of sight the Shaman heals, and race him down. So just in that final second. And the thing is he was thinking about it, right? Like eventual retreats right here. He's thinking about he's going to get stunned. I think it's right here. Eventual retreats. He's like, I'm going to get stunned. So I'm going to try and immune it. And then he gets garroted, and it's like, you're 100% getting stunned out of the garrote. So if he had just gotten the blur off right there, he would easily, I think, survive this right there, and then they could start turning it around.
And that's what's so fantastic about the AWC. This is the knife's edge that you're playing on. This is the level that we're getting presented to us, and it's just so much fun to watch. If he gets that blur out, he lives, he is the god, he beats Liquid, and if he doesn't, well, Liquid comes back, and we get a 5th map. I'm so excited for this matchup. The big map, Super. You brought it up already. I'm pretty sure we need to talk about this. What does this mean for Liquid? Do we stick to Rogue DK here in this situation, or is the big map forcing them back onto the Boomkin?
I think they have to blind lock a Boomkin comp. There's got to be some sort of other melee cleave that Dippy's team can run, I think, that would crush that. There's got to be. There's no way Rogue DK is the best melee cleave, I feel like. And LePomp have a lot of big, heavy hitter melee cleaves. We haven't seen him yet. KZ Fox, solo shuffle champion. Yep. Like, he is a smacker of a Ret Paladin. Like, if there's a Ret Paladin that's going to, like, kind of make a debut, I think, in the tournament, it's going to be KZ Fox. So if I'm Liquid here, I think I go Shaman, Boomkin, Rogue. I'm honestly somewhat considering if it's possible to play Holy Priest, Boomkin, Rogue, and then he can play Gnome, if that's at all. Because the main problem is just crowd control avoidance. But I think Shaman is better. I think having a Shaman and a Rogue attacking Dippy, and they're coordinated together in stops, that they'll just completely neutralize them. And that will be very important. So they're not going to, though. They're bringing Sidu back in on the Prez. And I think that is an opening for LePomp. Even despite Sidu avoiding the solar beams, I still think he doesn't have as much disruption for Cyclone with this particular comp. So LePomp now, they got to run it back. It's just gonna be Boomy Mir. You couldn't ask for it to end any better than this in game number 5. I'm pretty sure this has to just come down to Boomy Mir.
I'm with you. The big question for me is going to be, is Sidu going to stick to his offensive build, or is he going to go for the a little bit more defensive, capable, standard Prez Evoker with the time dilation, just to stabilize things out a little bit more? But quite honestly, the entire Tolveron map did not look like LePomp was firmly in control, right? It was more of a miracle go situation that they got Sam right when they did, and I'm not quite sure if they can repeat the same recipe in Maldraxxus.
I feel like LePomp, I don't know. I think it's very similar map. I think maybe the larger pillar, maybe Sam isn't able to get away as easily, maybe possibly on this map as opposed to Tolveron, just because the Demon Hunter can wrap around the corner faster. But I think it's still about the same shot. It's going to be about Sidu immuning solar beams like he did, and then avoiding that moment where he gets Cyclone with no trinket. Because as a Prez Evoker, there's just you can't use anything in a Cyclone. And the double-edged sword with it, if you get Cycloned and then you try and rewind out of a Cyclone, it doesn't do anything. It literally, rewind just won't heal. Yeah. If you use rewind out of a Cyclone, it just doesn't heal. So Cyclone just totally owns everything that you can do as a Prez. Your Emerald Communion can't heal anybody. So while he did a good job avoiding the solar beams, they just couldn't shut down that one final Cyclone. And that's he has everything, right? He's got Communion still, he has Rewind, but if he doesn't have Trinket, he's left defenseless at that point. Now, if he does run Time Dilation, he can immune the solar beam and then time dial the target before the Cyclone lands. And then that'll stagger the damage while he's CC'd. So I kind of think he should, I just to be safe, play Time Dilation for this final game.
Yeah. This is what's so fun about being on the desk with you, especially when we get to cast Moonkin mirrors, because you just bring all the in-depth knowledge to the table, not just Boomkin, but also the other healers and classes where I'm just sitting here and enjoying what I'm hearing, because I play a Red Paladin, man. I go in, I hodge someone, and then they're gone, or I'm gone. Really depends on the case, right? So, super excited. The breakdown on the mechanical level, absolutely something we'll need to keep an eye on here, because Liquid wants this place in the upper bracket semifinal. They want to continue on, they want to qualify for Championship Sunday, and of course, they want to net all those sweet points for the standings. I mean, it's about the grand finals down the road in 2 weeks after all, right? LePomp wants those points, Liquid wants those points, but Liquid, if they win this entire weekend, they're almost basically there with locking in a safe spot in the top 3, which qualifies them past the gauntlet for the Grand Finals. And LePomp, well, they're still shaky. They're scared of that gauntlet, and quite honestly, if I'm looking at the rest of the teams in NA, I would be scared too.
To be fair, I think LePomp, they've got some points from Season 1, so if they actually win this cup, they could then become a threat for a top 3. And if you beat Liquid, you're definitely a threat for winning the tournament. There's no doubt about it. So this game could decide a lot for LePomp, whether or not they end up just, diverting back to being the gatekeepers of the top 4, or if they can ascend to another level. This is their game to do it. They've been performing phenomenally. If they can make 0 mistakes, play at the same level that they had earlier on in the series, it's entirely possible that they beat Liquid here and they can ascend to that next level for themselves.
Well, let's open the gates. Let's find out. In Maldraxxus is where it's gonna happen. Liquid versus LePomp. Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between, it is match point. Let's see who takes this.
Let's see, Trill behind the pillar, Sam behind the pillar, bit afraid of those eyes from the Demon Hunter, trying to avoid getting pulled out of stealth. He gets gouged. He gets a blind, sets up for the kidney shot. They go for a cheap shot in Karn. It's a one-tap on Existence, and he sees it coming. He trinket nethers, but he gets cloned on his nether walk. Now they're swapping to the Shaman, and Liquid laid down a trap like a spider burrowed beneath the ground, and now they're pouncing onto Zhang. They get his trinket. I mean, that could be a checkmate. You got Shaman trinket and Demon Hunter trinket in the opener. This is possibly a checkmate position for LePomp. They're going to have to be very careful. And unfortunately, as the Demon Hunter, you can't afford to play hesitantly. You need to be aggressive on the Boomkin. The main advantage you have is damage output. Yeah. But Sam fakes the kick. He gets a full clone. But at the same time, so does Dippy. Existence into a clone, Sea-Doo into a clone, and Dippy is soloing down Sam. They gouge him. They're setting up to kill Existence possibly here. They cyclone him out of the gouge. Zhang has an Earthenwall Totem. He's anticipating the attack. Existence jumps in for a stun, double stun, moves another Earthenwall Totem onto Existence, into a lasso on Sam, but Trill jumps over, cheap shots him. Sam needs to get a clone out of this. He gets feared on his clone, and so does Sea-Doo, and Sea-Doo gets kicked on the sleep. Zhang is in position. He's got Sheer and ground. He needs to stop Sam here, but Sam actually gets the clone onto Dippy. Zhang into a gouge. Existence pre-blurs. This is what I'm talking about. As soon as you see your healer in crowd control and you see the rogue running at you, you know he's going to stun you. So he pops the blur, he immunes the stun, and denies that kill window from Liquid.
But that kill window is going to open once again, because as you mentioned, Super, a lot of CDs out the window. In the Nether Walk, the Shaman is basically dry except for Ling, so Zhang really needs to be scared the entire way through and keep his team alive. Another full kidney onto Dippy. Trill looking for some damage on this Outlaw Rogue, but for the moment, not quite connecting the way he wants to. Sam gets a precog. What else would he get in this situation? Beautiful fake on the kick. That nets them the pre-darkness just before the go, but he's just dying through. He got knocked out of it with the Typhoon by Sam. Beautifully played. And Existence is just dying. Zhang can't do anything. He's trying to get there with the Link. Does he need to pop it down? Yes, but he gets solar beamed on top of it. The root is in, but getting out of it, not too much in terms of heals were needed anymore to top Existence off, and for the moment they recover. But that was the last line of defense. Zhang's wall back up in a few seconds, but what can they really do? Liquid looking overwhelming in Game 5.
I mean, LePomp looks shaky. That was such a shaky Link moment. He took so long to trade it, almost didn't get it off in time, and I feel like if you're playing shaky, this is going to be rough. Like, Sea-Doo's team is in such a solid position. Right now, their only win condition is keep pressure up, but Sea-Doo immunes the solar beam and hovers out of it. He gets cycloned. He has to trinket. Maybe still an opportunity, but they're swapping onto Zhang. Massive setup onto the Resto Shaman. Existence is doing his best to try and peel. He fears, but it doesn't look like it matters. Zhang at 1%. Star Surge after Star Surge, and Zhang defiantly is denying the kill from Sam at 10% for the last 10 seconds. They cyclone Trill. How has Zhang done it? He stays alive right there at the last second. And now Dippy, he gets a cyclone. Sea-Doo has no way out. Sam is now on the back foot. Sea-Doo rescues him back into the corner. What an insane moment to turn this around, but that cyclone onto Existence should give time for Sea-Doo to start to recover. That was the incarnation window from both Boomkins. Both sides going to recover, but that was such a crazy push, and Sea-Doo still has no trinket. If Dippy can get this solar beam onto Sea-Doo, it's going to be possibly game-winning. Now Existence needs to be careful.
Sea-Doo seeing flashes of the desert sands before his eyes in that moment, but they recover. and stay on target here for the moment. Existence looking for CC, but finds a Cyclone on top of himself. Now Dippy is the target. The cheap shots are in. The Star Searchers are flying. Beautiful ground by Zhang to divert a little bit of damage, and now Dippy is looking for CC. Finds the Cyclone thanks to the precog that he netted himself, but Existence is under fire from Trill and Sea-Doo both. Emerald Communion still available, so Liquid somewhat safe unless Sea-Doo gets absolutely dunked on.
He pre-immuned the
Deep-breaths
beam.
out of the solar beam. Beautifully done. The lightning lasso is in. Sam is dying. Sea-Doo's trying to make something happen. Good fears, good heals, especially with the flight coming through, and for the moment Liquid recovers. Everything grinding to a halt here for a few seconds, but there's a blind from Trill. Liquid looking to set something up here. Sigil of Misery gets dodged by the precog. Sam immunes it. The CC coming through. They disarm Trill. Cyclone follows up. Dippy has a firm grasp on this entire match so far, and now they find the goal. The Boomkin is under fire. Zhang in a full gouge. Trill bringing in the CC, but they swap onto Sam, and Sea-Doo needs to make something happen here to keep him alive, but everything quickly as it started stabilizes once again, and for the moment Le Pomp gets to live on. What can Liquid do here, Super?
It's going to be about this incarnation. They've got a lot of damage. Existence needs to respond. Trinket Netherwalk on the cheap shot. Fair trade, I think, for the burst window, but Sea-Doo's now into a Cyclone. Sam's into bear form. Existence, Metamorphosis. Dippy's comboing together. It's a lot of damage, and Sea-Doo recognizes that. They're going to play defensively. Wrap behind the pillar. Existence lands his interrupt. Does he have another way to stop this next Cyclone from Sam? He gets the Cyclone. That's going to shut Existence out of the game, but Trill is just dying behind the pillar. Zhang and Dippy just tag teaming on Trill. Get his Cloak of Shadows. Solar Beam connects onto Sea-Doo. It doesn't look like he immuned this one. He's got to be careful about where he lines up his trinket. Solar Beam comes down on Dippy's clone. He's going to Emerald Communion before the Cyclone while Dippy is still interrupted. That is a safe move by Sea-Doo, so he doesn't get cloned on that and immune it. But now Sam is cloned. They swap to Zhang. They get a Sleepwalk. They're going on to Existence. No trinket. It's Zhang that needs to get ready to save the day here. Fire Breath connects onto two targets. Disintegrates coming in. Sam is cloning up Dippy, but the Earthen Wall Totem looks good from Zhang. His team is looking tanky, and now Sam has no trinket. He has no Bark Skin. If the Demon Hunter can get on the Boomkin here, it's going to be really scary, but they're actually swapping to the healer. They Cyclone his trinket. They can win the game. Le Pomp are actually so close to doing it. They interrupt Sam-I-Am. He's wrapping around the corner, but Existence, he has nothing at the same time. Zhang gets a huge heal right before a full blind. If he didn't get that Nature Swiftness off, Existence is dead. He might still be dead. Just Link here. I swear this is you are so close to the win right now. Being greedy in a position like this could cost them the game. There's no trinket on Sea-Doo. Solar Beam comes up in 4 seconds. He doesn't look like he has a way to immune it either, unless he has Deep Breath available. If Dippy gets this Solar Beam, surely Sam-I-Am is going to fall.
It's going to be down to the wire. Sea-Doo has nothing left in the tank. Obsidian Scales now back up and ready. But what can Le Pomp make happen here? Zhang in a full kidney. Dippy down on half, looking for the Cyclone. Does not find Trill or Sam as he ducks around the corner. Another Cyclone interrupted. Existence hitting in a cheap shot. This might be all over. They're going in for the kill. They're finding the damage, but Link still available. Zhang trying to get into melee range for the life-saving CD. But is it enough? Solar Beam onto Sea-Doo. They don't find the connection onto Sam in the meantime. Everyone on Le Pomp is rotting away. Zhang gets some big heals onto Dippy. Existence sitting in the double clone. The reclone coming in gets swapped over onto Dippy, and Le Pomp continuously under pressure. Full kidney onto Zhang, and there is the cheap shot follow-up. They swap to the Shaman, down to 30%. Liquid in a comeback move. Can they take him down? Zhang, the Live Lord himself, stays alive once again with the Astral Shift. They swap it over onto Sam, and now Liquid needs to be on guard. Dippy sitting in another cheap shot. Trill really putting on the pressure, but overall both teams doing an incredible job of just staying in the game. Another Cyclone coming in. Sea-Doo trying to get away. Sam down to half. Can Sea-Doo do anything? Dream Breath coming through. Big heals, and the Cyclone gonna stabilize this situation. It is coming down to the wire. Dippy on half. Super. This game is gonna end any second now.
Pressing Roar. Sleepwalk connects onto Zhang. Cheap shot. No trinket. Zhang needs to trinket Link here, but if he gets CC'd on his trinket, he could lose the game. He's trying to be greedy. He holds onto his trinket. I cannot believe Zhang is holding onto his trinket. Sea-Doo into a Solar Beam. Has trinket available. Sam, Heart of the Wild's in bear. He's not going to go down. Existence, is he going to go behind the pillar with no trinket? It looks like he's going behind the pillar. Is Trill going to punish him? He pulls back to Zhang. They're swapping to Trill. Trill has no Cloak of Shadows. Sea-Doo into a clone. Sam is low as well. Dampening is quite high. It's match point. Another Cyclone onto Sea-Doo, but Sam fakes the kick. Dippy Typhoons his follow-up clone, and Trill is caught in a lasso. Is this a game-winning play from Zhang? He has survived swap after swap, but a huge setup onto Existence once again. A massive crack of damage, so Solar Beam doesn't connect, and Zhang gets the Spirit Spirit Link totem off in the nick of time. Now Existence has Blur. He's got Darkness. It's time to push the pedal to the metal. It is time to gas pedal Sam into the dirt, trade cooldowns, and stay on him until he is dead. Here comes massive damage, and Sam, he stays alive. He fakes the kick at 1% and gets the clone and stays alive.
This time around, he clones the right target. He is staying with the battle all the way pushed through onto the asphalt, but Trill is under fire as well. Sidu has the CC immunity up and ready, and they're onto Existence. He has no trinket, but Darkness Netherwalk is available. Can they do something here? Demon Hunter on half. Dippy sends another solar beam, but Sidu is fine. Mana-wise, we're still sitting peachy on like 25%. Tide coming through for Zhang, but Sidu definitely looking better on that blue bar, and I'm not talking about the Shaman's health here. Sam under fire, Trill on the other side as well. Evasion gets popped, sending the Incarn. Can we find the kill? Existence down to half, another cheap shot coming through. Trill sitting in the Cyclone. It's really being dragged out here. It's damp, it's sweaty, it's coming down to the wire, and there is a table ready in the upper finals. And as usual, it might be the Kings of NA that take it. Dippy down to 20%, but how somehow Zhang pulls it back from the brink once again. Trill with the killing spree, trying to finish it off. Meanwhile, Existence is CC'd out on the side. There's the full bash. Dippy sending the Cyclone. Sam I am trying to do the sim himself. The lasso once again reels him in. But Le Pompa staying alive. Super, what is happening?
Oh my god, he has 0 mana. They're all dead. Just kill them. Just press Blur and run them over at this point. Just Dippy sitting bare for him. Demon Hunter can do the work. They're all dead. Dippy just needs to survive a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer, and he's going to win this. He does it. Sam falls, and can Trill do it? He did it in the finals with the cross kill, but he is not in this position. And Le Pomp have actually done it. They have defeated Liquid, sent them to the lower bracket in what has to be the most insane game of the weekend. It's honestly looking to compete with maybe the most insane game of the season right now between these teams. Nobody thought anybody was going to do it. There's not a single prediction that anybody made. Look in the chat right now. I want to know what the prediction was. It was like 3 million points on Liquid and like 5 points on Le Pomp winning this series. Not a single person anywhere thought this was going to happen. God. The impossible has just happened right here. What on earth?
The Pomp believers cashing in. My god, what a series all the way down to the last leg. And they do what no team has done since Cup 1 in Season 3. They take down Liquid and send them to the lower bracket. What a performance, and honestly, this is putting Le Pomp on the map, into contention for the top spots in the top 4 in this season.
We got a power up right here. This is a... Oh my god. And I was not expecting it to be this matchup. I thought if Le Pomp win this, it's going to be like some Ret Paladin thing. But they actually Boomkin mirror them. They're overthrowing the throne with the Boomkin. Dippy is coming for that. Sam, you've held that precog king crown a little bit too long. Dippy's coming in. Going to be stealing that away, at least for today, as Liquid will be going down to the lower bracket and fighting for a second chance at them later on in the tournament. Look at these health bars. Like, how... Everybody hit like, who in this game didn't hit 1% for like a prolonged period of time? Like maybe Sidu was the only person that didn't get hit really low. But also Sidu playing this damage build, like, is time dilation, is it not needed? Like, I wonder if it's possible, if they're even considering that. Look at this final moment. Existence gets cloned and like Sidu's just totally and Sam is just blasting Star Surges, praying that Dippy dies. He's just praying that Dippy dies, and it's not enough. It's not enough to take him down, and oh my god. They did a lot of damage too. Typically, it's actually very hard to get damage out against an Outlaw Rogue. So like the fact they got this much damage out, like they're doubling Trill. Well, like usually when you fight the Outlaw Rogue, you do less because you're stunned the whole game. So they did a lot of damage in this matchup.
Yeah, the large map really coming in hot for them. Good lord. This was stressful to watch, right?
Yeah, just a bit. I think that Le Pomp was listening to us when we were talking about all of the predictions, and they were like, okay, bet. Hold my Fellblade. Watch this. Yeah, 90%.
Some people just became millionaires overnight right here.
Oh, I was just thinking that. Everyone that voted for Le Pomp made out like bandits. That's a lot of points. So
I bet that this graph changed too throughout the series, right? Can you vote throughout the series? Like, what was the percent at the start? Because I feel like
I don't know how long. I think the default's like 2 minutes for a poll. so I'm not sure.
So this is the start of this series. Can the LePomp believers in chat spam some Feralaths, please?
Yeah.
You got the points, I know it.
I think we all collectively owe LePomp an apology. You know, it was never our intention to hurt anyone, or we'll do better moving forward. You know, I don't know. I'm trying to pull together like a bad YouTuber apology or something. It's not going very well.
Do you have a ukulele? Maybe that works then.
Yeah. Here we go. I've got some fake tears coming down, but no, I mean, truthfully, LePomp, are bad. You guys are right. You guys, that was amazing. And I hope you continue to prove us wrong, because that was an extremely exciting game to watch. And now Liquid down there in the lower bracket, and they're just continuing to make the lower bracket more poisonous as we move forward. There's some incredible teams down there. We can take a look right now. You know, Power Frogs, they're way up there in the points. UNITAS, of course, we're waiting on an opponent from them from this next up match. It's either going to be the Move or VOIDGG. So no matter how that series ends, that's going to be an incredible matchup too. And North America, Stupides, is just shaping up to be a pretty deadly bracket.
Yeah, I mean, definitely off the back of that. Like, and we haven't really seen VOIDGG yet too much. They were honestly like kind of like a favored newcomer team. Like everyone was expecting them to be the new hotness, just kind of shredding everybody in North America. And I don't think that they hit the point that they wanted to. So hopefully, in these next two cups, they've found their identity. I think they're having an identity crisis. All of them are phenomenal individual players, and they all want to play every class, but they need to settle in on what their roles are going to be, and how they're going to specialize in them. And if they can do that, then they're going to be a very threatening team.
Yeah, they certainly will be. So I can't wait to see what these guys are capable of. I just think that, teams keep proving us wrong. We just have all these underdog stories, and they're like, hey, we were never underdogs. You guys just underestimated us. So we'll be looking forward to seeing how they're going to do that down there in the lower bracket. But we've got the Move versus VOIDGG up next. We're going to head to that after this break. Before we head to a break, however, we're going to do another map guessing segment. So maybe we'll have a little bit better luck, Stupides and Lithy, on correctly predicting this one.
Lithy's the best player at this. We're going to get
so
owned
true.
right
Lithy
now.
is.
Like we need to tag team against him. We need to team up against him. We need to kick Lithy out of the call, so just I can talk, and we can strategize to win this.
Yeah.
This map looks like
I'm locking in the Grand.
That's a fast lock. Yeah, he's playing
really
it.
fast.
He's playing at the bottom left pillar,
It's
and
not
that yellow
the Grand.
dot's playing at the top left. I think this is. They're in the middle of the map. Holy
I know what it is.
crap! What is this? Like,
I'm going.
there's definitely a pillar on the top left, and there's a pillar on the bottom left, and now we're moving on to the right side. So there's a pillar on the top right. Oh my god! I think the Grand might end up being right. Maybe.
If you want 3 points, lock in Enigma.
No. Hey.
Enigma has 2 pillars.
I'm going Robodrome.
Enigma has
I
4
don't know.
pillars.
No, wait. Robodrome is
3.
3, isn't it?
I don't think it's Enigma, because
Yeah, it
that
is.
pillar on the top left is too big. I think it's Negrand.
It looks like there's going to be...
There's 4 pillars. And Enigma has 4 and Negrand has 4. Empyrean
How do you say
Domain has
4?
4. So there's 3 maps that have 4. It's not Robodrome. I'm going Empyrean. Yeah.
Oh boy.
I had to throw something in that wasn't Negrand, but I was pretty sure it was Negrand.
I'm getting so baited with these zoomed in versions of the map.
Yeah. Same.
Well, to be fair, I locked in the Grand, so I didn't
Just
I
never
couldn't change
question
my
your
prediction,
guess.
right?
You can't change it, so you may as well not second guess it.
Goodness. All right. Well, chat, let us know if you were correct in that one. I bet that everyone that voted for LePomp also voted for Negrand. Because they're just,
Yeah.
they stay winning. They stay winning. All right. Well, let us know in chat what you guess. Thank you so much to Warcraft Logs for powering this segment. And with that, we will be heading to a break. When we come back, we're going to have more exciting, intense, drama-packed gameplay coming up next. It is Team Liquid versus VOIDGG. We just got done with a pretty incredible series where everyone's predictions turned out to be incorrect. So I'm not sure if I should even bother with this one, Zico. But who do you feel like comes out on top with this, VOIDGG or the move?
This is a tough one. Just for the record, I had the POMP. Like, I knew they were going to take that last series. So, yeah. I don't know about no one predicted it.
Can't prove you wrong
I'm
because
just
you weren't
kidding.
here, so we have to believe you.
Okay, never mind. I guess we can't prove me wrong.
Production just shutting you down immediately.
Anyway, the move and Void, yeah, let's talk about that. It's hard because, like, I feel like the Void on paper is like this rock star team. Like, I feel like Void is the future.
Yeah.
These guys, like, they're young, they're fresh, they got it going, but they haven't found like their like team identity yet. I would say they're a team with 3 mage players. Like, why do you have Wealthy Man? Why do you have Nick and Calvish all being able to play mage? Like, unless you're trying to run triple mage, there's no reason for that, you know. So they're spreading themselves a little bit too thin. The move, on the other hand, has looked solid and is looking even more solid with the Cebralium pickup. So I'm excited to see kind of how that is working for the move, because they're typically a very like fun, chaotic team. And the impression I've had from Cebralium is that he's like very calm and collected. So I wonder, you know, like how that affects the team and how they're able to mesh with that.
Yep. Yeah, it's definitely a good question, and we're gonna get those answers right now. Game number 1 here. It is the move versus VOIDGG. Loser of this one will be dropping down to the lower bracket.
Well, it's a Windwalker in the hands of Nick. Calvish on the Outlaw Rogue up against the moves Bread and Butter RPS. And Zico, I'll be very honest with you, that is going to be a painful round for VOIDGG as he's cheap shotted up and eyed up by Nick as well. Zuen already out. This Shadow Priest is going to suffer the entire, let's say, 4.5 minutes this game is going to last.
Oh, right now it's currently suffering, though. I think they proc the Guardian. Abster's also playing those swelling waves. That was an incredible setup that we saw from the move, getting the double fear, getting the setup there on the healer, catching Kearney completely unaware there. But like you mentioned, you know, this is going to be a tough round for sure for VOIDGG. A Windwalker sitting on a Shadow Priest. It's a tale as old as time. And we'll see what Nick and Calvish can do, because this is a composition that we typically don't see, especially with the Outlaw Rogue here. But so far they're launching a good setup here onto Peekaboo behind the pillar, but he does get gripped back to the safety and line of sight of Absterge. Currently taking a decent amount of damage there as well behind the pillar, but should be able to recover both teams here as they look for that next setup.
Next setup is there. Cheap shot onto Absterge, but the cross CC lacking at the moment. Full blind onto Kearney. VOIDGG is continuously the target, but a full kidney onto Calvish. They're trying to take the Rogue down. Not easy as it's Outlaw, and they're remotely tanky, at least somewhat. So Calvish getting disarmed, and the swap over onto VOIDGG is happening once again. Another beautiful totem root combination here by Absterge, just really putting the wrench into the bike of Calvish, and Kearney once again the target. These swaps onto the Priest are absolutely insane, and as you mentioned, Zico, they did proc the GS. It's on another 2 minutes, 1.5 minutes cooldown, and this is a massive CD that he has no access to right now that could bleed a lot of mana.
Yeah, and also Kearney had to use his trinket in that last setup. I think the move, potentially one more setup like that, could potentially take the game here. And here we go. There's launching it right now. They got a kidney shot onto Kearney behind the pillar there, but a nice ring of peace there. Is it going to be enough defense for Kearney to stay alive in that stun lock? Looks like it's going to be enough. Look at Absterge there coming in with the swelling waves. There's the silence as well. There's the fear as well. More damage connecting here onto Kearney. How is he going to deal with it? Finally wraps around the corner and manages to get himself top. But I really like that Absterge is playing that talent with the waves because it reduces the healing. So it's really annoying for Kearney to deal with when he's already low and his healing is getting reduced like that. They're doing a swap here on the side of VOIDGG towards Absterge, but Absterge really not taking too much damage there, and instead is looking to get aggressive once again, going for the Hex as they try to take down Calvish. Calvish dropping really low, but also Serenity onto VOIDGG. Here comes another setup. Double Fear connects, but Kearney this time reads it and ducks into Angel form.
Beautifully done, but overall I'm impressed by how well the move is maneuvering this Windwalker Rogue. We've never seen a team kind of maneuver the oppressive force this well until Peekaboo gets swapped to and absolutely annihilated, forcing the Void Shift here from WizKay, but he is immediately onwards onto Kearney, full blind out of the gouge. WizKay still getting absolutely trucked right now. Nick is looking to hammer that 4-set bonus with the Rising Sun, kicks in like crazy, and for the moment, the move on the back foot a little bit. Now maybe the swap onto Kearney, the full silence, the mind games are in, but not enough damage. Absturge gets kidnapped, Nick swapping over to him, and there is another go onto WizKay. Overall, just really not the impactful damage that VOIDGG is bringing to the table that I would have expected from this comp.
Yeah, but so far they're doing good on mana. They have rotated their trinket back on Kearney. They got Guardian available once again. So those really scary moments for VOIDGG, a lot of them have kind of faded. Those kill windows are kind of going away. And on mana, they're actually doing really well. If they can continue this damage onto WizKay, they can definitely maybe tax Absturge and try to play the long game here. But right now, it's going to be Nick in a kidney shot, taking a lot of damage, gets gripped back to the safety of the pillar. Double Fear connect. They could go after Kearney here. And oh, they're going to follow it up with a Hex there. Nicely done there by Absturge. Nick in a lot of trouble here. No Touch of Karma available. Trying to spam out the Soothing Mist.
Oh, the
trying
silence.
to keep himself alive. A big damage connects. I think they proc the Guardian once again here for Nick and still taking huge damage. You don't have anything here to save him. They have the Void Shift, but might need to use it. No, they're going to be able to just greet it. And now Nick looking to get aggressive again. That was another really close call. And I said they got Kearney's trinket. They got his Guardian back, but now he's had to use everything again.
Karma is gone, Diffuse Magic and Tap and Harm are out the window. Karma's rotating up in 20 seconds, but so far Nick is very defenseless except for Kearney's Void Shift, and they might need it right here. He trinkets that Absturge totem, trying to get out of the CC and will recover for the moment, but Kearney sitting in that angel form, trying to get the heals through. It's looking alright. Peekaboo gets disarmed. Absturge finds another full hex onto the enemy healer, and there's the Void Torrent. WizKay making it happen, topping the meters, doing insane damage as he always does, even though everyone is sitting on top of him, and Nick is the prime target here. Maybe another go to Kearney. A good defensive stun from him here, but Pika is not quite done. Neither is WizKay, wrapping around the pillar a little bit to get out of line of sight. The beautiful Swelling Tides once again from Absturge. They're putting so much pressure onto VOIDGG, and it looks like they're just reeling the entire game. But maybe now, Zico, they gotta go onto WizKay.
Yeah, they need to get some pressure here on the side of VOIDGG. This game is slipping out of their hands. Kearney right now, it could be good night here behind the pillar. Peekaboo going for the offensive vanish. Do they have more stuns? There's the cheap shot connecting. Finally, Calvish is there with the vanish, trying to peel the situation, getting triple cheap shots out onto the entire team of the move. Full blind connects onto Kearney. They're going after Nick. Nick dropping dangerously low here. Can he get the Touch of Karma? He gets it just in between the stuns right there. That defensive blind onto Peekaboo by Calvish, really saving the day. And now Nick looking to get aggressive here with that Touch of Karma, with the Serenity, doing tons of damage. Finally forcing out WizKay's dispersion. The game is becoming very chaotic and unstable right now. Calvish stuck in a kidney shot. Kearney in the silence. Void Torrent comes in. Full hex secured. Calvish with the Cloak of Shadows trade manages to stay alive. And once again, the move pushing the pace here. I don't know how VOIDGG is going to be able to stay alive the next setup.
It's going to be a rough. The full kidney on Absturge is in. They need to make something happen. Maybe onto WizKay, maybe onto Pika, but it's not really working out. Once again, Kearney wraps around the pillar. He's an experienced healer. He knows how to maneuver these situations, but against the oppressive force of the move, what really can you do? It's not much. That's the big answer, and for the moment, they're just going to continue the pressure. Static Field Totem once again. Absturge really making everyone's life a living hell, even though he's getting a lower and lower on mana. As Kearney sitting a little bit ahead of him in like 5% at most, and WizKay once again being eyed up. 30 seconds onto Serenity. That's the big moment, but it might be not even getting to that as Kearney gets silenced up. There's the Void Shift in the nick of time, gets his Monk with a little bit of health, and they stabilize just for a second, but the next round of damage is coming in. Zico, Strike of the Windlord is in, and Serenity in 10 seconds.
Yeah, and WizKay has no dispersion for 10 seconds as well, so this is really their moment, but he's going to have to retreat when it's their window to get aggressive. Unfortunately for Nick, not what he wants to do right now, but Kearney is in crowd control, and he needs to try to keep them alive. There's the Paralyze onto Peekaboo, going after WizKay here once again, but WizKay, with the dispersion available, feeling very confident. They still have the Spirit Link Totem as well. Kearney gets stunned on his trinket. There's the Touch of Karma coming out onto WizKay. Huge damage connecting here by Nick on the Windwalker with Serenity. Nice Hex there onto Cal. salvage into the triple fear by VOIDGG. They're trying to take down Nick here. He's got nothing left. They could go after Kearney as well. It looks like they might be buttering him up here. Peekaboo looking for the kidney shot, but not able to find it. Nice fade coming out here for Kearney, spamming out the heals here onto his team. Void Torrent being channeled out fully here onto Nick. Huge swap onto Kearney as well. Nice paralyze onto Peekaboo, but he trinkets out to get another cheap shot. Gets very aggressive. Can they find the silence? Doesn't look like they're going to have it right now, and Kearney will be able to stay alive here with the apotheosis, but still Nick, I don't know how he's going to be able to stay alive. Look at Kearney spamming out so much healing, trying to keep his team alive, but it's not going to be enough. The move, do it with the RPS. They will be taking game number 1.
If Pika trinkets offensively, you know the game is over. That's exactly what happened. The move, they take a little bit longer, 8.5 minutes, the second longest game of the weekend. But they take the dub, they secure the blind pick on the Grand, 1-0 up in this series. And if I'm just reconsidering my expectations for this series overall, Zico, I was pretty sure this was either going to be a blowout, someone's going to 3-0 someone, or it's going to be a 5-game series. And after this one, I'm not quite sure. Unless VOIDGG pulled something other than this Windwalker Rogue out of their pocket, I don't think they stand a chance.
I think this is just like the first layer of VOIDGG. So I think there's two things to it. I think that this is probably, you know, they expecting the move to run the RPS as they tend to do, and this is their best answer. So it doesn't make it doesn't put a lot of confidence, I guess, in the other matchups that they have. But they're such, you know, extraordinary players. They have a lot of options, so they could make anything look good. So I definitely wouldn't want to count them out just yet, but the move, man, these guys are so disgusting on the RPS. Like, they know exactly how they're going to deal with these cleaves every single time, okay? They're going on VOIDGG. We're going to have Peekaboo going after the enemy healer. We're going to double fear the DPS, and during those moments when you have the fear on the DPS and the stun on the healer, that's when VOIDGG can get really aggressive, and that's going to be, you know, alleviating a lot of that pressure that you typically, deal with as a Shadow Priest.
It's just so oppressive, and I'm not sure if I want to call it the move super weapon, but Ceralium new on the roster, we haven't even seen that. This is just standard the move RPS, right? So they're already looking this scary without even the newest team member making an appearance yet, and we're going to Enigma Crucible? What? Okay. If I could make a request for this series, Zico, I want to see an RMP mirror.
An RMP mirror?
With Ceralium,
I mean,
yeah.
They could do it. I would like to see it as well. What kind of RMP mirror would you want to see? Like Frost Mages or like Sub-Rogues or what?
The move actually played one series of RMP in the open bracket this Wednesday, and they did run Frost Mage Outlaw Rogue, which looked incredibly clean. That's why I would be so excited to see it. But yeah, Frost Mage Outlaw, I mean, hey, whatever Peekaboo wants to bring into the arena, it's gonna be a feast for the eyes anyway, so hey, knock yourself out. I'm excited for it one way or another.
All right, well, we'll see if we can get that. I mean, it would be crazy if they locked in RMP. I think I'm gonna be, like a party pooper here. I think they're going RPS, sadly. And Void, I don't know what they're gonna be bringing, because they have a lot of options. They can play Moonkin Rogue, they can play a bunch of things, Cleaves, Wizards. We'll see.
So I want to toss a question at you there, Zico. If we're considering that last map, right, I think one of the most important pieces to the move's victory was Absturge. Super oppressive with the Tide Shields, the healing reduction, but also the static field totems and especially the hexes. I think he landed like 9 full hexes the entire game. That's a massive amount considering that thing has so much cooldown. What has VOIDGG in their back pocket that can deal with Absturge on the Shaman?
What does anyone have that can deal with Absturge on the Shaman? Because it's true what you're saying. We've highlighted it a lot in the past too. Absturge on that Shaman is just the X factor. He's always there contributing to the kills, adding in damage, adding in purges, positioning people with the static fields, and just very, it's if you want to have a Shaman on your team, you definitely want it to be Absturge, especially during those setups. But how do you deal with that if you're Void? Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, that's that's the mystery. I feel like most of North America is trying to deal with right now. Historically, against the move, it's been a lot about the cleaves, and of course, Liquid have had some success as well with Prez Evoker and Moonkin Rogue. So that's something that Void has ran in the past. We could see that come out again. We've had, I want to say, a Game 5 series between these two teams in the past, where the move ended up
pretty
winning.
sure we did, yeah.
And I think a lot of those games,
So it's not...
I think they use Destro Warlock though, and it's not really the flavor anymore.
I mean, it was Flavor of the Month, so not a big surprise there generally. I mean, that's the big thing with Void, right? They have such a deep pool of classes they can bring to the table, so many comps they can bring to the table. It's really more of a question of what do they really want to play here. And they're taking their sweet time, which is more than fine, but I'm super, super excited to see what the result is going to be. And especially considering we're going to Enigma Crucible, which is not necessarily a map you see a lot of, I feel like we're grabbing something that might want a little bit more space. What about jungle? What if they bring in the Streamer Zone MM Hunter magic?
There's no way they're playing jungle.
Oh my god! I saw the druid. I saw the druid. I was like, oh my god! Never mind. Never mind.
Unfortunately, it's just going to be some Boomkin Rogue here coming out from Void. But yeah, the thing is, I feel like no one plays jungle right now, and it's because it's just one of those comps that you have to play it for such a long time and know how to deal with every comp before you're going to see success with it. So yeah, I think this is more in line of what I expect from VOIDGG. I kind of like it. They're opting for the Holy Priest over the Prez Evoker, which is pretty interesting. And we'll see if this is going to be the answer for the move. Something tells me that we kind of like Void expected the move to run RPS, and they prepped, you know, the Windwalker Rogue for that. So this is kind of like Plan B territory right now for VOIDGG.
You think Boomkin Rogue being Plan B? That's...
Yeah.
I feel like they could end up being a scenario where the Plan B works out a lot better than the Plan A. So I'm curious to see where this is going. Generally, I mean, if we're talking about rogues in NA, right? Of course, obviously, the first choice is Peekaboo, but second, third choice, Trill, at latest point third. You talk about Kelvish, right?
It's that's another tough one. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. My list, I don't know, maybe it would look a little different actually. But
okay,
your point stands.
No,
those are the top 3 rogues for sure. They're all you know, incredible at what they do, and it's funny because they all have kind of a different style too. To kind of how they play, so it's really interesting to see because it's a similar thing going on in the mage community. You have like all of these different mages playing completely different things. You know, in Europe we saw a lot of Frost Mage, and when we did see Arcane Mage, like from Raikou, it was always with the Shimmer. Here we see Cubsy, he's locking it in every single game, playing Blink Stun, playing very different, like kind of Spell Steal, spam damage, like Dampener play style.
Yeah.
So it is interesting to see, you know, how all of these different players are kind of adapting their class to kind of their own play style.
It's definitely fun. A lot of variety that we're being shown in general, and quite honestly, I think so far Dragonflight has been a lot of fun in terms of the variety of comps we've seen in the AWC when we're looking at the top 8. Of course, once you get into the higher matchups and like the Grand Finals and the top 3, top 4, it tends to go a little bit more to those flavor of the month BIS comps, right? But generally, we're seeing a lot of interesting things. At this point, if you look towards EU, Streamer Zone putting some impressive jungle games onto the map, but talking about maps, we're finally into the matchup. The move up 1-0. Can they push VOIDGG to the match point? That's the question, and that's a cheap shot to open it up here by Kelvish.
Yeah, and VOIDGG, they really want to get this win. No one wants to lose this series and drop down to the lower bracket where scary teams like Power Frogs and Liquid are waiting. So you definitely want to stay up here as long as possible. Right now we got a fear here onto Calvish, looking to get back onto WizKay, and Peekaboo sitting in a Cyclone. Nick looking for potentially a Root Solar Beam. No, he's going to just throw a Solar Beam for an interrupt there onto WizKay, slow down his damage. Cheap shots coming in. Nice peel there by Peekaboo. Nick wanted to go for a Cyclone there onto Absturge, but Peekaboo was quick to shut it down. Double disarm coming out from both rogues. So far, the game looks very mirrored here on both sides. Kind of both teams looking for that opening.
Yeah, and so far, a minute in, the opening has been looking all right. Once again, the move going hard onto Kearney, setting him under pressure here. He swapped over to Undead Priest to get that Will of the Forsaken in to deal with those fears from WizKay, because they have been really annoying in game 1. And Absturge tries to snipe Nick with the static field, but he dodges it with a beautiful wild charge. And of course, WizKay under fire in the meantime. Big damage coming in also from Kearney. That's also something you need to always consider when you're dealing with the Holy Priest. They can bring in a lot of boom with that Holy Fire spam. And Kearney once again under fire. Maybe he'll need some heals instead of those Holy Fires just now.
Whoa.
There's a fear. The swap onto Calvish, keeping himself alive and getting out of that situation. Now WizKay under fire, Zico.
Yeah, big pressure here onto WizKay. Can they find the CC? They do find a fear here onto Absturge. WizKay spamming out the flash heals, trying to stay alive. The Earthen Wall Totem really doing some work there for Absturge, preventing WizKay from having to use any of those big cooldowns like the Void Shift. And right now, Nick is taking a lot of damage actually behind the pillar. Peekaboo looking for the crowd control there onto Kearney. And they do manage to snipe the Hex. Absturge, once again, the X Factor. Look at that Hex timing right now while Nick is extremely low. But beautiful precog there for Nick. Manages to get the fake cast on the kick, and should be able to stay alive there around the corner. Now just swapping to Calvish, though. He's taking a lot of damage. Look at the lava burst flying in. Nice mind control here by WizKay, making sure the dots are ticking, preventing the heals there, kind of using the mind control as a pseudo cyclone. And now it's going to be Calvish looking to get aggressive. WizKay fading the killing spree, half of it at least, before he gets cycloned up. And once again, I think the move are just looking like they're in the driver's seat. Constant pressure here, getting these setups, finding the swaps back and forth, and really forcing out some major defensives.
They have noticed that RP as their bread and butter. It's not able to one-shot people, but it's winning games, and so far they're doing a fantastic job with it, even if it looks a little bit spooky sometimes. But hey, if there is a priest in North America or generally in the world that is used to being trained 24/7 and living a life on 30% HP, it's WizKay, and he is super comfortable in that situation. Absturge finds a good lasso, dodges around the pillar away from Calvish, trying to interrupt it, and WizKay still dying in the meantime. Another cheap shot coming through. Absturge has Trinket Link, might be able to toss that in if it becomes really necessary, but Peekaboo looking for some peels. Full blind on the Absturge is immediately removed with as well. And for the moment, everything evens out again for just a second at very least. Nick is trying to get some casts in. Beautiful Mass Root with the Solar Beam. But now Peekaboo connects onto him. Pre-bears the cheap shot, but it might not be enough. Absturge even throwing in the Lightning Bolts for extra damage.
Absturge always there on the setup, but right now caught up in a fear. Nick looking for the Cyclone, manages to find a half Cyclone there. Nice chastise stun there on the Peekaboo to allow Nick to get the cast off, but not enough pressure right now to force WizKay into that dispersion, which is the goal, of course, for VOIDGG, but still a lot of pressure coming in here onto WizKay. They don't have CC onto Absturge. No, they do find a kidney shot here. Nice disarm there onto Peekaboo. Can they find anything more? They do have a gouge, but ends up breaking there. So WizKay will be able to stay alive. Calvish actually using his evasion there to try to stay on target and be aggressive. So Calvish could be a swappable target later, has no trinket and no evasion. Nick just sitting here behind the pillar, knows that Peekaboo wants to send the stun onto Kearney. Oh, he deafs the blind Kearney inside Peekaboo's head right now. Deafs the blind. He knows he's going to get blinded. He knows the kidney's going to come on Nick. Instead, it's going to be a kidney on Kearney, a fear on Nick, and looks like they wanted to swap to Kearney there, but so far, really good defensive play there from Void to avoid that GG, to avoid that go, not GG.
I mean, a go has a G in the word, so you're not too wrong, Zico, but first and foremost, WizKay is trying to bring some damage in, and oh my goodness, that's a lot of tentacles going in on Kearney there. It's almost looking like BFA walled over in this situation. Luckily, the damage not quite that high as WizKay is trying to take him down, but forces the Spirit, the GS, and the Power Infusion. Actually, a lot they got out of Kearney in this situation, and Nick looking to reposition, looking to get some damage in, but it's not quite working out the way he is intending. Maybe on the tail end of this Celestial alignment, this could get dangerous for the move. Absterge has Trinket Link available, might need to use it. Dispersion is 10 seconds out, full clone onto WizKay. This could get hairy in just a second here. Incarnation is gone. WizKay should be fine. Is kiting Kelvish around the pillar and living his best life. Absterge connects, gets some heals in. Peekaboo gets his disarm dispelled, and Kearney kidnapped up for the moment. WizKay once again looking for damage, and the move just dampening the game further and further while Void is rotting away. Zico.
I mean, this is just beautiful to watch. Absterge gets the Hex there onto Calvish. WizKay just freely pumping. But right now, WizKay is under heavy fire here. Big damage connecting Absterge in a bash. Do they have anything out of that bash? Looks like a DR Kidney and into a DR Cyclone here. Nick flapping across here to WizKay. Gets the Cyclone on the dispersion of WizKay, keeping him at low HP. So pretty solid performance here so far from VOIDGG, trying to get some pressure onto WizKay. But now it's going to be Kearney in a kidney shot. Peekaboo trying to take matters into his own hands. Kearney going for that Guardian Angel there, and he's not in line of sight of his light well. Now finally he is. That's how that Guardian Angel is so powerful. You can pop it when you're stunned, and the light well will just spam heal you, basically make you immortal. But close call there for Kearney, but it didn't proc, so he's going to be completely fine. WizKay now though under heavy fire, no dispersion available. Absterge with no trinket. They need to get a good CC chain onto Absterge, and then they can maybe find an opening here onto WizKay on the side of Void.
Clutch Winchy here by Absterge, setting up some good damage onto Nick. Kearney trying to get the flash heals in and to keep him alive. Dispel comes in. The fear is nasty to deal with. GS is still 30 seconds out. No more serenities in this situation. If the move are able to find an opportunity right here, this could get devastating. There's the cheap shot, and Kearney with a beautiful Spirit of Redemption just to get out of any CC opportunities here. PI popped in as well as the him, and WizKay under fire. Lots of damage going in. You mentioned Absterge doesn't have the trinket. The link is available, but Pika, first and foremost, has a full kidney onto Kearney, is trying to put the pressure on him while both priests are dying across the map. Another chastise stun, double fear. Kearney pushing in aggressively. Absterge is still feared out. No Tremor totem down preemptively, but the link is available. WizKay stays alive with some heals. Absterge actually dropping low. Zico, that's dangerous.
Yeah, very dangerous, but Absterge manages to stay alive, and now he's got the Stormkeeper channeled up, looking for the damage, but he's got no wall, he's got no trinket. If they stun him right now, they can kill him. There's the Chastise stun. Absterge on 1% HP gets really cheap shot, and they manage to take him down before he can access that link. And this is so clever, the way Void did this, because when WizKay and Absterge were stacked at the pillar, Void made it look like they were going on Absterge. He tried to pre-wall the setup, and then that came back to haunt him a little bit later here. He had just a second left on his trinket too when he died. Very unfortunate for the move, but what a game by the Void. They played it really well, honestly, to survive for this long and to actually find the counter pressure as well. That was very impressive.
Love to see that, especially Absterge, who was kind of the extra weight on the scales for the move in Game 1 and Game 2. He's doing a great job, but didn't really find too many plays, and suddenly that Boomkin Rogue starts to look a little bit overpowering, especially in the later minutes of the game. Kearney also doing an incredible job, and here, you know, the comms are hot. Everyone's yelling, we can kill, we can kill, we can kill. Kearney sprints in for the chastise, finds the fear, they find the damage onto Absterge, and he never recovered from this.
Yeah, and that's the problem right there, because he tried to pre-wall that setup, but instead they just CC'd him and then went after Kearney. And here, you know, I never really point out mistakes from Absterge, but I feel like going for the Stormkeeper here, going aggressive, he should have realized that this is something that definitely could have happened, because he just survived the go, but he thought maybe that he was going to get the Spirit Link off in time, and he died. It was like the stun ended, like he was probably spamming the link. If that stun was like 0.1 second shorter, he probably gets that off. But yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for Absterge getting caught like that. But also really nicely done by Void, capitalizing on it. And what do you think comp-wise? Is this what we're going to be seeing now? Do you think we see Ceralium tagged in? Or like, what do you think is happening now?
I mean, I'd love to see Ceralium tagged in. I think everyone would love to see Ceralium tagged in. The question just is, how confident is the move that they can beat Boomy Rogue with RPM compared to RPS. I think they can win with both comps. I don't think there's too much of a difference in what can really work out, but generally I think they're gonna stick to their guns. That's what they usually do. That's what a lot of the NA teams usually do. I talked about it with Team Liquid earlier. They're very much a team in the same spirit, so to say. The move picked Ruins of Lordaeron, which leads me to believe they're sticking to RPS, but then again, hey, Ruins of Lordaeron can be pretty good for RPS, RMP, that way around.
Yeah, definitely. Can also be good against RMP. Some of these mages definitely have had their moments, you know, most of us have on Ruins, but I wonder here, what is Void gonna blind lock? Are they gonna blind lock the same thing now? Are they gonna blind lock something else? Because this is the swing match. Void need this win here. And the move, of course, they need to just get this win and just try to, you know, get a hold of this series. And Void is going to do exactly that. They're just going to lock it in again, run it back. Yeah. I think it's the right play. This is also, you know, one of those things about this comp is that it's a really good blind lock comp. The Rogue Moonkin, you can basically run it into almost every matchup, and you're not gonna have like okay, this is a super giga hard counter, we can't beat it. You can have like some soft counters, you know, you can have some tough matchups, but you can win against everything if you play well.
Yeah, and I think exactly like these comp choices. Yes, historically, these NA teams tend to really stick to their guns, stick to their comfort zone, but speaking to the move, at the start of the season, they were talking about how they're trying to improve on their comp decision-making in general, and taking their time to really think this through, which would lead me to believe that they did, and they've come to the answer that RPS is indeed the right thing to play here.
Turns out that RPS is back, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
Was it ever gone, though? That's the question.
After careful consideration, the move has decided to run RPS once again. But I mean, I can't complain. I loved this matchup here. It's always fun to watch it. And that previous game was really nice too. So I think both teams they're happy with this. They're gonna keep playing this, and whoever can you know, outplay the setups better, whoever can find their own setups, whoever can kind of steamroll those advantages, is going to be able to take this series. And again, this is such an important series, right? Because VOIDGG and the Move, you know, two of those teams that are very, very much in contention for those spots for the finals. And also, this is a tournament where you can really like get ahead of the other team. If the Move wins, they will send VOIDGG down to deal with the Power Frogs, down to deal with Liquid, down to deal with all the annoying things that are waiting down there. So both of these teams, they want to stay up here in the upper bracket.
Down to deal with Liquid. Not what I was expecting to say. I was expecting to say the Move take this serious, but we'll see how that's gonna go here on Ruins of Lordaeron. VOIDGG, they're looking for that match point. They want to go up in this series, but overall, that's not gonna be an easy task. Nick gets feared out here in the opener. Still hasn't popped that. Oh, no, Kearney is dead. Excuse me.
Opener?
GS popped. Absurge with these lightning bolts. He gets the Serenity in, barely staying alive. That GS was procced, and you know, those move openers, they've just developed into an unstoppable abomination.
Jeez, Kearney, he can count his lucky stars to even be alive right now. He almost went down through the Guardian, proccing Absurge there with the Stormkeeper coming in there, trying to zap Kearney out of existence, but he's not out of the woods just yet. Another kidney shot coming in. Nice disarm there from the Moonkin there with the Fairy Swarm, and it's going to be now Nick looking for some pressure potentially over onto Peekaboo. He was in a chastise stun, now cloning up WizKid. WizKid is just going to instantly trinket that and just continue the pressure. Absurge stuck in a kidney shot. Calvish, what are you going to do out of that? There's the blind onto Absurge. Absurge is going to trinket that as well. So now WizKid has no trinket. Absurge has no trinket. They really want to just get aggressive here. Full kidney onto Kearney. WizKid pushing in for the fear. They get the DR cheap shot into the DR fear, into the Hex there onto Calvish. Would have actually liked to see that Hex onto Kearney, but either way, it's going to be dispelled by Nick, so it doesn't really matter. And it is going to be VOIDGG staying alive through that setup. But the Move, you can tell they're feeling very confident. They're playing very aggressive here, and you know, if you play too aggressive, it could definitely come back and bite you.
Can most definitely. We've seen that happen in various situations across various different series. And WhizzK might feel that on his own body a little bit right now, getting cheap shotted up. Some good heals coming in from Upsurge though in general. Though I think, Zico, we can talk a little bit about these setups, these opportunities that the teams are looking for. Because while Arena is just standardly a lot about trading CDs like Peekaboo needs to with this evasion. Oh my god, out of nowhere he just gets annihilated. Upsurge trying to pump through it with the Ascendance, and it seems to be enough. Even though he gets kidnapped up, Peekaboo is gonna sit in a little bit of a Cyclone, get the DRs off of that Rogue for the Void so they can continue the damage, but for the moment things recover. And that's exactly one of the setups that I was trying to talk about, that the teams need to look for to become really dangerous. And now Void, with a triple fear from WhizzK, is trying to send Nick to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, Nick needs to be careful. He's tanking it out in bear form right now. Gets the frenzied region, manages to stay alive. Peekaboo shadow steps over, looking for more damage here. Kearney with nice dispels goes into angel form, spamming out the heals here with the divine hymn, spamming out the flash heals, just powering up his team here. And look at Peekaboo, he's rotting down. He needs to be very careful. No cloak of shadows for another 19 seconds. WhizzK as well, taking a lot of damage. The beam actually gets fake casted there by Wiz, and Nick wanted to find maybe a solar beam there onto Cass and then look for a cyclone onto Upsurge. He's still kind of looking for it, but here comes the setup. He cannot be in caster form right now. He sees both of his teammates there get feared. If he stays in caster form and casts a cyclone, he will get stunned in caster form and take tremendous damage. So that's why he just completely abandons that push and goes into bear form, plays it out defensively. And that's something that in general all of these players are doing. Anytime the healer gets CC'd, anytime if you are the healer, your team gets CC'd, you're anticipating these swaps. But WhizzK right now manages to stay alive. Another close called. I think he's spamming out the flash. His Upsurge is out of crowd control. WhizzK will recover.
Oh, big damage to Nick. Kearney sitting in a blind. The follow-up here by WhizzK. He's pushing in for pressure. Kearney pops that APOF. Extra healing, improved holy word cooldown reduction, and WhizzK going for a little bit of damage with that Shadow Fiend running Nick down to half. We're 4 minutes in, and if the series so far has been an indicator, we got another 4 minutes in this map. At the very least, Nick, though, taken down to 20%. Peekaboo not quite done yet. Just popped that advantage a little bit ago for a little bit extra pressure. That's when Outlaw Rogue gets really dangerous, but WhizzK is the next target. Kelvish trying to make things happen, going for the blind on Upsurge. Finds the zap. Beautiful reactions, and this is exactly, well, Kelvish started as one of the best Rogue in NA. Beautiful plays coming out, forcing defensive moves at the very least from Pika.
Yeah, and also they got the dispersion here from Wiz, so really nice setup there again from Void, and dampening is really ramping up here. Both of these healers are going to have to deal with it, and nice, look at that static field by Upsurge while they're going after Kearney. Nice silence there onto Kearney to prevent the fear onto Upsurge. Now Kearney ducks into Spirit of Redemption to try to avoid CC as well and try to keep his team topped. Nick doing a lot of damage here onto WhizzK, and this is a scary situation here for Wiz because he needs to get his damage out. He needs to trade damage, but he has no dispersion, so just standing here tanking it can be really risky, especially with Upsurge not having the trinket. They can get a fear onto Upsurge or something. They could definitely try to take WhizzK down. Nick, though, taking a lot of damage here. There's another setup, double fear coming out onto Upsurge. Beautifully done there by Kearney, actually saving Nick there by being offensive, and now they're going to follow that up with a cheap shot onto Upsurge into a Cyclone. WhizzK with the Solar Beam. He can't access the Void Shift. 1% finally manages to get out of the Solar Beam and get the Void Shift. That was a really clutch Solar Beam there by Nick. Nice setup by Void, and they will get the big cooldown, but at least WhizzK will survive. And now WhizzK is angry. He's got full HP. There's the full kidney onto Kearney. There's the full gouge. WhizzK pushing in here, potentially looking for some damage onto Nick as well. Nick trying to fake cast right now, trying to stay alive. Finally manages to get enough HP with that frenzied regen and the bark skin. But what a game, back and forth. WhizzK could be in trouble again here, Liffy.
Yeah, once again, he comes in with the Master Spell, trying to make things happen. Has the dispersion available. Upsurge has that link. 15 seconds on the trinket. Last game, it was exactly those last few seconds of Upsurge's trinket cooldown that they used to completely barrel over the move. But now Kearney gets sheared They are trying to put the pressure on. Where's the C setup here? Pika is certainly looking for something, but there's a full Cyclone. Stopping Pika in his tracks. Cross CC across the entire move team, except for Upsurge, dipping out of line of sight behind the cart. Nick still under fire. Whiskey doing tremendous amounts of damage here. Another Solar Beam coming in to kick Whiskey on those casts. It's gonna save Nick for a moment, but Kearney really trying to make things happen. Trinkets the silence and blind overlap here from the move, but the pressure is mounting. Pika follows up with a beautiful gouge. He's gonna try to get the CC out, but in the nick of time, Kelvish stops him short with a cheap shot. Upsurge with his static field totem, grabbing Nick back in. The mind control from Whiskey gets kicked by Kelvish, but the move can't quite finish the job. The damage is still not in, and Kearney might be the target. Coming out of the Spirit of Redemption, there's the cheap shot. Peekaboo's trying to full send it. The Cloak on the offensive with the Adrenaline Rush. Everything is being sent. Swap onto Kelvish. They swap over onto Rogue. The double fuse in, and the move will try to take it. Kelvish doesn't even proc the cheat death. What a go!
That was an absolutely amazing recovery there by Kearney. Calvish will stay alive there with the Guardian, and now Whiskey is under heavy fire, but so is Nick here, taking a lot of damage. Calvish had to use his trinket there in that previous exchange. Peekaboo in a lot of trouble, gets gripped back to the pillar. Upsurge needs to play catch up here. His whole team is dying. Peekaboo with the killing spree right now. Very, very low. Calvish trying to take him down. Full stun onto Upsurge. Peekaboo, what are you going to do here? He's moving in for the Spirit Link. He drops the Spirit Link. Here comes the damage from the move. The Void Torrent. Nick, how are you going to respond? There's the silence. Nick gets absolutely crushed by the damage of Whiskey. Defensive line on Peekaboo. I don't think it's going to be enough here. I don't think we're going to see any 2v3 shenanigans happen, but Upsurge is completely tapped, so I don't know. If Calvish can recover, they're definitely going to try to play this one out. They get a kidney shot into the gouge. There's a killing spree by Calvish to get the disarm, but they're not able to find the fear. Curtin pushes in, looks for the fear. Upsurge has the tremor totem, doesn't get the tremor totem. Instead, he's just going to trinket it and just try to keep his team alive. Actually, I wonder if he did that because he doesn't want to waste mana on tremor totem. I wonder if Tremor Totem actually costs mana. I don't even know if it does, actually. If it does, it's like the most minuscule amount. And it looks like VOIDGG is going to fall and bow out the move after a long battle. Take it.
The last words out of Whiskey's mouth there were, say less. There we go. The move moving up to a match point, 2-0 up, 2-1 up in this series, of course. But Zico, this does not look like a dominant performance from the move. Not because they're playing bad, but because the Void is playing so damn well. This is exactly what we were hoping we would see coming into this season, right? We talked about how this team is just a bunch of incredibly talented players coming together that just haven't found that one switch they need to flip so everything clicks and it runs well, and they seem to have found it at least a little bit here.
Absolutely. I think that you're absolutely right. I think that the reason why, these games are going to like the 30, 40, 50% dampening, I mean, you saw the game. It's just people are just doing clutch things to stay alive. People are at 1% pulling out some crazy things out of their hat and living, and when everyone is constantly just playing at such a high level, reacting perfectly to every single swap, that's what happens. And one mistake, like this game, think about this, Letty. This game was 8 minutes and 36 seconds long. But in the very opener, it could have been over. It could have literally been over in the opener. Do you remember that opener from the move?
No, I completely forgot about it already.
on Kearney, they almost zapped him out of the game like the first 2 seconds. That's what's so crazy about these teams. They're so good.
Yeah. And look at Whiskey's damage breakdown here in the last 20 seconds. 1.7 million damage. I mean, it's no surprise, and it's historically just a very consistent thing that Whiskey is... To an extent, I want to call him the beating heart of the move. The man is always in, the man is always gaming, and the man is always performing at the very top level of ability. And still, on the Shadow Priest this season, it is no different. They're looking fantastic. They're up on match point. They need to take a win here on the Empyrean Domain as VOIDGG locks the run back in. We're once again going in Outlaw, Holy Priest, and Nick on the Boomy.
Yeah, comps are being locked in, map selected, and I mean, like, look at the move, bro. Look at that bench Ceralium. Like, doesn't that just terrify you? Like, if you're in this tournament and you see that, like, that's gonna take. It terrifies me. It's gonna take a little time to get used to that one.
If you ask me, like, not even like 2 years ago, if you asked me like 6 months ago, what I would think about Ceralium joining the move, I would have called you crazy. It's like, yeah, that's never gonna happen, dude. It's never gonna happen. But quite honestly, it's an insanely interesting pickup, and we've seen a little bit of Ceralium in the open bracket by the move. It was one series they looked incredibly dominant, but what I noticed out of that series is that Ceralium seems to bring in a sort of calmness, a killer instinct that I feel like the move has been lacking a little bit at the least over the last few seasons. If you listen to their comms, it's a lot of chatter in a lot of cases. Everyone trying to shout, everyone trying to communicate as much as possible. When Ceralium is in, Ceralium calls the shots and Pika is on target. Pika is locked in and people are dying left, right, and center. It is an amazing thing to watch. And overall, I think Ceralium joining up might be a very, very interesting shift that we're going to see with the move coming the next days, weeks, months even.
Absolutely. I think definitely it's a good way to kind of word it. It's bringing the killer instinct back to the move, and they're going to need it. They're up 2-1. They want to knock Void down to the lower bracket. The comps are all the same, and both teams have won with this matchup. So it is going to come down to who plays it better, who reacts better, who reads the setups better. And if your name is Void, maybe you want to get a better opener as well, because so far in these games, it's been Kearney just having to basically use his whole spell book every single time in those opening stages. Calvis looking for the sap, finds it onto Wiz, and looks like he's going to get pulled out of stealth. This is not good.
Oh, they're just beelining Kearney at this point. Pika just CCing up everyone. Early hacks from Calvish. And there's the go onto Kearney. Full kidney into a cheap shot. This time around, the damage, though, not as big as Whiskey is parked on the sideline in his solar beam. Beautiful reaction by Nick. They're definitely for the opener this time around. But what can the move do in the follow-up? Full disarm on Calvish. He's trying to get the cloak in and do some damage. But Nick is the next target with a full kidney. Whiskey taking damage.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. So Nick trinketed in that opener to get this solar beam to shut down Whiskey in the opener, but now Nick has no barkskin and no trinket. And look at Kearney, he's very low already behind the pillar. No Guardian Angel. Cheap shots coming in into another cheap shot. They force Kearney's trinket. He fades there because he doesn't want to get blinded. So Kearney right now could be susceptible to that blind from Peekaboo, and they could actually try to take down Nick. They have a good opening here. Do they have the damage? There's the kidney shot. Do they find the blind shadow step kick onto Kearney? Can he get the blind as well? He's looking for it. There it is, full blind onto Kearney. Did he def that? Kearney, an absolute legend, defing his second blind of the series there off screen. Whiskey, in the meantime, forced to trade out his dispersion, gets Cyclone on the dispersion, and Void once again. Most teams are going to die in a situation like that, but not Void. They are going to survive it and turn it on its head.
Kearney, absolutely incredible, putting out plays left, right, and center, but still he needs to do a lot more to keep his team alive and healthy. Regaining that Serenity for a second is going to throw out big heals and keep everyone alive. Big innovate from Nick as well to save mana, because that is looking pretty decent for them. So far, Absterge is starting to fall behind on the blue bar. And in the meantime, Whiskey, the next target, gets inlined. Nick, dipping around the corner for just a second, is going to resupply himself with a little bit of safety positioning, and now gets swapped to, gets shotted, gets absolutely deleted, and Kearney coming out of the CC, throwing in a GS and a big heal to save his druids alive. The move making exactly those. The entire 2 minutes we're already into this map.
Yeah, it's just a highlight reel happening right now between both of these teams. So evenly matched right now. Whiskey is in trouble, though. He needs to be very careful here. He's got the Vampiric Embrace active, spamming out some heals and also dishing out the damage. Kearney sitting through a kidney shot there, but not able to find any follow-up crowd control. And now it's going to be Void in the driver's seat here, potentially. But Peekaboo actually continuing the chain here, just out of nowhere. The micro CCs connect. Beautiful silence into a half cheap shot there. Almost taking down Nick, forcing his trinket, forcing his renewal, forcing basically half his spell book there with just a silence and some damage. Absterge sitting through a blind. He's going to trinket out of that one in the backline. Doesn't want his team to fall behind. Nice trinket there by Absterge because Peekaboo was in trouble. He's going to be able to hold on to Peekaboo's trinket, and we've seen what happens when Peekaboo does trinket offensively, so I think it's a good choice here by Absterge.
Yeah, the Celestial Alignment is running. Nick is trying to get some damage out, but overall the move just playing very clean defensively. Now a full kidney onto Upsurge, maybe the follow-up here onto Pika. Tail end of the CDs are still incredibly dangerous with the Boomkin coming in, and Pika is taking a lot of damage. 6 seconds onto his cloak. He needs to sit that out. He has no trinket evasion now finally popped. Nick can't get around the corner. Finally gets the Star Searches, and Pika 1% gets in the cloak. Upsurge still sitting in that clone, and finally brings in the Spirit Link in the nick of time, tries to hack someone up after that, but overall the move getting away with their lives in a clutch move.
Yeah, and that's really greedy as well. Whiskey had the Void Shift there, but they know we don't want to overlap anything. But look at Peekaboo, there's the Void Shift. As I say that, big killing spree coming in there for Calvish. And now Kearney sitting through a kidney shot. Peekaboo trying to get aggressive. Cyclone slows him down for just a second here as he gets disarmed there as well. Now looking to get pressure onto Nick, but Nick as well blasting away at Whiskey. It's a bit of a standoff right now between these two wizards, and it looks like Nick is going to be on the losing side of that exchange as he does drop to about 50% HP. Full fear onto Absturge. There's the root beam onto Whiskey. He wants to cyclone Kearney, but Kearney Kearney ducking back behind a pillar, trying to fade the cheap shot, but manages to stay alive regardless there, just with good positioning. Goes for a stun onto Peekaboo here. Big damage. He's got the Apotheosis as well, so he's going to be able to reset a lot of his cooldowns with that. And Peekaboo is actually taking so much damage still. Nice low cyclone here as Void looks to push the pace here and find the crowd control.
Yeah, Pika even trying to get in there and step kick Nick, but couldn't quite get the Cyclone. Getting CC'd up afterwards. Kearney bringing in the Him Spirit combo once again. Just a nice way to get around being kicked on this long channeled heal. But Kelvish now getting swapped to Pika, looking for damage. Earthen Wall Totem is keeping him safe for the moment. Massive fear from Whiskey. Finds all three. The follow-up silence onto Nick could be massive. Where's Pika with the CC onto Kearney? The DR's a little bit too annoying, and Kelvish a little bit too on point with the cheap shots, shutting the moves. Rogue Legend down. Another Solar Beam. Massive place by Nick. Can Peekaboo recover? He's not looking too healthy, but still he goes on the offensive. He does not give a damn. He wants to see some blood. He wants this series done and dusted, and he's certainly going for it. But Nick stops him in his tracks. Good Cyclone. Whiskey cheap kidney shot it up, and Nick looking for more damage here. Peekaboo reconnecting. The Boomkin taking a lot of damage, and now the Celestial Alignment having run out. VOIDGG running on a little bit of an empty tank right now. Zico, it's not looking great. The move might be looking to finish this out.
Yeah, the move going for the kill right now. Can they find it? Kearney spamming out the heals. Not too much mana left on both of these healers, as you mentioned. And it's going to be a bit of a slugfest here in the middle. Nick right now getting blasted. Look at Absturge in the backline with the Stormkeeper just sending in extra damage, just zapping away here onto this chicken. Whiskey, you're going to be fearing Nick. They're going after Kearney, but Kearney with a nice dispel there. You get the root beam there onto Whiskey, and Kearney sitting through a kidney shot. Do they find the Hex? Absturge is positioning in for it, but not going to be able to find it there. Not going to be able to find any damage, and Whiskey still so low here. Calvish trying to get the CC going. Beautiful disarm there by Peekaboo, and Calvish actually connects with the kick there onto Whiskey. Whiskey spamming out the heals. There's the killing spree. That's going to instantly be dispersed by Whiskey, and you can tell VOIDGG are getting a lot of pressure in this game. They are not done just yet.
Yeah, and the mana bars are getting so low. Yes, Absturge has a link. He has the trinket back now as well. But Kearney on the other side is not looking too much better either. Nick down to half. The heals definitely coming in. Him and Spirit once again. Kearney bringing in those heals. Healing for free right now. Just trying to keep Nick alive as Peekaboo is really going for some pressure. The fear, the stuns are all coming in. Nick trying to get some roots through in the back line. Calvish is getting swapped to the full. Kidney is in, and they're just miracle swapping in. Kearney gets in range for the Void Shift just in time, but Peekaboo's on top of him with the cheap shot immediately. The move, dialing up the pressure. 7 minutes in. They really want to finish it out, but there's a kidney onto Absturge. Whiskey is dying, and Nick really pushing with that Celestial Alignment. He's going to make it happen. The stars streaking towards the fulfillment of his fate, no matter which direction, but Pika still has a word to say about it, and so does Whiskey. Void Torrent for massive damage forces the kick from Calvish, and now they can work whatever magic they have left in the tank, because it's coming down to the wire. Another stun on Calvish. No cheat death. 1%. No mana. No heals. The end of the road almost. Somehow he stays alive. Gets around the pillar and once again finds the kidney onto Pika. Cheap shot on Absturge. The cross you see is in all over the place, but Calvish is sitting in a fear. Whiskey finds it. The double fear but they still can't quite finish the job. Another disarm. Pika around the corner.
No way!
Voidtoren gets interrupted. Calvish lives. Kearney has no mana and somehow does it still. Nick is in the mid of the fray and Calvish cheap shot it up again. Certainly this is it. Ladies and gentlemen, the move. Move on.
The move will be taking it. What a well-fought game here by the move, taking it 3-1 in the end. But VOIDGG, they definitely put up a good fight here, especially Kearney in the end there. What a miracle worker, just spamming out the heals. He had no mana for like the last minute of that game, and he was just keeping his team in it for as long as possible. So really stellar performance from both of these teams, but now it is going to be the move moving along here in the bracket, looking absolutely unshakable so far this weekend. You can see, I think this was one of those early calls. This was like a minute into the game where they almost got a big setup there onto WizK. Got the Cyclone on the dispersion. Just a really good control here. And this was also just like super early in the game. They almost took down Nick here. Got him low with that setup there. But every single time these setups are coming in, the team is so good at rotating those cooldowns. And here, this is where Kearney actually makes a mistake. So he pops his Guardian right there, but Peekaboo kind of baited it by going up there to cheap shot him when he was low, but he caught a big heal at the same time as he got cheap shot. So I don't think he needed to Guardian there, but I mean, at this point, it's like it doesn't really matter that much. Kearney has no mana, and Nick is actually spamming out the heals onto Calvish prior to this, which is the reason why he's still even alive at this point. But Abster still has a little bit left in the tank, and they are able to close it out here and take the win. So the move, their RPS is looking pretty much as good as we've expected it to look like. This just seems to be their comp always.
When is it not good? It's a bit damp, but hey, if you win games, that's more than okay. 8 minutes 30. I think that's going to drive the move's average game duration this season up a little bit, but hey, overall, I think we're just happy we're getting some insane arena games, right?
Yeah, you guys sounded real pumped during that one. I thought I was hearing Supatees. I was like, no, it's just Lithian Zico.
Yeah, that's my bad. I got carried away there for a sec.
It's okay. Hey, I get it. I'm right there with you. That was an incredible series. VOIDGG hanging on for dear life, but weren't able to make it happen for them. 3-1 is how that one is going to be ending. The move taking that dub, and it definitely wasn't an easy dub by any sense as well. So VOIDGG, they are down there in the lower bracket now, and they're going to be facing off against UNITAS. You can see right there the elimination bracket. We've got VOIDGG versus UNITAS, Liquid versus Power Frogs, and I feel like I'm starting to sound like a broken record here, Liffy. Like these are upper bracket games. These are potential grand final games. Like these are some incredible teams, and they're all down there just hanging out in the elimination bracket.
It's EU all over again. It's absolutely insane. I had some very hard set expectations for especially the NA region going into this weekend, and it's getting subverted left, right, and center. Liquid in the lower bracket, POMP looking insane. We doubted the VOIDGG if they would be able to show up really, but they looked incredibly strong and are gonna be a fearful opponent for UNITAS later today. And the Power Frogs, well, those guys were hoping to keep up with the top 4, top 3 in terms of standings. Now they're gonna face elimination against Liquid because that is a powerhouse team they have to beat first before they can get any more points on their konto.
Yeah, certainly is. That is the next up series that we have going on. One of these top teams will be knocked out of Cup number 3 here. Just after this break, find out who is it gonna be. Team Liquid already kind of underplaying the expectations that we had for them in their series earlier on with Le Pump. Is that same thing gonna happen here with Power Frogs? Are they gonna get eliminated? Who knows? We can only find out after this break. everybody. Welcome back. Excuse me. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We are here in the lower bracket, potentially the biggest matchup of the day. It is Team Liquid versus Power Frogs. Both of these teams have quite a lot of points here, Ven. But we're down here with both of them facing elimination.
Yeah, not something I really thought I would see, to be honest. I don't think any of us really expected Liquid to be down in the lower bracket, especially against a team like Power Frogs. If history is to repeat itself, I think Liquid has been doing very well into Power Frogs recently. I'm curious to see if Power Frogs does have something different. Maybe they tag in Chun-Li and play some Outlaw Windwalker. I'm not exactly sure, but this should be a really interesting one, and it is a surprise to me that we have these two teams up for elimination.
Yeah, I mean, we can look back at the Team Liquid versus La Pump series. All of chat, like 95% or something, predicted them. We all predicted Liquid to win, but now they're down here facing elimination versus Power Frogs. Do you feel like, Zico, this is something that could potentially get into their heads a little bit?
I think when we're talking about these two teams, generally speaking, no, because there's just so much experience on both of these rosters. They've been in worse situations than this. You know, they've been in situations where they're not even going to qualify unless they reverse sweep and things like that, where they definitely rise to the occasion. But it is definitely a stress factor, right? Because you have this cup and then you have one more cup and that's it. That's your chance to get points. And right now you're fighting for your life and you're against the Power Frogs. And this is a team that, is trying to close that gap between, Team Liquid and everybody else. So this is definitely one of the contenders. So for Power Frogs, I think this is definitely a lot of motivation here. They have a chance right now to remove a lot of that competition early on in the tournament. So for them, they really need to capitalize on this. We're going to see the Outlaw RMD coming out here for Power Frogs, and Liquid running their Munkin Rogue Prez Evoker here, man.
Yeah. Let's see what happens. Looks like Trill is going to be sitting himself with Daze. Kind of just a little bit of a poke war here between the Wizards, Sam-I-Am, and Cubsy at the pillar. But it looks like Daze will open up. Cheap shot onto Cubsy in there. Oh! Sidu almost going down. Incredible start there. Cubsy building up a lot of arcane missile procs, and they just decide to send it with a touch of the Magi, almost taking him down. But Sidu plays it calm, doesn't overreact, and it looks like Liquid will stabilize.
Yeah, beautiful opener, but they didn't actually force any trinkets, so not too much gained there. But both of these comps, of course, capable of getting drinks, capable of kind of playing the long game here, so we'll see what they decide to do here. Sidu trying to use some crowd control there with the deep breath, but eventually Cubsy does manage to find him with that polymorph. And Cubsy already, look at him, he's already repositioning back to the pillar, spamming out the missiles, spamming out the spell steals, trying to be as annoying as possible, going for a ring there onto Sidu and Trill, and Trill actually killing spree, and dodged it a little bit there, so decent plays here, but nothing too crazy happening just yet. Finally, they're launching a setup. Tuna actually caught up in a kidney shot blind. Cubsy here being the defensive. I really like what Cubsy does there. So he's playing all the time, obviously, like every other mage, but he uses the blink stun to blink behind the pillar and then all the time back and reset his blink so he can't be stunned. Small things like that, when you are playing the blink stun, like knowing like when to still like use the blink for mobility like that is very important.
Temp shield there by Cubsy, going to be healing up a lot of this incoming damages. They make a swap here onto Sidu. Are they going to be able to take him down? Doesn't look like there's enough damage. And a counter kidney shot on Daze will slow down the push here of the Power Frogs. Gouge now onto Tuna. Great crowd control here by Liquid as they're looking to get aggressive onto Dazed. Still at about 50% health. Sam-I-Am just keeps his health locked in with a Cyclone. A nice offensive Cyclone there. Looking for a read. Does manage to find it. Now Cubsy's getting absolutely blasted, and it's a really aggressive push, getting the ice block here from Cubsy so early on.
Yeah, really nice push there by Liquid. That's a big defensive cooldown to get. It's still pretty early on in the game. Dazed! That's just it. He just dies through cheat death. All right. Liquid is going to take this one, make some quick work. And I have a feeling Sidu did a lot of damage in that go.
Well, Dazed, Sidu literally almost outdamaged Dazed. Look at the damage meters you can see on the screen right now. Sidu and Dazed basically did identical damage. So two things happened. Sidu was very enabled in this matchup to basically add another DPS to his team, and whatever Liquid did, they basically completely nullified Daze from this game. He wasn't able to really do anything offensively.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see it here. So he gets cloned on low HP, and this, I think, when they get the Ice Block of Cubsy. So Cubsy doesn't have any hots. He goes for the Alter Time here. Alter Time's like a couple of hits. And then does he get purged? No, he goes back. And then the killing spree comes in from Trill. Cubsy blocks it, but gets a big heal at the same time there by Tuna. Meanwhile, Daze is just chilling in a root. Tuna gets kidneyed. Trill jumps over, gets the cheap shot. And then Samayam goes over there as well, blasting away with a couple of Star Surges. Daze gets stunned, half stunned there. And you can't really see it, but Sidu is also there on the side. You can see right there, spamming out those blue beams, spamming out living flames. And contributing a lot of damage there. So this is just another classic situation where you drag the melee really far away, you get a low Cyclone on him, and then you have pressure on 2 targets here, and it's just such a nightmare for Tuna here to kind of navigate through this. Should he heal Cubsy? Should he heal Dazed? And honestly, it's a bit strange that Dazed has almost no defensives here. He must have used literally everything offensively in that game, or... Like, how does
I think
he not
there's
have scope or
consistent
anything?
setups on them. Like it seemed to me like they like kind of slowly got through the cooldowns, but yeah, Liquid just bouncing around as this composition. Whenever they can play this comp, it looks absolutely wild. Like they're so dominant on it, and this is basically just history repeating itself. Like I feel like Liquid has had their number for a long time. I really want to see Power Frogs mix it up. I mean, maybe they don't have anything better that they could run, but this particular matchup has seemed one-sided for a while now, at least to me.
Yeah, no, definitely. But I feel like the crazy thing is that Liquid seems to be getting better at this comp. They keep finding new ways to make this comp work. I don't know what Sido has done recently to spice up the damage like this, but I mean, look at that. He did the same damage during the kill as Trill. Like,
yep.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, he's actually adding in so much damage. Living Flame, 128k. He's adding in another Living Flame, 128k. 91k Disintegrate. Like, I mean, that is like having a free casting mage, basically, worth of extra DPS, just blasting your target. So,
yeah, well,
really clean stuff here from Cedar's Evoker.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think the biggest thing, and it's something we have mentioned, but Evokers are a lot better this season. Like they were good last season, but their tier that they happen to get this season is even better. So, yeah, they get instant living flame procs, which deal additional damage. So when you are getting out those instant living flames, they are really hurting you, which has caused players like Sidu to put more weight into their living flames. So he's put a lot of extra talents into living flame damage, as you can get upwards of 200,000 crits with that DPS, which is really scary. So in those setups where Trill is basically fully controlling the game and Sidu is just preemptively, lining up disintegrates and living flames, like you can absolutely melt someone as an evoker.
Yeah, what do you think about the healer pick as well? Because I feel like evoker into Resto Druid as well, like it's not ideal. I feel like compositionally, I don't really like what the Power Frogs are bringing. Like they're playing it almost feels like an old style, like playing Resto Druid based comps with like Druid Mage and just playing large maps, going for drinks constantly and trying to play like the long game and abuse Shadow Meld drink as much as possible. But I feel like it just doesn't work as well right now. Like teams know how to play around it, and yeah, I feel like if you're stopping the drinks, you're pressuring Power Frogs, especially when you have that damage from the Evoker, from the Prez Evoker. It's just too hard for Tuna to handle that, combined with the Fire Purge as well.
Yeah, well, let's see what they can do. I mean, it's going to be interesting. I think the thing for the Power Frogs is they have so much success against most teams with the Rogue Mage Druid, and on the ladder, they're basically, I don't want to say they're unbeatable, but they're always at the top of the ladder with this comp. Like, they do exceptionally well playing Rogue Mage Druid. So I think they have a lot of faith in the comp, and they're basically just one of those teams that are just trying to make this comp work versus everything. And against most things, they really have made it work, but against Liquid, it's been a real struggle for them. I just don't know what else they would really bring in this matchup to try to get an edge.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's what that is the $1 million question right now. Everybody on NA is trying to figure it out. I mean, we did see Le Pomp find some answers, but still, Power Frogs Going to be rocking that RMD right now, doing a big opener here onto Sam with the touch of the Magi, looking for a swap here on the side of Liquid towards Daze. They get him low, they cyclone him low on the evasion, and now they're going to immediately turn their attention over onto Cubsy, who is doing a lot of damage actually onto Sam, but Sam hasn't used any of his cooldowns just yet. Here comes the Incarnation, here comes the damage. Do they have any follow-up CC? They're actually going over onto Tuna here. Liquid really keeping the Power Frogs guessing, just swapping between all three members, trying to get as much pressure as possible.
Yeah, kidney shot on CD right now. Sam under fire. It's a large amount of pressure. Sam faking out an interrupt though. The Precog King going for a Cyclone, gets gouged on it. Good denial there by Dazed. As Trill makes a setup here onto Daze. Big fire breath by Sea-Doo. Daze is in trouble. Living Flame Disintegrate. A lot of burst incoming. Looks like Daze is going to respect it with the Cloak of Shadows. Now turn his attention onto Sam. They actually are getting a lot of damage out, but with no crowd control on Sea-Doo, he easily tops it off with a big Verdant, and you can see the entire team of Power Frogs is getting absolutely decimated.
No!
Daze goes down to 1 health. Cheat death at the same time. Sam is low. Sam is getting soloed by Cubsy. They need to be careful. That Cyclone by Cubsy, though, completely nullifies. He cannot heal. Everyone is dying. Big tip the scales, fire breath. Somehow Daze stays alive. Cubsy in desperation trying to peel, and they weather the storm. Power Frogs stay alive.
Yeah, they stay alive, but at what cost? Look at under Dazed frame right now. His whole spellbook is on CD. They need pressure on Sam. That is their one saving grace, that moment where Cubsy almost took him down by himself. They need more of that right now. They need pressure onto Sam as much as possible, or Team Liquid are just going to be running away with this one very shortly. They could take down Tuna, they could take down Dazed. A lot of options here on Liquid where they can launch the next assault. They all have their defense available as well. Oh no, the overlap. They kidney shot Trill and clone him at the same time, but now they're going offensive here. Who's he going to go after? Nice Ring of Frost there. They're going after Sam. Big pressure coming out here. Trill did end up trinketing that Cyclone, so at least they were able to net that, but Sam also having to trade out his Barkskin. Sea-Doo able to hold on to all his cooldowns, also DRing himself there with that Ring of Frost, so Team Liquid should be able to push forward here and potentially get aggressive, but nice Cyclone there by Tuna onto Sam, shutting Sam down here before the setup happens. There's a kidney shot onto Sea-Doo. Sam looking for the Cyclone, but gets caught up out of form instead. Beautiful poly there coming out from Cubsy as well, but it is on diminishing return, so not going to be netting them any cooldowns here, but still just good pressure, and I think that's the name of the game for the Power Frogs right now. Just offense until your rogue can get some of those cooldowns back.
Yeah. Right now, Cubsy just channeling out some missiles near a pillar. Trill moving over, getting a full gouge here onto Tuna. Who are they going to go after? Daze is in a Cyclone right now. I think they want to make a swap, but Daze clotheslines Trill, shuts that down with a kidney shot, and just runs back to the pillar, so beautiful CC there, but they're just going after Tuna right now. He needs to be careful. Sea-Doo just throwing in damage. Instant Living Flames. Now having to revert to healing a little bit. Gets caught into a full polymorph by Cubsy, who is just in the backline once again, just throwing in a barrage of spells. A full clone lands. Nicely done there by Tuna. Sam shuts down the offense a little bit onto Cubsy with that Solar Beam. So slows down the assault. Good shift there to defense for Sam, but a big stun onto Trill. Sea-Doo is forced to use the Emerald Communion, and it doesn't even top off Trill, so that was a big healing cooldown, but they're still just struggling to stay alive. The good thing here for Liquid is they have a massive mana lead, which is going to give them an edge if this game goes on to the late game.
Yeah, and as long as they're shutting down Tuna from drinking, they're going to be able to do just that. Look at Sea-Doo just chasing Tuna right now, just trying to blast him as much as possible, stun on today. Sea-Doo just spamming out more Living Flames, spamming out more damage, and keeping Trill topped right now. And it's going to be Dazed once again on the back foot, running away, trying to line of sight, trying to help Tuna to stabilize him. But now Tuna is completely tapped, and he's going for a drink there, but Sam sees it as soon as he's trying to drop combat there behind the pillar. Look at Sam just chasing him down, making sure that they're keeping the pressure, making sure that they're keeping Tuna in combat. They get a Cyclone onto Daze now, looking to switch it to Tuna. Really nice sequence of events here by Sam, making sure that he's getting the CC, making sure that he's stopping the drink as well, so his team can get that pressure to get a recyclone. And look at Cubsy, as a result of these Cyclones from Sam, he's taking tremendous amounts of damage, and he's forced into the ice block, and Tuna is forced to stay and heal, and he's got no mana left, man.
Yeah, Tuna's in so much trouble. It's actually going to be Daze that falls, and Liquid just completely overpowers them. Look at Sea-Doo, 70% mana. I mean, there's a few close calls, but once again, this was a one-sided matchup. Liquid in the driver's seat for most of it, and they are feeling confident here against the Power Frogs, up 2-0 on the edge of elimination. Power Frogs is going to have to mix it up, or I don't know what they're going to change. This does not seem like it's going well.
Yeah, I mean, Sea-Doo is basically an extra outlaw rogue on your team. He's like a pet. He's just like a pet that's just there, just sending damage the whole game, purging all of Tuna's HOTS, making it so difficult for him because he can't get away with efficient healing either, just rolling HOTS. He has to continuously spam active heals, which is going to tax Tuna's mana even more, spamming out the regrowths and everything. And as a result, he just can't do anything. Like, his HOTS are getting purged. There's infinite damage happening on everyone. And I mean, this is just like at the start of the game. They already almost killed Dazed. So it's it seems really tough for the Power Frogs and especially for Tuna to just deal with what's happening here. And Sam so clutch with the situation here. Anytime a healer is trying to drop combat and run behind a pillar, when he's making his way around the pillar, you send a little love tap, you know, a little Moonfire, a little Nether Tempest, you know, just anything that you have to just like, you know, dot him to refresh his combat, and then you can use that. You know, those extra seconds to push in and try to get some crowd control. And Samayam does exactly that, forces Tuna to stay here and, you know, not drink, which is what he wants to do. And yeah, Tuna out of water, and this is what happens.
All right. Going into game number 3, it is going to be the Frogs' composition pick and their map pick. And I kind of do wonder, do they like the small maps? Do they like the large maps? It seems to me they like the bigger maps, just to allow Tuna a little bit more room to breathe, but they just have so much pressure in the match. It seems really difficult for Tuna to ever kind of sneak away. You can see once again the death recap here for Dazed. Samayam putting out an impressive 1.1 million damage, Trill with 957,000, and then Sea-Doo trailing just below 800,000. I mean, it is just crazy what a good evoker can do in this meta with this comp.
And so if I'm reading this graph right, it's the last 20 seconds, right?
8 seconds.
Now they change it. So this is the last 8 seconds, which is, you know, I guess during the actual kill.
Sea-Doo did the same as Trill.
Yeah. Sea-Doo did more damage than Samayam. Like, Sea-Doo is almost.
Oh my goodness, it gets even worse as we scale down. What is this?
Oh my goodness. Wait, what is this?
Last 4 seconds.
The last 4 seconds, Sea-Doo is top damage. Like, during the actual kill, when you just look at the combat log as well, like, disintegrate Sea-Doo, living flame Sea-Doo, disintegrate Sea-Doo, disintegrate Sea-Doo, ambush from Trill, back to disintegrates from Sea-Doo, you know, little love tap from Samayam, back to living flame from Sea-Doo. It's just, it's crazy how effective this build that he's come up with is. Super effective, but I think they need to learn when they can use it, because I do think that in their previous matchup, you know, in the upper bracket against Le Pomp, maybe the build was crippling them a little bit, needed more defense in some of those matchups, but against what the Power Frogs are bringing here, it seems to just be free reign, just go full dam and basically just play like a devastation evoker.
All right. Power Frogs going to a small map, which makes me think they might be looking for a change here. Chun-Li, is he going to be tagged in? I mean, I personally would love to see it. One of my favorite players to watch. Is he going to play the Windwalker Monk? I just don't know if cleaves are good into what Liquid is running. That's the problem. It's like, if you're kind of like more balanced comp with the Rogue Mage isn't working out, I don't know if they can really tag in a cleave. Like, I kind of wonder what they're going to do here. They got about 35 seconds left to make a decision. Okay.
Okay. Not what I was going to say. I want to see Rogue Windwalker from Power Frogs, but I don't know. Demon Hunter, like, what do we think about this? Does Daze play Sub-Rogue or no?
Well, this is the. I mean, let's be completely fair. I feel like this isn't even a bad option. I don't even know if I would want the Sub-Rogue. I mean, you have a team like when we watched Europe yesterday, right? Like Hula Bang, they ran this over the Sub-Rogue. Like, they used to only play the Sub-Rogue Windwalker Monk. They tabled that. We didn't see it one time, and they were playing just Demon Hunter Windwalker. So this might be the best version of Agility Cleave.
Might be the best version. We'll see. Power Frogs are going to need to do some serious lifting here to try to reverse sweep Team Liquid. They need the points, Team Liquid. They want to deny, of course, Power Frogs the points. And not just between these two teams, right? Like, all of those teams that are still in the tournament, that are still in that top position, they are all praying for the demise of Power Frogs. Like, if you're the move, if you're VOIDGG, you are praying that the Power Frogs not only lose here, but lose in the open bracket as well next week, you know? You want these guys to do as bad as possible if you are on those other squads, because that is your direct competition. So I feel like the move might have done, the pump might have done everybody a lot of favors by knocking Team Liquid down here and kind of have them as the gatekeeper here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I think they're probably stoked about it, right? Like, you send some of the toughest competition down to the lower bracket to eliminate all your competition, and you're just vacuuming out the points in the upper bracket. So LePomp, obviously super happy about their victory. I am really curious to see how Power Frogs is going to do with this. This is very European right now. This is the European meta. These different agility cleaves, including the Windwalker Demon Hunter, which seemed really popular and actually had a lot of success too. And is actually one of the things that was beating these balanced druid compositions. So I'm curious to see if Power Frogs can do it. I think it's worth investing to. You have such a good Windwalker monk on your team. You have Daze that's really good at multi-classing on both the Rogue and the Demon Hunter. So this definitely seems like a good option for them to kind of work in their favor against some of the matchups that maybe the Arcane Mage Rogue struggles into. So I like the fact that they're willing to experiment.
Yeah, no, I like it a lot too. See what the Power Frogs can bring in here. Finally, Chun-Li getting tagged off of the bench here, and it's backs against the wall. They got 3 games that they need to win back-to-back. Is this the comp that's going to do it? And also, does this comp have a name? Because I don't know, agility-based cleaves. I feel like it's kind of what about like Fiery Fist? Or like Immolation Fist.
Well, we can work on the name a little bit later. Chun-Li's going to be moving in. Getting some damage here onto Sam I Am. Dazed and Chun-Li putting in a lot of pressure. They need to be careful. Seedu right now, of course, does have his Nullifying Shroud, which is going to immune a lot of that incoming crowd control, but they're getting a lot of counter pressure here onto Chun-Li. It's gotten to an 8-second Cyclone as it continued the damage here onto Dazed, and Sedu is just unafraid with that Nullifying Shroud, putting out so much additional damage.
Yeah, and Sedu is running that talent that provides those extra kind of line of sights on his route. But Sedu getting a lot of damage right now, forced straight out of Trinket and his Obsidian Scales there. So a lot of damage coming out here onto Trill as well. This cleave from the Power Frogs is definitely packing a punch right now as Chun-Li is activating the tail end there of his Serenity, looking for just a little bit more damage onto Sam I Am. There's the touch of Karma as well. Sam I Am dropping dangerously low. Sedu spamming out the heals. There's a Spirit Bloom, but now needs to heal Trill. Trill is also getting absolutely destroyed here by this cleave. There's a Fear now onto Sedu from the Demon Hunter. There's a paralyzed Trill, dangerously low. Nothing left. Gonna go ahead and use the Vanish. Cheap shots Tuna. Sedu pushing in for the Sleepwalk here, immediately getting aggressive onto who is the question. Chun-Li just kiting around the corner here while Tuna is sitting through CC Chain. Look at that pre-diffused magic by Chun-Li right before that stun connects, but they're still gonna proc the Guardian through that, and this is just the damage that Liquid is capable of during these goes. But now it's gonna be Sam I Am again taking a lot of heat here from the Power Frogs.
Yeah, definitely getting chopped up, but he's just camping it out in bear form. Now kidney shot on Daze gives Sam I Am the confidence to shift out and try to get some dots rolling. Maybe even look for a Cyclone here. Going for a Sleepwalk on Tuna. Finds it. Daze is in so much trouble. There's no trinket here for Tuna. Either Chun-Li or Daze could fall. They were just flailing behind the pillar. Chun-Li gets caught into a stun. Is there any more crowd control here for Tuna? He's doing what he can to just line aside. They're all grouped up behind the pillar, and I think Tuna should be able to top them, but what a close call. Beautiful interrupt there by Sam I Am, continuing the pressure. Dazed is off stun DR. He gets caught into a full kidney shot. Can they take him down? He's near the pillar, and doesn't look like Trill's actually there to get any damage rolling. Chun-Li using Disarm and Fist of Fury to just try to slow down Trill, try to slow down this assault. Power Frogs are just so far on the back foot.
Yeah, Power Frogs really just scraping together here behind the pillar, trying to just recover right now from this assault from Team Liquid. Finally set up here onto Trill. They're going to go after him in the chest. I stun. The Serenity gets popped for Chun-Li, but they just get ripped back. Nothing really coming out of that. But it's probably to Sedu here. Huge blender onto Sedu right now. How is he going to deal with this demonic karate blender on top of him? They managed to get a bash onto Chun-Li. Chun-Li making his way back to Daze. Back to Sam I Am, but Daze at the same time getting crushed by Team Liquid, and Team Liquid will take it so much damage. I swear, Team Liquid do so much damage with this comp. I mean, this is crazy. Every single one of these setups, and that's is that with the deep breath that applies those like line of sight pillars there. You can kind of close off an area. Sedu basically a security guard in this one.
Yeah, it seems really strong against the Cleaves, right? You get stuns on someone, you basically provide a smoke bomb every single time you have deep breath, because Tuna wants to play really far away, right? Like, he's trying to play as far away as possible, so CD's able to just drop that down. Really good talent choice. I wonder what he actually gave up for that in that game. I'm going to double check, but yeah, I really like that CD's willing to kind of experiment. He didn't have the Fire Breath Purge, so instead of going for the Fire Breath Purge, which would just renew, like, you know, a Powered Shield or renew, he goes for the Divide and Conquer, which I think had a lot of value in this game.
Yeah, that's really cool that we get to see it, because it's not a talent that we do see too often. And this is the close call there on the Chun-Li. He pre-diffused magic that I cannot believe they actually proc the Guardian through that, almost killed him through it. And then here they had that kind of panic go, I want to say, but they got a good leg sweep here. They got decent pressure on Sidu, but still has Obsidian Scale, brushes it off. They get a stun on the Chun-Li. He takes big damage, and then they stun up Dazed right after. And Chun-Li thinks, okay, well, I'm fine. I'm going to go pressure Sam I Am here. But Dazed is still getting spam cheap shots, and meanwhile, Tuna's sitting through a Cyclone. And meanwhile, as well, Sidu's just out there with the Disintegrates, spamming out the damage. We've seen the kill logs. We've seen, the raw DPS as well. And I don't think it's going to look too different here when we look at the last, 4 seconds or whatever.
Well, let's see how it is. Damage still just, yeah. I think CD on the Evoker, it's just all three of them, right? It's like this comp complements each other so well. You have Troll on the Rogue, who does a lot of damage, a lot of control on the Outlaw, but he just sets up CD and Sam I Am so much in the match. And I think just the control of the Moonkin and the Outlaw Rogue really allows the Evoker to shine. And this is a comp they put a lot of effort into, and it happens to be super strong right now. So that's one of the reasons why I think a lot of us thought Liquid would win the entire thing, and possibly still could. To do take down Power Frogs in a 3-0, eliminating them from the tournament. And they're going to be an absolute nightmare in this lower bracket.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. Lower bracket looking lethal from any direction that you look at it from. Power Frogs, obviously an incredible team. You guys kind of covered it all, and they're no longer in the tournament. So that really speaks to just how competitive it is going to be down there. And apparently my dog agrees as well. But Liquid going to be taking that victory 3-0. That's definitely a lot better fate than when they started off earlier against Le Pomp, getting knocked down there. So hopefully they can carry that through to Championship Sunday. And then that brings us to the very last series of the day. We can check it out right here on the bracket. It's going to be VOIDGG versus UNITAS. Another elimination round. You can see it down there. The winner of this one will be moving forward to face off against Liquid. Zico, out of these two teams, VOIDGG or UNITAS, who do you feel like would be better prepared to face off against Team Liquid?
It's got to be VOIDGG. I think VOIDGG has just looked like a cut above UNITAS throughout the entire season. And honestly, just looking at this bracket, this is terrifying. Like, Le Pomp has no business being in that upper bracket right now. Like, they have completely messed up the entire bracket, the entire region, the point standings. They have thrown a wrench here into the entire NA season right now, because they were, I want to say 5th seed or something like that. I think 4th, 5th maybe. And they're really just taking a big swing right now in this tournament. If they can beat the move as well, I mean, this is going to be just crazy. Really looking forward to seeing that one as well. And then, VOIDGG, Liquid, Power Frogs, all of those top teams. Yeah, we can see it here, Le Pomp is 5th. So if VOIDGG loses to UNITAS, for example, that's perfect, because UNITAS probably not going to catch Le Pomp on points, but that is going to give Le Pomp a chance to catch Void. And then all of a sudden, Le Pomp has kind of crept their way up into the tournament standings here. Power Frogs, 200 points. They can't get any more points because they don't have that little star at the end of their name. That means they're out of the tournament. So they can't get any more points. And this is an opportunity for Le Pomp to close that, what is that, 28-point gap between them and Power Frogs. This is an opportunity for Void as well to close that 20-point gap. That's just one series for them to tie there. So this is really important for both Void and Le Pomp to try to go as far as they possibly can here in the tournament.
Yeah, just a tremendous amount of pressure on the line for basically all of these teams, no matter how you look at it. So we'll certainly keep everybody posted as we go here with the standings and the state of the points for all of these teams. So that means that we're going to be heading into the last series of the day. And we're going to head to a break before we do that. It is VOIDGG versus UNITAS coming up next. Stick around, and we will see you in just a bit. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are the last series of the day before we are all done for Saturday, and we move into Championship Sunday. And these two teams up on the chopping block are both facing elimination. Lithy, we've got VOIDGG versus UNITAS.
It's going to be a fun one. It's another, similar to Void versus the Move for me, a little bit of a battle of the rogues, Calvish versus Aiden, and the guys talked about it earlier today already. UNITAS definitely one of those teams. Very similar to the Void. They look really, really good on paper, making some critical changes towards this season, and Aiden has been someone who has been around for a while now, always trying to rebuild this UNITAS roster to make it work better. Maybe this season, finally, the roster to make it happen, and so far, hey, they've already made top 6. Who knows how far they can go here in the lowest?
Yeah, I would love to see Aiden have a lot. You know, obviously he has had a great career, but I would love to see him continue to just rise above. Because you're right, he really has stayed dedicated to like representing the LATAM region. You know, staying on the UNITAS roster, finding these players to fill a team that has so much potential. And right now, here he is, able to prove himself. Can he do it? But VOIDGG, an incredible team as well. We've seen some tremendous games from them so far today. Obviously, you know, the score didn't quite reflect that, but potentially they can right now. Who's it going to be, VOIDGG or UNITAS? Right now, game number 1. One of these guys will be going home.
Is it finally time for UNITAS's perseverance to pay off? They break out a wild card of a composition. All these mages that are debating us, saying they're no longer playing mages, they've all re-rolled, and then they end up playing mage. They're actually going to be playing a mage, warlock, holy priest, and I've not seen Garbage play anything other than Preservation Evoker to my knowledge, so this should be interesting to see what this can get done, because this Rogue Moonkin composition is going to be very common. You're going to see it from almost all of the teams at this point, I think, in the competition. And right now, it's looking rough for Thugonomics. He is getting cut down very early on. He's just dying through every defensive cooldown at the moment. It is Guardian proc right there. They got the Priest Trinket. They got the Angel Form. They got the Wall. They got every single button. Now they're just tab targeting to Abrua. He's down at half health. They need pressure on Nick right now if they're going to hope to turn this around, because it is so grim the next time Incarnation comes up for Nick.
Yeah, that was a rough start. Luckily enough, the Guardian Spirit actually didn't proc, so that's back up in 40 seconds, but Garbage still gets blinded off. Wall is gone, the Health Stone is gone. Thugonomics is in a rough spot here, but Nick on the other side taking some good damage. You can tell that Void has some fire in their bellies after that match against the Move, which they close could not finish out. They looked really damn good and kind of answered a lot of the questions we had coming into this weekend. If they were able to finally shake off the shakiness we've seen over the course of the last season, but so far this start game of Grand here has been looking pretty solid over the 1 minute 30 we've seen. But now full fear on Kearney. Maybe UNITAS can make some moves here. Overall, this demo lock mage comp, we've seen that brought in by Echo yesterday and in the open bracket a little bit. It's been looking pretty decent against these melee cleaves, but into the Boomkin, it might get a little bit rough here.
Yeah, I wonder if they're anticipating like a Windwalker comp, given that VOIDGG played that earlier on against the Move.
Yeah. And
they were anticipating that. And then VOIDGG were like, oh, you're going to anticipate that? We're going to start our lineup with a Moonkin. And now, oh no, Garbage caught in a Solar Beam. Manages to escape Artist out of it. Nice coils and fears onto Nick. The one main advantage of the Demonology Warlock is all the crowd control that you have. He's got to really take control of the fight here. And they do have a polymorph on Kearney. They get his Trinket. And they're almost taking Nick out right here. It's a lot of damage. Abreu's looking for another one. He gets knocked away. Nick is now looking to fake cast the counter spell. I think he does. He gets the precognition, full clone on the mage. And I don't see him ice blocking this one. I mean, he could. It's his Icy Veins. He's got 2 left if he wants to aggressively, but he doesn't want to open that can of worms. As you see Kearney in Angel form, he's going to support his team really heavily, just immune to all CC in the middle of the map. Possibly enabling him to get aggressive here. He's pushing up onto Garbage's pillar. Garbage into a full blind. Thugonomics into a cheap shot. Ring of Frost gets disrupted by Calvish. Really good shutdown on the crowd control. Kearney and Thugonomics on the pillar together. But Garbage is into a sap, into a half fear. The crowd control is endless, and Thugonomics is looking like he might just be out of here. Garbage into the bash. He connects some cooldowns to stabilize Thugonomics here. Cheap shot on the Garbage, not enough to finish Thugonomics. Garbage doing a good job to recover. This is the second incarn. And based on how abysmal the opener was, this is where, you know, you're expecting the game to end for Thugonomics. So Garbage manages to keep him alive, and his defensive cooldowns are rotating back. He's got Angel form again, and now UNITAS are in a good position. Kearney has no Trinket. Nick has no Trinket. Calvish has no Trinket. And against Mage and a Warlock, that means you are a sitting duck for crowd control, and they get a Fear into a Polymorph, a Dragon's Breath, possibly into a Ring of Frost. Calvish is all alone right now, and he's still just getting aggressive. He actually gets a Gouge into a clone and just swaps to Thugonomics, but Abreu is free casting. Coil on Calvish, looking for Fear. Fear's Nick away. Ray of Frost. Calvish is disrespecting the Ray right now, not trading a Cloak of Shadows. Being really greedy, gets away with the greed. Kearney stabilizes him. Garbage surprisingly ahead on mana. It does feel like VOIDGG have more pressure, but even despite that, mana is going more and more in favor of Unitas, and that is a main win condition for Mage Warlock.
Looking good overall, yeah, the mana is going to play a role, but first the smoke bomb needs to be dealt with. Thugonomics on 10%, it's just going to get taken down! Garbage watches as his Warlock gets trashed. It's unfortunate, but VOIDGG grabbed the first game.
Okay, I mean, he's just dying through unending resolve at the end of this, I'm pretty sure. Like, he's just dying through every cooldown that he has. This is a surprising amount of damage. I'm curious if they got like maybe a Cyclone on the pet and removed Soul Link at that point, because this is like it seems like an unusual amount of damage that they're actually getting off on the Thugonomics in these specific windows, because that wasn't an Incarnation, I don't believe. This was the opener where they got every single cooldown and still almost killed him through every single cooldown. And then we had that second round of Incarn, which didn't look scary at all. And then we had this second smoke bomb, and he just falls over. Where was the damage coming from? Hoping the replay caught that point a little bit earlier on. They had really good CC change, nice setups. I just Calvish here. I can't believe he didn't Cloak of Shadows this Ray. Abrua goes for Ray and then blinks into the corner to get out of range. And usually Ray of Frost is like a KO ability. But in this position, not enough to actually force the cloak, which means that Calvish can now play aggressive because he's not down on a defensive. That's why having some offensives up is really important to force defensive so that the team isn't comfortable pushing in. And now he ports back, and this is about right before the bomb. He goes for a Fear, and he gets kicked, and they just drop a bomb, Solar Beam, so he can't really get out of it, and he gets rooted in it too. That was a really interesting combo. So if Kearney comes in the smoke bomb, he can't, or not Kearney, sorry, if Garbage or Brewer comes in the smoke bomb, they can't heal because the Solar Beam is silencing them. That's like an old school combo. I used to do that in rated BGs in like Cataclysm. I haven't seen somebody actually do a Solar Beam smoke bomb in like 10 years or something. So that was very interesting because, yeah, you can't interact with anyone inside of the bomb, and then when you go inside, you're going to get silenced. So, and because you can't Solar Beam a Gnome healer, why not just slap the Solar Beam on top of the smoke bomb and then get value out of it that way? So that was that was super old tech. I have not seen a smoke bomb Solar Beam literally in years.
Hey, that's why they call them the classics, you know? They just work, and especially kind of just, not just the Solar Beam, but also the late root. So Calvish brings in the first round of damage, then Thugonomics gets rooted, and it takes another round of damage before he even breaks out of the root, is still slowed, and is just waddling out of this smoke bomb and doesn't even get out. So just a beautiful setup, and hey, Void have shown that they are able to do this against the move already. They're continuing to do it here, and Unitas seems like they actually want to keep this going. They felt pretty comfortable with this mage lock, especially Thugonomics on the demo. Maybe this is just an angle of, we gotta play this a little bit better, we can win? Or do you feel like they're basically running into their doom here?
I mean, they did this in the first series of the day where they had Thugonomics on Demon Hunter and they lost 2 games, and then they substituted them out and then they won 3 in a row. So I don't know. I'm wondering if they like are just trying to get Thugonomics a win, or like, because if they get put on match point on this, I feel like they're gonna change comp. They're probably gonna have to mirror to some extent.
Yeah.
This map is a lot better odds, I think. The big map with small pillars is usually the best map for the mage lock. They can cast on the enemy while they're turtling, and they have long distances to be able to kite and avoid damage. They were not expecting that smoke bomb in that instance. Like, normally against the Boomkin Rogue, the scary windows are Incarnation, and they had just survived that like 30 seconds ago. So they're probably not even considering the game ending at that point. You still have unending resolve.
Yeah.
You're thinking like you're pretty safe to just do whatever you want for at least a little bit. And they just pull damage out of nowhere. And I think a contributing factor to that is the Holy Priest. Like, we're seeing from Preservation Evoker. See, dude, like, how fast did they knock the Power Frogs out? Like, nobody knocks the Power Frogs out. Usually it takes like an hour before they get knocked out. Like, they knocked them out so fast. And now the Holy Priest damage is also adding a lot of extra surprise. So you're, a window where there's not a lot of cooldowns, you're thinking you're safe, and then the Holy Priest adds a couple Holy Fires, and nope, you're not safe. They get a sap on Thugonomics. All right, Pet is blade storming in the middle of the map along a Brua and Invis trying to find somebody. The Pet gets combat on Kearney. They're not going to get a sap on the Garbage with the cheap shot him. Doesn't look like they're able to get the clone. Nice counter spell. They get a Fear instead. Incarnation out from Nick. Calvish is trying to connect, but he can't. He actually gets Frost Nova on his trinket there. But he does finally come in, and they're going to do another kidney shot solar beam onto the Warlock, just try and hold him in place, prevent him from escaping immediately. Not nearly as much pressure, though, with this initial incarn. They're going to cycle on Thugonomics. He gets Master Spelled out. And I really, I want to see fear spam. Just abuse fear so much against this team. Even the target that you're attacking, just fear it for a couple of globals. I really want to see them abuse the crowd control that Demonology and Frostmage have.
Fear spam definitely is going to throw a wrench into the plans of Void, but ultimately, you got to deal with these setups, you got to deal with the damage, and so far it's been looking pretty good. There's the smoke bomb, Thugonomics ports it immediately, and what's so dangerous about these solar beams, obviously, is the fact that Thugonomics can't wall as long as he is sitting in that silence. So, just sitting there, getting lasered, once again, Nick with massive damage, Calvish following this up even further, Thugonomics just sitting there. He is fine, the communication with Garbage is on point, doesn't need to wall, doesn't need to health stone, they're both very sure of themselves that they're just gonna survive. But something we're seeing this map so far also, a lot of more swaps onto a Brewer. Jumps into the eye, a little bit of damage taken increase. That could be spicy to deal with at the very least, but he is charging up a little bit of a Ray of Frost. Might be looking for a go. Oh my. Did that GS just pop? At the very least, he had to block, and that's a big overlap they just got there. Thugonomics still under fire. Nick looking for that Cyclone on the Time Walk proc. That sucks, man.
They are falling behind here. Thugonomics gates into the midfield. They swap back to a Brua, who is on hypothermia, unable to use that second ice block for some time. Solar Beam onto the healer, into a bash, and a Brua is down! VOIDGG clap Unitas in game number 2, and it is feeling like they need to make a change. I'm not jamming on this. I'm not jamming on this mid Warlock.
The Nagrand game, I think, gave Unitas a little bit too much false hope. They were able to survive a good chunk. They thought they only died to a little bit of a misplay with that weird solar smoke bomb. And this game around, more pressure onto a Brewer. They just get rolled. Absolutely incredible. VOIDGG has their number. So you gotta change. You gotta get a new phone here.
Yeah, this is... typically, Outlaw Rogue is just so dominant in a double caster. It's normally just because it's not really a good target. It's really tanky, high stamina pool, very short cooldowns to avoid death. It kind of just goes wherever it wants. It gets a lot of good uptime with its mobility. So generally speaking, teams are not locking the double caster into an outlaw, and they're not able to get enough effective CC out. I think for this composition to really work. Obviously, Nick being Boomkin is immune to polymorph, so he's immune to half of your team's CC, and they're not finding too much on Kearney. He's just able to safely heal in the back, while Calvish is just running a truck over them the entire game. This window during hypothermia, I love the beam lockout into the bash, into the blind. Like, they had more than enough CC to overkill that situation. They're not getting enough damage out. They're not getting enough CC out with this. They need to make a change. And they can mirror them. I feel like their Rogue Moon can look good. I mean,
damage.
They more than Nick here in this position. Their Rogue Moon can look so good when they reverse sweep. So I don't know why they would be. I mean, Nick is insane at Boomkin, right? Like, I will give him that. So maybe I don't know if a Brua has as much experience as Nick on Boomkin, and that's why they're contemplating not doing some type of mirror, or if it's because Garbage doesn't have the experience in the Holy Priest, or worry about the Evoker into the Rogue matchup possibly not going their way. But it's not subtlety. So I think the Preservation Evoker can still do good. I guess it's the Solar Beam war as well you need to consider. If Garbage can play like Sidu did, it might not be as big of a deal, but
it's exactly that, right? Sido definitely gave us a good example of how you need to play Preservation Evoker to do well into a Boomkin, and even then, it looked really, really rough in a lot of spots. So, Unitas changing things out, but I also kind of want to call back to what Ven was talking about earlier, because he mentioned Aiden is just someone that brings in an incredible amount of not just competitive experience, but also a clear head and very concise shot calling into a game. And it feels like a little bit Unitas really needs that. Yeah, of course, Thugonomics is an equally experienced competitor, a fantastic Warlock player, but overall, it seems like that double Wizard comp just lacked a little bit of something. They were playing to live, not playing to win.
Yeah. It just didn't look coordinated enough, I don't think. And then VOIDGG were just running all over them. They were just getting their setups, going in between the blocks, swapping to the targets. Just seemed like they were having their way, doing whatever they want. So Unitas, I think, looked a lot better with the Rogue Moonkin, a lot more polished, a lot more practiced. Seems like something they're more familiar with. So this should likely be a lot closer, I think, here. And maybe this is, they're trying to do like what the move usually do, where they lose 2 games and then they Shadow Priest, Rogue Shaman, reverse sweep. Maybe UNITAS are going to do that with the Rogue Moonkin instead and try and reverse sweep with this composition. It's still going to be tough because Evoker into Moonkin is tough. You have to outplay the solar beams, preempt them. Whereas Kearney, he's just going to be escape artist. I'm free. I'm running out of the solar beams. This is really easy for me. Garbage is going to have to be like, oh god, I need to pre-wall, and then if I pre-wall, I might die later, and then I got to like pre-deep breath and try and immune something flying through the sky. But then I might put somebody on stun DR, although he's probably not running the stun talent in this composition specifically, but there's a lot that you've constantly got to be thinking about. You've got a 20-yard range on the Evoker, so you're always close to the fight. The Rogue can easily bounce to you. This is a really tough game for Garbage. I'm going to say, like, if they can reverse this series back, it's likely going to be because of his ability to avoid bad situations.
Yeah, it's a bit rough, but hey, that's what the AWC is all about. You gotta find the way out of these rough spots, and I am not done with Unitas. I'm incredibly excited to see this team back in the top 8. I really want them to do well. And well, the VOIDGG stands in their way. They're 2-0 up. Super. This is a match point game here on Ashmane's Fall, and it does not look like Unitas are going in as the favorites.
Yep, it's going to be a tough reverse sweep here. VOIDGG definitely playing to win. I love that, the Outlaw Rogue is sometimes a slower paced version of a Rogue composition, but they played so aggressively and ended that last game so quickly that I'm actually a bit worried here for Aiden here. They've tried to persevere season after season. They want to have a moment to pop off, and they're actually initially starting the engagement on Kearney with cheap shot into solar beam, and then they cyclone him and swap off. So this is an interesting strategy when you face a healer that's a gnome as a boomkin. You can stun and solar beam them to prevent them from using defensive cooldowns and make them a kill target. We see Garbage in this position. He's pre-Obsidian Scales, so he's anticipating a solar beam, but Nick has not pulled the trigger on that, so he's now just down 1 Obsidian Scales. Nick is trying to get in position, but he gets cheap shot, full blind, and now he can't activate an immunity to a solar beam. Oh, I don't know about going for the DR clone. It's going to be hard to get a solar beam out of that. He goes for the gouge, but the gouge breaks early, and now he's got his wall up, and he can't solar beam. They go for a kidney shot instead. I would love to see them just swap the Garbage after this. He's already down 2 walls. Maybe they don't even need to. Abrua is just flat out dead. The damage is insane right now. They clone Abrua on the time dilation, preventing his recovery, and now Garbage is step kicked. He's going to rewind, but it doesn't do anything out of the clone, and now Abrua is cloned again. Now Garbage has to trinket out of the clone and use Emerald Communion. He's down his trinket. He's down his rewind. He's down his communion. Abrua is down his trinket. Aiden has no trinket. I mean, at this point, it's like a tap out. I don't know how you come back from this. Garbage into a kidney shot, and Abrua is absolutely getting decimated into the DR bash. So they get the clone. It's lights out if they do. They blind Nick to stop the clone for a couple seconds, but they get the gouge. Nick gets the precognition. That's a full clone. And Abrua, what are you going to do? Aiden stuns Calvish. He disarms him into a clone. And Abrua is just desperately trying to recover. Huge starfires coming in from Nick. He gets cloned. Maybe it doesn't matter. Calvish and Kearney might just be able to finish him off. Verdant Embrace comes through, but now Abrua is cloned low health. Calvish is ducking over. He needs to get that nullifying shroud off. Kearney's in position to purge on top of a couple of cheap shots. They get a kick onto Garbage. The shroud is still up. Can they get the shroud off? They get the shroud, full kidney shot, cheap shots onto Abrua. He barkskins, Aiden ducks in, cheap shots Calvish away, step kicks the clone. Nice shutdown from Aiden right there. He just stopped all 3 players at the same time. Now he's turning around on Nick. They get the clone, and Aiden MVP in that moment.
The experienced competitor shows up when his team needs him most, and they are back in the game after a rough opener here against Void on a match point. 2.5 minutes in, Nico just waiting for that Celestial Alignment that's ticking back up in the full kidney. Aiden now going for a bit of damage. Abrua can't do too much right now, sitting in a full Psychic Stream from Kearney. The Priest going for a little bit of a push in terms of offensive. Garbage still CC'd out. Calvish making his life a living hell. They swap over to Abrua. Nice fake on the cast, gets the precog, and Garbage just dips out of the solar beam. Beautiful reactions. This is exactly what we talked about, Super. This is what he needs to do to have a chance in this matchup.
Gets a fire breath off. He's got his trinket back available. Despite that moment, that was really shaky. He used every cooldown. He's actually in a spot where he's got some options to trade. They're swapping to Calvish. Big swap. He's got no cloak. Here comes the incarnation from Abrua. Big Star Surge is ink, but Kearney's got equally big heals. Calvish is back to full. Kearney gets gouged. Garbage gets stunned into a DR'd clone. They're trying to race down Abrua with only 2 seconds left on the clone. I don't think that's happening. Abrua's going to get cloned up. Looks like Nick fake casts the kick of Aiden. Going to be off cooldown, though, pretty quickly here. 1 second away from it. Aiden has a blind. Nick into a Cyclone. Kidney shot on Kearney. Abrua is low health, and Aiden once again shutting down the entire team. Clone off the Kidney from Abrua. Solar Beam over onto the clone of Nick, but it looks like he faked it, and he fakes the kick. Nick is just faking every interrupt. He gets a full clone onto Aiden, stopping the assault, and now he's getting a lot of pressure on Abrua. Kidney shot. Kearney is chasing down Garbage. Garbage rescues Abrua away, realizing that Kearney was trying to corner him, and Kearney is still chasing after him right now. Does he get the fear out of the cheap shot? He gets the full Psychic Scream. They swap to Aiden. No Trinket. I don't think they're going to drop him in that. Bash onto Abrua, or onto Kearney from Abrua. They get a full clone out. They're going after Calvish again. I'm not sure if I like the Rogue. No, they're actually swapping off. They're going on to Nick. He needs to be a bit careful here. He's trying to be greedy with the Bark Skin, but he actually gets kicked on Clone, and when you're interrupted on Nature, you still can't skin. It can be a scary moment. And now he gets cloned, turning into a Gouge. Where are they going to go off this? Kidney shot on Garbage. Are they swapping? Calvish gets cloned. And it looks like both teams are just stalling.
Yeah, for the moment, Bart Garbage sitting in a solar beam. Nick's still getting taken down lower and lower. Nice interrupt and from the Evoker onto the clone. Nick doesn't find the CC and is now targeted on his own. Calvish popping that evasion to stay offensive. Will be disarmed and immediately dispelled. Kearney on the money there before he gets cycloned, but Nick's still taking a lot of damage. Another full Kidney while the Druid is sitting in the clone. Calvish is getting taken down lower and lower. Overall, Unitas picking up steam towards this 5-minute mark, but the Celestial alignment for Nick is rotating up, and we know how dangerous Void setups can get. Somehow Calvish found a sap onto Garbage. Aiden goes in with the blind. Can they make something happen off the back of that? There's a moon onto a Brewer. Nick going for the damage. Celestial alignment is ready, gets inlined here for a second, but they are looking for a go. There's the Kidney. They're on a bunch of DRs now. This might be the one opportunity that Void is looking for, Super.
They're very close to it here. Arction coming up in a couple seconds, but Garbage has a lot of answers. He pre-walls the Solar Beam. They're setting up damage on Nick. I actually think if there's a game Unitas win, it's going to be this one. They're actually just powering through all of the heals of Kearney right now. Now into a Kidney shot. Garbage repositions. Is he going to go for a Sleepwalk here? Now they get the clone instead. Calvish has to Cloak of Shadows. The Solar Beam comes down. Nick gets put into a sleep. Another clone onto Kearney, forcing the Cloak of Shadows. The Unitas actually have control of the game. They've got so many defensive options still available to them in this position. Abrua fakes the interrupt. Garbage trying to pre-immune the Solar Beam with the Deep Breath. Doesn't get it. Tries to pre-rescue it. Still doesn't get it. But Nick is in trouble. Taking a lot of damage. Has to Bark Skin. Kearney into a Kidney shot. Is he going to die through Bark Skin? Into a full Cyclone. I think with the Bark Skin here, Nick should be fine in bear form. No stun lock. They swap to Calvish instead. Realizing he doesn't have Trinket or Cloak of Shadows. Is better than attacking a bear. But even with that swap, Calvish doesn't take any damage. Nick now gets a full clone onto Garbage. Is to be really careful with this rewind. If you use it out of a Cyclone, it's just not going to do anything. He's just going to use Communion while he's on Clone DR so that the healing and the mana regeneration is guaranteed. It's more of a safe decision to do that. Now he won't have that in an absolute emergency, though. So it's possibly an opening. Nick trinkets out of another Kidney shot. He's still a target. He gets cloned low. Nice clone from Abrua. Aiden in a bit of trouble here, though. No evasion, no cloak. He's going to get time dialed by Garbage. Garbage already used Obsidian Scales here as well, and Solar Beam wasn't off cooldown, so maybe Garbage is feeling a little shaky. He gets put into the Kidney shot, and now Aiden, he's going to vanish away, open up on Nick from stealth. They need to swap CC to Kearney. They can win the game here, and they do it. They've got a lot of damage. Aiden ducks over with the grappling, gets the Gouge, but gets disarmed on his way back. They get a Kidney shot anyways. All right, Heart of the Wild. And I think that should be enough of the Guardian Spirit. It buffs your healing on the target by a lot. So even despite the Disintegrates coming in here, he should recover. They get the Trinket on Kearney, though. There is value out of this exchange.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. Unitas just grabbing more and more momentum, and now Calvish is getting low. 30% gets cloned on the sub half HP. Master Spell coming in from Kearney. Great Angel Form coming through to bring back a little bit of stability, but they're still massively lacking in that regard. Nice Solar Beam. Garbage is rooted out, and Nick is looking for an opportunity. Another 30 seconds on the Celestial alignment, so they just gotta sit and wait a little bit, and maybe they can find some damage. But now it's on Nick! Oh my god, last second swap from Kearney. They're keeping him alive, and now the swap over onto the Priest with a cheap shot from Aiden. They're really making it happen. Another bash on the DR is followed, and Kearney just really struggling. Apoth thrown into the mix. He has another Serenity Charge that he can use to keep his team alive, and for the moment, the swaps are going in. Abrua on the other side is dying as Calvish and Nick are really pushing it to the limit. 5 seconds to Celestial alignment. Abrua on 20%. Reversal is available. Garbage just needs to get out of this Cyclone, but he doesn't even press it. Now it comes in. Abrua is getting healed up ever so slightly, but here comes the Celestial alignment. Nick sending all the power of the universe, and this is gonna be it. The VOIDGG grabbing this series 3-0.
Oh man, this is making me wish that UNITAS just played this from the start. Like in terms of offense, deep, like just everything overall, this just felt like a really better game for them. Other than that one shaky moment in like the first minute or two from garbage, everything else in this game just looked cleaner and cleaner, better and better. It was really looking like they had a shot of winning this. So unfortunate for them because they were, you know, on the cusp. I want to say like 5th or 6th on standing, I think, in terms of overall points. So this isn't a terrible performance, but it's, again, kind of just keeping them where they were before. And obviously you want to improve after the first season. That close call moment right here. If Nick didn't get that Heart of the Wild up just before that stun in bear form, he was probably dead right there. It's a nice read by Nick as we're watching this replay back on that one particular burst moment. And then the pressure just scaled out of control. Nick, as soon as Nick's incarnation comes up, I can just tell, having played Boomkin myself, he gets stunned here in a moment. And he's literally just like, I'm going to press incarn and kill you out of this stun. Like, I just want it right here in this cheap shot. He's like, I'm just going to press incarn and win the game. I just want to not be cheap shot. I'm going to press incarn and you're immediately going to die. And he just comes out, incarn dead. Just, he gets Aiden's like, I know he's dead. I gouged him, but it doesn't matter. Broke to dots. And you know the target is dead. He's just fully loaded, ready to go. And he's able to close out the game right in that moment. And even despite Calvish actually doing significantly less damage, it was actually his team that actually came out ahead here. Usually we've noticed, like, when there's a gap in damage, the team that's lower typically is the team that's losing. But in this instance, Calvish's team was actually able to pull this off.
Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful performance, even if they were on the back foot. But this also, honestly, Super makes me a little bit hopeful for UNITAS, because they look actually really good with Aiden on the rogue. As soon as he's in, something just flows, something works. If they can bring that across the other comps when it's a Brewer and Thugonomics playing, I think you have a really solid team on your hands, especially considering they are so new and recently formed and really haven't found much success this season. I think it's going to be a great team to watch out for, and maybe potentially someone we have to count in for a potential slot in the finals, at the very least in the gauntlets.
Yeah, I think so as well. UNITAS, fortunately, this is the end of the road for them here in Cup 3, but they do have more opportunities, as you guys kind of already mentioned. So I would love to see these guys just fulfill the potential that we know that they are capable of, and we have seen from them, you know, as individual players. So they just got to kind of come together, find that synergy as a new roster, and come back even stronger for Cup number 4. But that being said, we are forming out our lower bracket here. VOIDGG, Team Liquid, the two teams currently left standing down there in the elimination bracket. Both of them have had quite long journeys to get here as well, have defeated some incredible teams to be here. Team Liquid defeating Power Frogs in the lower bracket. VOIDGG, the team that we just saw, defeat UNITAS in the lower bracket. And it's all coming to a head here, Supties, in this the semifinals for the lower bracket.
Yeah, this is a crazy bracket. Nobody could have expected POMP to take out Liquid on that upper side. I can imagine that Liquid really is gunning for that rematch. It's interesting to see that, like, both Echo got knocked down to the lower bracket by a new team, and Liquid got knocked down to the lower bracket by a newer team, not completely new, but still newer, right? An unexpected result. And now they're both in the lower bracket, just ready to get back for vengeance on that upper side in both regions.
Yeah, they certainly are. And then we've got the upper bracket, of course, POMP, the move. That's going to be, I think I'm the most excited about POMP. You know, we knew that they were an incredible team. We knew what they were capable of, but I think no one expected them to be able to defeat.
we all predicted Liquid in the move. Did we really know that they were going to do this?
I was getting there. I was getting there, Sympathies. That's my point. We know, you know, I'm not going to discredit them. Like, they're not a bad team, but I don't think we expected them to beat Team Liquid, and here they are up against the move. And I kind of feel like they have a chance, Lithy, to beat the move and get there into the grand finals.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're able to take down Liquid, you turn from a maybe decent kind of middle of the pack team, maybe kind of the 3rd, 4th contender, to an automatic grand finalist and cup champion candidate. And that's something we got to keep in mind when we go into Championship Sunday tomorrow. But on the other hand, of course, hey, it's also the move you're facing. Liquid is the one king of NA. If there are two, it's definitely the move that is the second one. And hey, as long as the move is up there, our prediction can still come true. They just gotta beat POMP, right?
Yeah, they just gotta got beat Le Pump, you know, it's fine, it's easy. We'll see if it's that easy. I have a feeling it's going to be a pretty rough series for both of these teams, so certainly looking forward to that. And of course, we do have the European teams tomorrow as well. We saw them battle it out in Cup number 3 here on Friday for the European teams, and I'm excited for that as well, because I feel like, you know, if we looked at the predictions for the casters, no one really had a sure answer. We were kind of all over the place. Echo down in the lower bracket, facing off against Hula Bang, a team that, you know, we've seen beat Echo before. Are they going to do it again is the question. And then Bikini Bottom Mafia Supatees, one of the newer teams, facing off against StreamerZone.gg.
Nobody would have, if I did a fantasy draft, nobody's saying the semifinal looked like that before the first day of Europe. Like, nobody was expecting the Marksmanship Hunter Feral Druid team, StreamerZone.gg, to get in there. Bikini Bottom Mafia form up as a new roster. They have experienced members of their team all coming together on a new roster, but they beat Echo, the most dominant team in the world in the cross-region event. Then they beat Lava Lava, which is like, you know, the second, or at least tied for first. There's a 3-way tie, I think. So they're actually tied for first. So they beat 2 of the first place contenders back to back. I will say.
It is weird. This whole weekend's weird.
It's crazy.
It is, yeah. I feel like we're in like the upside down or something, because something's going on here. We've got our teams that have, you know, been the top of their respective regions, both on both sides down there in the lower brackets. So I am so excited for Championship Sunday. I hope everyone watching from home is excited as well. Let us know which team you think is going to come out on top for their region. And with that, we are all done for the day, unfortunately, but there will be more exciting games tomorrow. So we'll see you all tomorrow, twitch.tv/Warcraft, same time, same place, of course, 10 a.m. Pacific and 7 p.m. CEST. We'll see you then.